Right.
Number 23,
Two and out. Two and out.
Two against Suffolk.
Number 21.
In a moment, and yeah, ready to go when you like. When would you like us to start? Yep. Could you just say something down the line then? It's just
Hello.
That's it.
okay.
That's all you get.
Yep. Lovely. Thanks for your help. Bye. Right. All systems go.
Boundary and much on the other side.
No, they haven't. And then the northern expression, same for both sides. Except in this case it isn't.
So we can't hit it that far.
One's about 50 yards and about 120. Can't be far short of 100 yards to that boundary line. Not at all.
A reminder that the Essex store is open throughout the match today, and that's located in the blue area of the ground behind the Duggan Soul Pavilion, and also our pop-up stores by the Tees River Gate. You can check out the latest Essex range, including the T20 replica shirt and training wear, which is now on sale. There's also a wide range of cricket equipment, merchandise and memorabilia available. Scorecards for today's game are available on the gates or from the two Essex cricket stores. They're priced at £1. We remind you that the Cloud County Ground is a cashless venue. However, cash purchases can be made in store.
Mike Stevens has gone to some cashless venue.
And a reminder
just fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding scene for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, gain best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, gain best value at sea.
Tom Wesley here. I'm just off to London Tilbury on my first ever cruise experience with our club partner, Ambassador Cruise Line. It was actually a lot faster than I thought. I thought it was a little bit pushed for time, but I actually got around to 40 minutes. To be honest, the whole experience has actually blown my mind. This is the first time on a cruise ship. I don't quite know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting it to be as sort of grand and impressive as this, so I've really enjoyed it so far.
We've had a great tour of the ship, and yeah, just the service was amazing when we were having food, and everyone's really cheery, smiley, saying hello all around the ship.
From my point of view, especially of how accessible and spacious, it was easy to get on board. I can get everywhere.
The service was excellent. Yeah, the food was, I was told it was good. My brother came last time and he said the food was very good, so got a 3-course meal.
So we went into the gym, and just the gym was huge. It's not something you'd expect. I think the amount of space that's actually on this ship is just brilliant.
So one of the things we talked to with the commercial team was how we could broaden our exposure, not just to the men's team, but to the ladies team, to the ability team. And one of the things we came up with was actually owning the 50 over shirt.
I think we've had a lot of response today, with a lot of people seeing it for the first time. I know a lot of the players have commented already how much they like it, and I think it's certainly one that's had people talking in a way that ultimately you want a kit launch. Hopefully that the performance match the kit.
First time I've seen it, so first time I get to see a cruise ship, and then I was presented with this purple Ambassador 50 over shirt, which is blown me away. I'm a big fan of the bright colours.
I think it's it's unique. I'm looking forward to wearing this year.
I'd say definitely come, get on this cruise ship. I'm looking forward to venturing on my first cruise at some stage in the future.
I mean, it's superb because it shows that Ambassador are not just on board for the first thing, they're on board for the whole club.
the weather forecast wasn't actually that great for the middle of the day. It's looking fine at the moment. Picked up your voucher with lunch and
I haven't actually picked one up, no.
Right, there's one there, there's one here. Yeah. We've got 4, we've got 3.
Correct. Up next door.
Yeah, I'll see if there's one.
If it's not on message, Matt.
Yeah.
If there's opening another one up.
Yeah, I'll see if you have that. Thank you.
Just published my first live broadcast, so stand by for emails and phone calls telling me how well I've read it.
I could always look over it for you if you've got. Was it too late now?
What gets me about it is I did the online trade. And then lots of people we don't know about it.
Got one then.
Brilliant.
Not that I really should eat a lunch after breakfast.
Please welcome to the field our 2 umpires this morning.
Yeah, so he's a wicket keeper, signed.
Closely followed by our visitors, Warwickshire.
Make the second isn't it? Is it as per?
Yeah, both teams are out per card, yeah.
So Davey for Theo Wiley, by the way. Lots.
Well, a very good morning to you from myself, Glenn Speller, from Clive Eakin, from Paul Newton and our scorer, David Jackman. Welcome to a very sunny but pleasantly temperatured Chelmsford County Ground this morning for the opening match of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Essex up against Warwickshire here. The all-important news, first of all, is that Warwickshire have won the toss and they have, in cricketing parlance, invited Essex to bat. Warwickshire just making their way out from their changing room, which is below the stand in which we're in at the Sir Alistair Cook end, and the Essex batters making their way from the right-hand side out from the pavilion. The pitch today is very much over to one side, so much so that the stand in which we're in, we've only got the media in here today. No spectators have been allowed in, and the big black sheeting for the sight screen is being used as well, because we are right in the batter's eye line here. Team news: Essex have gone with this team: Tom Wesley the skipper, Nick Brown, Feroz Kushi, Robin Das, Charlie Allison, Luke Benkenstein, Noah Thane, Jamal Richards, Ben Allison, Aaron Beard, and a debut for the Colchester and East Essex wicketkeeper Simon Fernandez. Warwickshire: Rob Yates, Ed Barnard, Will Rhodes, Chris Benjamin, Hamza Sheikh, Michael Burgess, Theo Wiley on debut, Jake Lintott, Michael Booth, Craig Miles and Oliver Hannon-Dolby. And it is Michael Booth with the first delivery of the day. He is in and he bowls to Nick Brown, who just works that into the onside, and there is no run. Warwickshire, relatively lightish blue main body to their shirts with dark blue sleeves and dark blue shorts, and Essex sporting a purple top and dark blue trousers. As Booth moves in again to Brown, who will tell you he pulled the bat inside the line as it thuds into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Michael Burgess, but Warwickshire will say that's a play and a miss. Feroz Kushi is at the non-striker end for Essex, back after his short-term loan with Kent, and a mixed bag there, but certainly made a good impression in his opening game, and a couple of handy innings elsewhere as well, played Championship and T20. Here's Booth into Brown, third ball of the day, and Brown can't get anything on that. Into his thigh pad it goes, and it trickles out to the onside, and hams a shake. Fields at square leg. This is the opening game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Games up and down the country today. You can follow them all on the BBC Sport website and the app. Just go to the cricket pages and you'll find the links to all of the commentaries there. There's also a couple of games in the 100 today which got underway yesterday. Booth into Brown. Brown driving, nicely timed, but straight at mid-on where Chris Benjamin does the fielding. So the offside boundary for the left-handed Nick Brown will look very enticing to him. It's very, very short on that side. And the leg side boundary for him, well, he might need binoculars to see the rope. It's that far over, and we are playing that far over on one side of the square today here at Chelmsford. Here's Booth, right arm over, in and bowls to Brown, and Brown trying to flick that one down to the long leg boundary, gets something on it, and the fielder comes in and collects, and it is the first run of the day off the bat, and Essex are up and running. They are one without loss, one more ball to go of this, the opening over of the day. Neil Bainton and James Treadwell are the umpires today, and Peter Such, former Essex and England spinner, is the match referee. Feroz Kushi scans the field, takes his guard, busy looking batter. Feroz Kushi made that wonderful century in the Championship up at Durham earlier this season. Booth is in and bowls to Kushi, just pushes forward on the walk a little bit up to mid-off, where it is fielded by Ed Barnard, and there is no run. End of the first over, relatively quiet first over, and Essex, having been put into bat here, are one without loss. There's a gentle breeze blowing around the ground today, just barely ruffling the flags, but it's going to keep everybody cool. Not real intense sunshine that we've got here, so it's cool and very pleasant conditions to watch cricket. There was a little bit of a mixed weather forecast when I had a brief glance last night, but we do look set fair for most of the day. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, Warwickshire's main strike bowler, is going to open up from the Graham Gooch end. Chelmsford County Ground looking a picture today. A little bit of wispy white cloud here and there, but hazy blue skies otherwise. Two slips for Hannon-Dolby. Will Rhodes is at first slip and Rob Yates at second slip. Here's Hannon-Dolby running towards us, in and bowls to Brown, and Brown on the drive will pick up the first boundary of the day. Straight as a die, straight back past the bowler and down to the long off boundary for 4 runs. That will make Nick Brown feel a whole lot better as well. Skippered the side in that match against Suffolk up at Woolpit at the weekend. Only made the 2. But Feroz Kushi and Robin Das both got in the runs, and both of those in the side today, so they'll have picked up some confidence for that. Essex eventually running out comfortable winners as Hannon-Dolby comes into Brown once again, who just props forward defensively back the bowler on his follow through, and there is no run. He has a comfortable win for Essex in the end up at Woolpit, just outside Bury St Edmunds on Sunday. Both sides totalling over 300. Wasn't a bowler's day, certainly, but a few Essex batters found their form. And welcome for the first time this morning to BBC commentary in Warwickshire's and WM's Clive Eakin. Morning, Clive.
Yes, fearless though I am, I'm going to have to be a bit careful today. Got half of all the Warwickshire coaching staff sitting outside our window.
Here's Hannon-Dolby in. Brown on the drive up to mid-off, where there's a sprawling stop as it bounces up horribly in front of the fielder, but there's no run, 5 without loss. Yeah, we've only got them and the rest of the media for company today.
I've already been told off once for writing Warwickshire off during the county championship match. So anyway,
Said to the guys earlier when I came into the box, not really want to think back to those times, but it had a bit of a COVID feel about it because we had no spectators in this stand, much like we had when we had cricket on, but no spectators in the ground. Here's Hannon Dalby in, bowls to Brown, and Brown on the drive just picks out mid-off once again. 5 without loss. Warwickshire hoping to go clearly deep in this competition.
Well, they did last season. They dominated, as they did in both white ball competitions. They dominated the group stage. Unfortunately, as they did in both white ball competitions, they fell at the first knockout hurdle. And while they were arguably a little unlucky in the T20 quarter-final last season, unfortunately the 50 over semi-final was one of the poorest performances of the season.
Well, Essex only won the one game in this competition last season. Here's Hannon Dalby into Brown. Oh, and Brown plays and misses at that one, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Burgess, and there's no run. 5 without loss, and dipped out of the T20 this year. If they'd won against Hampshire on Friday night, they'd have been through, and as it is, they've not made it on net run rate.
Yeah, Warwickshire looking forward to a quarter-final home to Gloucestershire. But this competition, even though they've got, I think you couldn't say they've got 9 players involved in the 100. That does involve a few players that are only signed for the T20 anyway. Even though, despite that, they still have a pretty strong-looking side here.
Here's Hannon Dalby in once again to tidy up this final over, and Brown trying to work that into the onside, gets a bit of a leading edge and it dribbles out to the offside, and there's no run. End of the second over of the day, and Essex, having been put into bat, are 5 without loss. Yes, Essex have been pretty much shredded by the 100, as many county teams have as well, but it gives opportunities elsewhere, and all of the players bar Simon Fernandez for Essex have all got first team experience.
Yeah, and 9 of the Warwickshire players have played, not all of them regular, but a reasonable amount of first team cricket this season, including Chris Benjamin and Jake Lintop were regulars in the T20 Blast. Rob Yates, Ed Barnard, Michael Booth, Craig Miles all played some games in it as Booth comes into bowl, and that's turn round to mid-wicket for a single by Kushi, so 6 without loss. It's not a bad side. The 3 England 19 players in the squad, 2 of them playing. Hamza Sheikh, who's curating a few headlines with he captained the England under-19's red ball team, scored a century and led them to victory in the second and decisive match against Sri Lanka at Cheltenham. That one is driven to mid-off, and that'll be a single. Fielded there by Ed Barnard, who captains the team. He did actually captain, I think, for one T20 Blast match when Alex Davis was missing with a hand injury. This is his he will captain the 50 over team this season.
Essex also with the 3 England under-19s in their side as well.
In comes Booth. Oh, that's a good shot. That's driven straight down the ground by Kushi. It was Brown with the signal earlier, which I gave to Kushi, but that was a lovely straight drive by the Essex batter.
Charlie Allison, Luke Benkenstein and Noah Thane all featured for the England under-19s this summer.
Yes, as I say, Hamza Sheikh captained the red ball team. He scored a century in the game. He also scored 80 odd for the England Counties 11 against West Indies. But it's Theo Wiley who's actually making his first team debut for Warwickshire today. And that one is played a mid-off. There's no run. But just to go back to Hamza Sheikh, it was interesting hearing Michael Vaughan on Test Match Special. He was asked because his son plays for the England under-19s, along with wonderfully named Rocky Flintoff, son of Andrew, and he was asked about them, and he actually said, I believe, I didn't hear it myself, and I'm told he actually said, yeah, but it's not them you should be talking about, it's Hamza Sheikh. So he's obviously growing a reputation. It's Hamza. That one is pushed out to the onside. There's no run.
And these days, players, if they get a name for themselves or they make early inroads, they can almost bypass county cricket these days. One Shoaib Bashir can't get in the Somerset side.
Yeah. Well, Jamie Smith as well. Where did he come from? When we had Ben Folkes, I was always arguing the case of Ben Folkes to play for England, and suddenly he's number 2 keeper. Suddenly gets in. That's a good ball. Is that out? Booth thinks so. The umpire doesn't. It was a lovely delivery. It beat the outside edge, evidently, of Cushy. Warwickshire thought they heard a nick, but if they did, it wasn't off the bat, apparently. And to be fair, despite the fairly enthusiastic appeals, there's none of that sort of standing looking at the umpire with both hands on hips as if he's made a terrible error. So a good ball from Booth, but doesn't take a wicket, and at the end of 3 overs, Essex are 11 without loss.
Yeah, he certainly carried on his follow through, Booth, didn't he? He seemed pretty convinced, but yeah, umpire just stood there, shook his head. Cushy looked at the ground, anywhere but at the umpire, as Hannon Dolby will continue from the Graham Gooch end. The green seats of that end have had to be blanked out today. As Hannon Dolby is in and bowls to Brown, again attractively driving, but straight to the man at mid-off, and there is no run. 11 without loss, 4th over of the day.
A solid start from Essex. I've enjoyed this competition, and even when the 100's been on, it actually attracts reasonable crowds. There's a decent crowd in today. Warwickshire actually this season playing 3 of their 4 home games at an outground, something I've been arguing about for eons.
This next one from Hannon Dolby to Brown, as Brown is trying to squeeze it away on the offside. No run again, 11 without loss.
So I'm delighted they are taking 3 of these games to Rugby School this season, 3 of their home games, and they apparently are selling well. They're looking at crowds of 2,500 to 3,000 for those.
And it always feels more, doesn't it, when you're at an outground as well.
So it's great to see Warwickshire there. They get good weather and good games there.
Has that been an oft-used outground many moons ago?
It has been used in 2 previous years.
Hannon Dolby into Brown again, and Brown again just pushes back past the bowler up towards the long off fence. It should be cut off on this occasion. He says should, but the fielder and the ball end up crashing into the boundary boards. And another very attractive straight drive from Nick Brown, and the score goes to 15 without loss.
Yeah, as well timed. That kept going. The fielders chase it despairingly. I think that was a very good shot from Nick Brown. He's one of the more experienced Essex players in this team. Very nice shot. Ollie Hannon Dolby, top wicket taker in the competition last season. Hit for 4 there. I'll come back to your question about Rugby School next.
Hannon Dolby is racing in, just the one slip in now to Brown, and Brown flicks that one straight to the man at short mid wicket, and there's no run.
They were there, I think it was about 10 years ago. I'm doing this off the top of my head, I should look it up really, but it was about 10 years ago. They played a T20 match there. Unfortunately, Warwickshire weren't very good that day, and they lost, I think, to Glamorgan because I forget the player's name now. One of the Glamorgan games players was a former Warwickshire player and a former Rugby School boy. Played in their winning team.
Brown ready once again. Hannon Dolby. And it's an outside edge this time from Brown, all the way along the ground, down to deep third, and they'll pick up the single, 16 without loss.
And then they returned, I might have got this wrong around, it might have been the other way around, but I think they returned the following season. Unfortunately, they had a 50 over game rained off completely there. So anyway, they had a couple of years at Rugby School, about 10 years ago. And before that, they had been to Stratford for a couple of years. But I know it's not easy going out to outgrounds.
It's the cost, isn't it?
It's the cost. It's also, I was talking to someone, it's not just the cost so much, it's actually having the people that can organise it. And that's one of the reasons I think why they've chosen Rugby School. They did look at a few grounds.
Cushy facing up to Hannon Dolby now. Just works into the onside for no run. End of the over, 4 gone, and it's 16 without loss.
They needed a ground where there are people there who can do a lot of the work, a lot of the organising. Rugby School, private school, they've got a full-time grounds person, and when I went there on a site visit, they had a woman, Helen, who's clearly had done a lot of work and was organising a lot of what was going on. I think that's a big help. That makes it a bit easier to get to an outground, because obviously Warwickshire's ground staff are constantly busy with all that goes on at Edgbaston. Michael Booth Wearing number 27 is back, running away from us. Played to a point, there's no run. Booth, who is playing as an overseas player this season, but will be English qualified, I think, next season. Is the idea. Warwickshire have had real problems with overseas players this season. Not that they would have necessarily had one for this competition anyway, but Hassan Ali, unfortunately, first called up for Pakistan and then picking up an injury. So that at least it's allowing Booth to play, even though he's not English qualified. He comes into ball, and that's nicely turned around his pads by Nick Brown. He's timed that well. There's a big chase on, but I think the ball is going to win that chase. Or is it kept in? That's a good piece of fielding by Chris Benjamin. The bad news for him is they've run 4 anyway. Well, at least he's made them have to work hard for their 4 runs. It's all run 4.
You never like to speak too soon, but the moment he forced out to the onside, it was almost like the fielder's probably praying that goes to the boundary, because I've mentioned earlier we're so lopsided. The offside boundary for Brown is so short, and the onside boundary is so long because we're playing so much over to one side. You can chase all you want, but there should have been 4 there, and they got them.
Booth in, and that one is going to be 4, but that was a little bit of an airy shot, just maybe striding down the leg side a bit, Booth, and helped on its way by Brown. It was uppish for a while, but successive boundaries from Nick Brown and Essex put in by Warwickshire. Going along nicely. Ed Barnard talked about maybe getting something on the pitch early on, but also the fact that it's a short boundary. He'd rather chase than defend with a short boundary on one side. Tom Wesley did say that he would have bowled as well. That one is again just on leg stump, and it's turned round through mid-wicket, and this could be a hat-trick of 4s. The ball goes over the rope now. Not a hat-trick of boundaries, because remember the first 4 was all run, but it is a hat-trick of 4s from Nick Brown.
3 fielders went sprinting after that. I think they're probably all going, that might go, let's hope that goes. Because
he's the longest part of the boundary. That's practically in Harlow, that boundary, isn't it?
Well, I mean, even throwing it back, I mean, my poor arm certainly wouldn't get it back. You might be relaying that a couple of times to get it back.
Yeah.
You might need a lift out there. Someone got a car. They've put someone out, well, deep now on that side.
Yeah. About 3/4 of the way back. Booth, right arm over in. That's left outside off stump, bounces a couple of times. Might have taken the pace off that a bit. And left Brown was looking for a wide there. There wasn't a wide. So Lisa ends that run of 4s. 28 without loss.
Yeah, it's not. So you normally sort of want to look to defend the short side, but you're almost defending the leg side there, the longer side boundary, because otherwise it's going to be all run 4s.
Booth in, and that's beats the fielder at backward point. That's going to be runs. Ollie Hallandorby will cut it off, so it'll be 2. And a big over that for Essex. They got 14 off it. So it is 30 without loss after 5 overs.
Yeah, good over that, and a couple of really nicely timed shots from Nick Brown. We've seen him straight drive on a couple of occasions as well. Had to wait a little time at the start of the season to get into the side, with Essex preferring to open with Elgar and Coochie, but then Tom Wesley had a break for a game up at Durham while he awaited the birth of his second child, and Brown took full advantage and got himself 100, but so did Coochie in that game, but it was Coochie who then missed out subsequently after that, and then went off for a short little loan spell at Kent, but he's back now and in the one-day side, and is facing up to Ollie Hallandorby, who comes in and bowls to him, and then very attractively driven by Coochie, should be cut off and isn't, and the fielder has dived over the top of that, and it's gone for 4 runs, and I think all the Warwickshire fielders, the reaction there tells you that they feel, and the fielder feels, they should have stopped that. 34 without loss.
Uncharacteristic that from Chris Benjamin, who's been keeping wicket in the T20 blast with Alex Davis nursing injured hand. It's one of the features actually of the blast performance from Warwickshire. They've been outstanding in the field, so they haven't had too many errors like that.
He dived over it, almost went too far across. Hallandorby's back into Coochie once again, and tickles that one away in the onside, just in front of square, or jogged through for a single. 35 without loss. We're in the 6th over. A sunlit Chelmsford.
Bit of a concern this now for Warwickshire. They kept a reasonable lid on it for the first few overs, but these two are looking pretty fluent now. 50 overs per side, of course. You have to get used to that. 2 groups of 9, but the knots, unlike the Blast, are not regionalised. Hence, Warwickshire playing Essex. We wouldn't play them in the Blast in the group stages.
It's nice to see different teams as well. San and Dalby races into Brown and plays out to the offside for no run. 35 without losses. There are some teams that, I know Durham are back in Division 1 of the County Championship now, but Essex went years without playing Durham. They played at Durham in a T20 Blast quarter final against Lancashire, bizarrely, but went years without playing Durham. So it's nice to
that's right. It's an opportunity to get. Of course, they played Essex in the Championship here. I'm not sure I have bad memories about that match.
Yes, they didn't enforce the follow-on day. Here's Hannon Dalby. There are reasons for that. As Brown up to mid-on. There's a shout of catch, but it drops well in front of the fielder, and there's no run.
It was a miscued shot. Yeah, look, I mean, Alex Davis took a lot of stick for that, but I said at the time that there were his decision, whether you agree with it or not, there were sound reasons for it.
They've got no bowlers, had they? Really?
Well, that's right. They had a very inexperienced side. Ollie Dalby had bowled about 1,000 overs already in the season. Plus, they had masses of time left in the game. I mean, they shouldn't have lost.
Here's Hannon Dalby. And again, Brown just pushes back to the bowler and there's no run.
They probably only needed to score 200 in the second innings and they would have been okay, but they got bowled out for 90 odd. So, of course,
See, a similar thing happened here with Durham as well. Durham didn't enforce the follow-on against Essex, but they did go on and win the game in the end. But yeah, I know, as you say, he took a lot of stick and he was taking a fair bit of stick when we were commentating, but
not from me.
No, bowlers with lots of overs in their legs and a weakened bowling attack. You could understand it. Hannon Dalby into Brown. Brown on the drive doesn't quite get all of that, which means that Benjamin this time can pick it up comfortably, and there is no run. End of the over. 6 gone now, and Essex have moved on to 35 without loss. Brown on 25 and Cushy on 10.
Taking that argument out of it, the point is Warwickshire dominated the first innings, got themselves into a match-winning position, but it all unravelled in one session, really, when they were skittled away in their second innings, the third innings of the match. To be fair, Essex still had quite a lot of work to do to win the game from there, and you give them credit for doing so. But so Ed Barnard is bringing himself on for the first time, Warwickshire captain in this competition. So he wasn't a regular in the Blast, but he did play a few games in it. And whether he plays in the quarter-final or not is likely to depend on injuries. He comes into bowl with a slip in place, and that's good delivery. Then comes into Cushy, who slightly mistimes it, but gets it safely away for no run. Warwickshire wearing a darker blue they do in the Blast. Those of us of a Coventry City persuasion have been calling the Bears the Sky Blues in the Blast, because it's a predominantly sky blue kit. There is a bit of sky blue in this kit, but it's the darker blue that's more prominent. Yellow numbers and names as Barnard runs away from us and bowls, and again he gets up and to cut back at Cushy. He's appealing, not with a huge amount of conviction, but he certainly got the batter looking a little uncomfortable, those two deliveries.
Yeah, a couple of nip backers. And missing leg stump fight quite some distance and height as well, but yeah, it's got a patchy sort of look to it, the strip that we're playing on. A little bit of a greenish tinge here and there, but it's sort of a mishmash patchy look to it. Certainly not a dust bowl in any shape or form.
Barnard in, that's just going down the leg side again. Cushy doesn't time it. He managed to get it away down towards fine leg, but Ollie Dalby's inside the circle there and he feels and prevents a run.
And Dalby didn't get the memo about same coloured hats, headwear.
No, and he's wearing the old-fashioned brimmed hat. But, most of the players are wearing the blue caps. But as you said, I think he's the only exception. Which at least makes him nice and easy to identify. Mind you, he pretty much is anyway because of his height. That one is turned round to the deep on the leg side. Will be the first run of the over. Forces the left arm, right arm combination, forces the umpire to move from square leg to point. Neil Bainton and James Treadwell are our umpires. Peter Such is the match referee.
Basically, he may as well set up bed and breakfast here, Peter Such. He seems to get himself in here at Chelmsford.
Barnard To ball to Nick Brown for the first time, and Brown tries to swish at that outside off stump. May not have bounced as high as he expected, and he's played a missed at that. A good over from Ed Barnard.
Yeah, just a little bit of mayhem was threatening to be let loose by Essex, wasn't it? And so Barnard spotted the danger signs and promptly brought himself on, has restored a little bit of order here. He's got the ball moving as well.
Doesn't bowl all that much in the blast. He comes into bowl now, and that's on middle and leg. It's turned round by Brown for a single. It's just 2 singles off that over, and after 7 overs, Essex put in by Warwickshire a 37 without loss.
Good start from Essex. Warwickshire kept it battened down for the first couple of overs, but then Brown and Cushy found their range, particularly in that last over from Michael Booth from this end, before Barnard brought himself on, which cost 14 runs. But Barnard's just restored a little bit of order there. Hannon Dalby is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. So a few people finding their seats, coming in through the entrances. We are in the school summer holidays now. An opportunity to get a few more in through the gate. So Hannon Dalby turns at the Graham Gooch end and sets himself off. No slips in now, into Brown, pushes back up the pitch. There's no run there. Hannon Dalby dangles a foot out as though he's going to stop it, but lets it go up to mid-on for no run.
Yes, having another fine season, Hannon Dalby, but doesn't get into the T20 Blast side anymore. He played actually the 1 year that Warwickshire won the competition, Bears won the competition. 2014, they've been celebrating the 10th anniversary of that this year.
Here's Hannon Dalby in again. Brown forcing back past the bowler, and will pick up a single here, calls Cushy through very quickly. Mid-on comes across and cuts off any more than the single. 38 without loss.
He played in an attack which also included Boyd Rankin, and they met up some of the former players in a special 10th anniversary meeting. Boyd had come over from Ireland for that. I spoke to them both and put them side by side to see who was the tallest. Boyd Rankin looked to be the tallest, but Ollie claimed that was only because he has hair.
Well, here is Hannon Dalby into Cushy. Off the back foot, forces up to mid-off for no run again. Boyd Rankin actually played a game here and played for both sides. Essex played England in a warm-up. Rankin played for England, and then they needed to get him a bit more bowling, so he then played for Essex as well.
I was lovely to see him when he came over. He was a good lad. He's involved in cricket in Ireland, doing some coaching, but he's also enjoying his time on his farm.
Hannon Dalby holds to Cushy, pushes up the pitch, sets off for a very quickly and well-judged single. 39 without loss. And change as the left-handed Brown comes on to strike.
He did get 1 test appearance for England. It wasn't a very happy one. He wasn't fit really, but at least he got one, which is one more than I get in my dreams.
That's the game he played here. He came and played for the England team.
Yes.
First-class game to start with, and then very quickly degenerated into a non-first-class game. Tamal Mills hit Graham Swan for 3 towering sixes. It's Hannon Dalby into Brown. Brown on the drive, and there's a good stop this time at mid-off, which means Brown only gets the single. Benjamin again, this time with the stop, and it's 40 without loss.
Yeah, it's a shame those warm-up games. I know that was slightly different because it was England in their own country, but it's a shame those warm-up games have rather degenerated. I get why, they don't play that many, so they need to give everyone opportunities, but the fact that they're rarely first-class games now, if ever.
Well, you mentioned actually the all-counties game, didn't you, against the West Indies? Was that 13-14 aside, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Hannon Dalby. Bowls to the right-handed Cushy, just pushes out to the offside for no run. End of the over. Essex being put into bat here. They're 40 without loss. A few words from Clive, and then Paul's going to come in alongside you.
Just remember when Pakistan, this has gone back quite a few years now, earlier, Michael, when I was covering Worcestershire, there was a year when Pakistan were on tour, and some sponsor had put up some prize money for every county game they won. So the Pakistan squad got together and said, well, we can earn a few bob here. And they set about winning all of them, which I think they did. And they were good games. Anyway, Ed Barnard to continue And he's bowling to Brown. Again, decent accuracy from Barnard, but it's turned around to mid-wicket for a single by Brown, who's looking pretty comfortable at the moment. He's on 29. Brings Cushy on strike, and Barnard did cause Cushy 1 or 2 problems in the last over. Welcome, Paul Newton.
Very good morning, Clive. Great to see you. And as you say, Essex will be happy with the start. Nick Brown in particular has timed the ball very well.
Barnard into bowl, and Cushy gets bat on that, pushes it to mid-on, where it is fielded by Michael Booth. Barnard, one of the players recruited from Worcestershire. Actually scored runs here in the county championship match, Barnard, in a partnership with Michael Burgess. Both of them were playing in this game, which at the time looked as it led Warwickshire well on their way to a victory, which unfortunately they weren't able to see through, unfortunately from a Warwickshire point of view. Barnard bowls, and that one's short, and Cushy's whipped that around to back a square leg for a 4. I'll make him feel a little bit better, just a little short from Ed Barnard. 4 runs, and it's his 41 without loss, 45 without loss.
Yep, loose delivery on that occasion and summarily dealt with by Feroz Cushy, who's rather fallen out of favour hitherto with Essex this season, but back today.
Barnard bowls to him, he's whipped that to the same sort of area, and that's gone all the way for 6. First 6 of the match, picked that up beautifully, did Cushy. There is a fielder out on the boundary there, but he wasn't able to get across to it. And suddenly Cushy started going, and that brings the 50 up for Essex.
Well, it's certainly a much more encouraging start from an Essex point of view than they typically made last year, when they really did struggle mightily and finished at the foot of the table.
Oh, he's bowling! Ed Barnard gets one through, and Cushy, just as he was getting going, that one nips back. And Cushy prods the bat at it but misses it, and it just knocks off the top bail. There is a name for that, so I forgot what it was. It's like a trimmer or something. I heard someone refer to those ones that just nip the bail off, and Ed Barnard makes the breakthrough, which Warwickshire rather needed. Cushy, having played a couple of shots at the end, goes for 22.
Yeah, we now know the subtlety of the 2 previous deliveries to lure Cushy into thinking batting was easy out there, and then Barnard, having bowled a couple of long hops, produced a superb delivery that left Cushy scarcely believing the death rattle that his ears told him was occurring immediately behind him. It was a great delivery. I think that would have got quite a few batsmen out, and he really would have needed to get on the front foot and across in order to avoid that ball nipping back and just hitting the top of off stump.
Cushy 22 in 20 balls, and how many? 1, 6 and 3 fours. Thank you.
David Jackman, our scorer there, and Ed Barnard, terrific signing for Warwickshire from Worcestershire. Really good cricketer in my book, and both with bat and ball, and he's got a couple of huge scores in the championship for Warwickshire this season.
Yeah, including one here, as I was mentioning. Here comes Tom Wesley, the Essex captain. Some people get dismissive of this competition. I don't know, it's a second team competition, but basically it isn't when the likes of Nick Brown and Tom Wesley are out there as the sun disappears behind a cloud. Again, a good crowd here at Chelmsford, a good turn-up.
And Warwickshire themselves, you know, have got a very impressive lineup.
And as I say, 9 of the players have had a fair amount of first-team cricket this season. That one nips back as well from Barnard. It's left by Wesley, so a successful over from Barnard despite going for 10 runs. He's got the wicket, 51 for 1 after 9.
Certainly makes sense for counties to put the best side they possibly can out, obviously depending on how many of their players are claimed by the 100. But, you know, if you can begin to get into the right region of the table as the competition, the regional round develops, the group stage I should say, then you're likely to pull more people in to watch the games, and it all helps as we see Hannon Dorby continue from the Graham Gooch end. Ball tucked off the pads here by Nick Brown, comfortable single, 52 for 1. one ball into the 10th over, Essex having been put into bat. There is a forecast that over the next 3 hours there could be a shower or two, but let's hope the forecast is as wide of the mark as many have been lately.
I've got the Met Office on the other line, Paul. They want a word.
Well, I want a word with them. They got normally they are quite accurate, but they were well wide of the mark the other day. As here comes the next delivery, defended by Tom Wesley into the offside. Wesley, who nowadays doesn't play in the T20 competition, but captains the side in both championship and 50 overs. And there's an argument that says that 50 over cricket is a lot closer to the county championship than to 20 over cricket. In 20 overs you don't get any time to build an innings at all. 50 overs you certainly do if you're near the top of the order. Hannon Dalby in, one slip now, bowls, and that ball is just played out to short extra, and again there will be no run, and so the score will remain at 52 for 1. Brown not out 30, Wesley yet to get off the mark.
Interesting time in white ball cricket, with England having failed really in both. I know they got to the semi-finals of the T20, but the feeling was they weren't brilliant in it, and they certainly struggled in the 50 over competition. So will they re-collaborate? Will they start again? In which case, opportunity for a lot of young players to make an impression.
And that is a magnificent boundary for Tom Wesley. It didn't go all that far wide of Jake Lintott at short extra, but beautifully hit off the back foot, went like a tracer bullet to the cover boundary, and that takes a score to 56 for 1, and a nice way for Wesley to get off the mark. But as I say, it was no more than a yard or so wide and off the ground as it passed Lintott there. And Dalby again, in and bowls to Wesley. Wesley forces this off the back foot, and that'll be 4 more to the short boundary on the offside when the bowling's to a right-hander from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and just sufficiently short for Wesley to force it up the back foot. 60 for 1. Wesley's reputation is a strong leg side player, but there's not a lot wrong with his offside strokes either.
Yeah, Ollie Dalby in his 5th over of his spell. He might take a break after this one as he starts going for a few runs.
A couple of looseners the last 2. Of course, in the previous over, there were a couple of looseners from Ed Barnard, only for him to produce an absolute jaffer to clean bowl the astonished Feroz Kushi with a brilliant off-cutter that nicked the off-bail off. Can Hannon Dalby produce a similar syndrome here? Will 2 boundaries be followed by a wicket? He bowls now, and the answer's no, and in fact it's in danger of being a 3rd boundary. Might just be reeled in because it's going away to the leg side, the long boundary, but in fact that was so well timed, the fieldsman only really was able to go and retrieve it as it hit the boundary board. So 3 4s consecutively. I think that's the 2nd time we've had 3 consecutive boundaries.
No, you have to word that carefully. I was about to say that. It's the 2nd time we've had 3 consecutive 4s, but if you remember, one of them was an all-run 4.
Oh, right. Very, you do absolutely right to put me right. And the score 64 for 1 with Wesley on 12. Yes, and it almost certainly won't be the only all-run 4 of the day.
So that's the end of the power play. 64's decent power play for Essex, just the 1 wicket lost. Ed Barnard comes into bowl to Brown, accurate delivery, Brown defence, so the fielders are able to spread out a little bit more now. They're allowed 4 on the boundary. They've actually put a slip in place with Barnard seemingly getting the ball to do a bit. He's the captain, so he can give himself the luxury of a slip. Barnard roded him from the yellow disc to the 30-yard circle. That's played out into the offside for a single by Brown.
Yeah, he's an invaluable player to have on your staff, Ed Barnard, because he's a genuine all-rounder. And although traditionally he's sort of been what you might call a batting all-rounder, but he bowls very usefully indeed. I remember in his Worcestershire days, he would often only be 3rd or 4th change when he came on, but would tend to do rather better than many had gone before him.
comes in for Wesley. It turns out to around his hip to mid-wicket for another single. So get that period in the 10-over competition. Watch the power plays finish for a while. Almost both teams almost seem happy with singles.
Yes, I mean, the thing about this form of the game is it's not like the power play in T20 where it's all guns blazing. You know, you can afford to play yourself in.
Barnard to Brown, pitches in short. Brown whips it onto the leg side, out to the deep boundary there. Hamza Sheikh fields it, and there is another single. I was just trying to remind myself, I think there's 9 Warwickshire players who are involved in the 100, but they do include Chris Wokes and Moeen Ali, who've been unlikely to have been available anyway, and also George Garton and Richard Gleeson, who already signed for the T20 Blast. Barnard bowls, and that was left outside off stump. There's no run. They are missing Dan Mosley, Jacob Bethel, Sam Hain, who's a key player, Alex Davis, and Danny Briggs, all the way at the 100.
Yes, that was another off-cutter from Ed Barnard, and the one wicket that's fallen was with a particularly good off-cutter that he bowled. Wesley, though, did the right thing on the front foot and getting across.
Barnard in to bowl, as it hits the pads of West. He's clearly going down the leg side. It's only Michael Burgess behind the stumps who tries an appeal. Tidy enough over for Ed Barnard, 3 off it. 67 for 1. What's Ed Barnard at the moment, Dave?
1 for 16 off 3.
1 for 16 off 3, so he's been pretty tidy. 67 for 1 off 11. Not a great start, I'm afraid, for Birmingham Phoenix, where a number of the Warwickshire, not all, but a number of the Warwickshire players play for in the T20 Blast. Both the women's and men's team well beaten by the Oval Invincibles at the Oval yesterday, unfortunately.
Yes, I was watching, and they really went about it the wrong way. I mean, 3 batsmen in the first 4 overs were all caught off skiers, and as each new batsman came in, they didn't seem to have watched how their predecessor got out. And really, when you lose 4 wickets, I think it was in the first 5 or 6 overs, you're gone.
Yeah. Jacob Bethel did a few shots, didn't he? He did all right, but Amy Jones did all right for the women's team. But yeah, tough start for Phoenix.
And who's this who's coming to the attack?
This will be Craig Miles.
Craig Miles, formerly of Gloucestershire. Ball played out to deep cover. First ball that he's bowled and eased away very comfortably to Hamza Sheikh on the offside. Now, if he were that distance from the bat on the other side, he'd be standing probably beyond the boundary. Yes. There is that big a discrepancy because, as it is, he's a good 30 yards in from the boundary. But the single takes it to 68 for 1. And I remember Craig Miles once dismissed Sir Alistair Cook. First ball in a match between Gloucestershire and Essex, as Miles comes in from the Graham Gooch end, bowls well wide of off stump, so much so that it's signalled as a wide. 69 for 1.
I think that's the first wide of the innings. It is first extra, in fact. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear you say it happened when we played against Gloucestershire, because when Warwickshire played against Sir Alistair Cook, it was always Will Rhodes who got him out.
Yes, that's true. It's funny how a guy not necessarily particularly known for his bowling can have the so-called Indian sign on a player. This one's going to be 1 run down to a fine third man. Fieldsman well positioned at that fine third man, and the score up to, I think that should now be just checking, 70 for 1, is it? Yeah, the ball a little bit slow on this occasion, 70 for 1.
Yeah, well, a particular player of that quality. It was bizarre.
Yeah. No, and it's not as if his style of bowling would immediately say, I bet you he's going to find a weakness in Alistair Cook. As here's Miles coming round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who hasn't had much of the strike in the last half hour, and the ball is played to mid-wicket for no run. Initially, Brown had very much the lion's share of the action, but not recently. Talking of Will Rhodes, that was he fielding at mid-wicket there.
Yes, he captained the side last season in this competition. He was county captain at that time, but he stepped down from that role this season.
did once have a period on loan with Essex, Will Rhodes. This is a thick inside edge to backward square leg. They'll think about a second and decide against it. It's a short boundary on that side as Jake Lintott swoops on the ball. 71 for 1 in the 12th.
There's been some speculation as to whether he'll stay at Warwickshire beyond the end of this season. So he stepped down from the captaincy, can't get into the T20 team. So there's some suggestion that he might feel ready for a move.
Well, he certainly likes playing at Chelmsford. I remember he got a 5-wicket haul here not that long ago. Here's the next ball, thumped off the back foot without timing by Wesley. I think probably tried to hit that too hard. Just gets a single. 72 for 1. He has 15. Brown 34. We're in the 12th over.
So going along comfortably enough. Essex. Ed Barnard's got a few to nip back, but there don't seem to be too many demons in this pitch.
No, it looks good, doesn't it? Nice one to bat on. The only real deviation we've seen is Ed Barnard's off-cutters. As round the wicket to the left-hander. That's Miles, and I'm afraid he's conceded another wide, down leg side, and 73 for 1.
Yeah, just a little erratic. He's been in the T20 Blast squad. Miles played some games. Tends to get in if a bowler or two are injured. They lost Richard Gleeson during the competition, which was a big blow.
Miles approaches again. This is going to be at least an 8-ball over. Bowls to Brown, plays it into the offside, into the covers, and no run, and the over finally comes to an end. Theo Wiley with the fielding there, and Essex put into bat and losing just 1 wicket. Cushy bowled by beauty from Ed Barnard for 22 I should say. That wicket fell at 51. It's now 73 for 1 in 12 with 34 to Brown and 15 to Wesley.
Going along at just slightly better than a runner ball. Essex at the moment. And Ed Barnard is going to continue to bowl. He's brought his sweeper on the offside in. That's quite a jog for Hamza Sheikh to come in from all the way out there. Barnard comes in. Oh, he's wrapped on the pads. That looked close. That's out. Tom Wesley turned away, as batters tend to do, as if to say, well, clearly it's not out, so I don't need to look. And then he turns around and sees the umpire's finger is up. Look, I'm not a great one for calling LBWs, but it certainly looked like a good shout from here. And Wesley goes and Barnard has his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, you could argue as well forward with a hint that the ball was beginning to swing away, might have just missed leg stump, but the umpire's in a far better position, not that we're in a bad one, and his response was immediate. So Wesley departs disconsolately for 15, having looked in decent form in his first knock for a little while, because he hasn't been playing in the T20, and Essex 73 for 2. At the start of the 13th over as Robin Dass makes his way out to the middle. Now he is a young Essex player that won't be known to many Warwickshire followers. He's had his moments. I think he actually played in the quarter-final of the T20 last year at Edgbaston. But so far this season anyway, he's struggled in his few opportunities. He hasn't had many, but he's played in a handful of T20 games and now makes his way out to join Nick Brown, 73 for 2.
So 2 wickets for Barnard now. It is, talk about Tom Wesley, it must be difficult for those players who haven't been playing T20 cricket. It's quite some time since they've had first team cricket. I mean, there's 2 Warwickshire players that applies to, Will Rhodes and Michael Booth. And they've had some second 11 games. Of course, they had the warm-up game against Staffordshire that Essex played.
Yeah.
Played somebody, one of the minor counties. But it's difficult. They have a fair length of time without first team cricket. As Barnard bowls, and that's played to point. There's no run.
Yeah, with the exception that, of course, Wesley captains a championship side, and we did have those 2 championship games end of June, beginning of July. So it's not as long as it would otherwise appear to be the case. But I still think you're right. Adapting to different types when you haven't been regularly in the side.
It's also the first taste of competitive first team white ball cricket, as that one comes off The outside edge of Das's bat was in the air momentarily, but it runs down to third for a single to get off the mark. 74 for 2, Essex put in by Warwickshire. He's got those couple of wickets, and Barnard doing a good captain's job here for his team. Time over, and he comes to bowl to Brown, and Brown pushes out into the onside. Barnard desperately chases the ball himself, dives for it, can't reach it, and it was all pretty pointless anyway, to be honest, because it was going straight to Chris Benjamin, so it was always going to be a single, come what may. And that has a bit of a laugh with Chris Benjamin, who just sort of calmly walked up and picked up the ball while Ed Barnard was flat on his stomach, stretching for it.
Yes, it was a well-judged run actually by Nick Brown, because he just pushed it very gently into the onside.
75 for 2. We're in the 13th as Barnard bowls another good accurate delivery, which is defended by Das. And a bit of cloud cover now, nothing threatening. Floodlights not on. Could see them from my hotel this morning.
Not a lot of experience batting to come for Essex. 2 19-year-olds are 5 and 6 in the order, Charlie Allison and Luke Benkenstein, but they've been in very good form in the T20.
Barnard bowls, and that's pushed out for a single by Das. Essex disappointed with the T20, kind of thing you always expect Essex to hope to get to the quarterfinals.
Good question, Clive, and I think they were hard hit by the absences of Jordan Cox for much of the competition. They had to have his appendix removed. Sam Cook, of course, who is back now in the land of the living, but missed a couple of months of the season until recently. He's now in the 100 competition. And their overseas T20 specialist, Daniel Sams, the Australian, very useful with bat and ball, also sustained a knee injury, which kept him out of nearly all the games. So I think that they've only got a small squad, and when 3 people are missing like that, it's going to be harder. They nearly made it, so I don't think they did too badly. But here we see Craig Miles from the east to Graham Goochend, bowls a straight delivery, he fields to his own bowling, Das the batsman, no run, 76 for 2.
It did look at one point as if it was going to be a repeat of last season's quarter-final at Bristol. I'm not sure, might well end up playing against Essex, or the Bears might end up playing against Essex.
Yeah, very nearly happened. And even that last crucial game where Essex lost at the Utilita, as it's now known, in Southampton, they only lost by 7. Here's the next delivery from Miles, and again there'll be no run as it's played up to short extra cover. No run there, but I mean, it's just a personal opinion. I would have liked to see when an 85-run partnership between the 2 19-year-olds, Benkenstein and Charlie Allison, was broken, that I'd like to have seen Shane Snater promoted to come in next. Warwickshire supporters will remember Snater hitting the winning run of 6 to land Essex the quarter-final at Edgbaston last season, and I think he would have been a better bet than those who did come in at that point. As here's a lovely back cut from Das, and goes to the backward point boundary, and Essex up to 80 for 2 in the 14th.
Yeah, Marsh just straying offline there a little bit and easing the pressure on the batters. He knew it as he turned around, he admonished himself.
Yes, he hasn't had the happiest of starts, Craig Miles. It's not that he's gone for all that many runs, but of course he did bowl 2 wides in his first over. Comes in again, good straight approach. Bowls, and there he overcompensates and bowls one down leg side. It's gone down to fine leg. It's just going to be kept in. Throw comes in, and good running means that they safely make it back for 2. Das will move up to 8, and Essex to 82 for 2.
And I must mention, given that we pulled him up for his error earlier, that was a good piece of early from Chris Benjamin, who moved very smartly from quite wide leg to retrieve that at fine leg and get the throw in. So he cost his team a couple of runs earlier in the piece, but he might have just got them back there.
Yes, just pause in proceedings because Robin Das, in his enthusiasm to get back for a second run there, his shoelaces have come undone, so just waiting for him to complete the job. He's putting his gloves back on, can't really tie your shoelaces up with your gloves on, and not recommended. And Miles waits patiently at the top of his run-up at the Graham Gooch end, and a little bit of sun returns. At the moment, the weather holding up nicely as Miles is in and bowls to Das, and that's a long way outside off stump, sufficiently enough to be a wide, and really his last 3 deliveries, some way outside off stump, 4 runs, then down leg side, 2 runs, and now just a wide left alone, 1 run, so 83 for 2.
Yeah, it must have been close to being a no ball as opposed to
I agree.
A wide for a head out. It wouldn't have been a free hit, it just would have meant 2 runs instead of 1 extra.
Miles again bowls, and that one's on leg stump and played a shade tenuously out to shortish mid wicket, and Theo Wiley, and there's no run.
Shoelaces, I'm terrible for that. I'm always going around with shoelaces undone, and people do get very worked up about it.
Yes.
Oh, got your shoelaces undone.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey, you fall over.
I haven't yet.
No,
it's always the first time.
You know what you're doing. Here's the next delivery, and that ball's edged to gully, and no run there. End of the over. So he's gradually getting there. An 8-ball over for his first over, 7 balls in that one, and Essex put into bat after 14 overs are 83 for 2.
So he went for 7 off the over in the end. Craig Miles. Haven't seen spin yet. Jake Lintott will lead the spin attack. Rob Yates could also bowl some. Whether he will in the white ball format remains to be seen. Ed Barnard in to bowl. That is wide of off stump. Left.
Yeah, he's got a slip in, but effectively a second slip. Even though there's only one, he's clearly nowhere near where a first slip would stand. He's currently actually having a chat with the wicket-keeper, so be interesting to see. Yes, he is going to go back. Or is he actually? No, he's stopped. He's now a much more conventional slip.
Barnard to Brown is on 35, playing well, and he turns that one into a big gap on the onside for 1 run. Hamza Sheikh, good job, he's a very young man. He can afford to come sprinting in from the boundary, which is practically in the next county, to field that. 1 run.
And in his quiet, unspectacular way, Brown has done just the job Essex would have hoped he would have played here. Apart from 1 mammoth innings of 180 odd up at Durham, he's really not found any form at all, but he's actually looked in good touch out there and hasn't had much of the strike recently.
Curious how slip in for him, but not for the young and still relatively new batter Das, who pushes that out to the offside.
Yeah, I think
no run.
I think it's because Barnard is moving the ball away from the left-hander, but into the right-hander, and obviously it's felt that far more likely to get an edge if Brown's on strike than the right-handed Das.
Barnard. A chat with Chris Benjamin. He's fielding at mid-off. Sun out again here at Chelmsford. As Barnard comes into bowl, and it's pushed out to the offside for no run by Das. He's keeping it tight. 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside to save the 1, although Hamza Sheikh is heading back now.
Yes, he's just been told by our scorer David Jackman, Brown's only faced 17 balls in the last 9 overs. Thanks for that, David.
Might be why Sheikh's moved back. They're quite happy for Das perhaps to take a single at this stage of the over. He plays that one to mid-on. There's no run.
But 50 overs is a long time out in the middle. I think one of the mistakes Essex made in their rather dismal effort in this campaign last season was that several of the early order batsmen played as though they were in a T20 affair. And, you know, Essex have gone for a fairly slow patch recently, but there are still more than 35 overs to go.
Barnard into Das, who defends that at the end of another tidy over. 15 overs bowled, and Essex are 84 for 2. Paul Newton will be joined by Glenn Speller.
Thank you very much to Clive Eakin. And 84 for 2 up on the board in 15, as you say, having been put into bat. The man to go was Feroz Kouchi, who suddenly seemed to be finding his range and hit Ed Barnard from 2 rather inviting deliveries, respectively for 4 and 6, both in square leg direction, only to be castled by an absolute beauty of an off-cutter the next ball that left the batsman quite astonished. And he went for 21 when the score was 51. Here's the start of a new Craig Miles over from the Graham Gooch end, and they sneak a single as he plays it out into the offside. And Miles seems to me to be overbalancing a bit as he delivers the ball here. Theo Wiley was the fieldsman there. He was quite close in the covers, but even so, Nick Brown's generally a good judge of a run, and it was safely there, 85 for 2. Welcome back to Glenn.
Thank you, Paul. I had to pop back to my car and I was walking around the ground, saw Feroz Kouchi being bowled, having crashed that 6 a couple of balls previously.
Here's the next one, and plays fairly straight, as Will Rhodes does the fielding, sprightly enough to ensure there would be no single taken. But I think, having watched you and I, Glenn, a fair number of Essex collapses in our time, I think they'd be pretty pleased with the start they've made here.
Yes, without a doubt. We saw too much of that in the T20, didn't we, in particular?
Yeah.
I don't want to make the same mistake in this competition.
As this next ball is driven into the covers, nicely fielded by Rhodes, and there's no run, 85 for 2. Yes, I mean, on that run chase, I mean, the writing was on the wall, really. The incredible thing was that they only failed by 7 runs to get the tie that would have enabled them to be in the quarterfinals, because, I mean, they were 4 down in next to no time, with both openers gone straight away. And it's the way Charlie Anderson's batted recently. There's been an absolute revelation, and he almost got Essex over the line. As here's the next ball, chipped uppishly but perfectly safely into the leg side, fielded by Hamza at deep mid wicket, and the score goes up to 86 for 2, and Das with that single has 8.
Yeah, Essex will look back at games. I'm sure they've had or at some point will have, not inquiry as such, but they'll analyse where it didn't quite work out for them. As you say, losing those 4 quick wickets on Friday night didn't help them. Not getting 200 at Taunton against Somerset.
Miles round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's the old Chinese cut there. It comes off a thick inside edge, goes just over the top of the stumps. He's ever so lucky there as he looked to launch it through the covers, and he gets a single. Lucky man on that occasion. Brown up to 37, 86 for 2.
The defeat in Cardiff against what was a very inconsistent and not the strongest Glamorgan side you're ever going to see in the world. I mean, they almost blew it here against Glamorgan, didn't they? Got over the line with some excellent late order batting from Benkenstein and Snater. So there are areas they can look at.
Miles bowls and Das plays it to mid-off, no run, 87 for 2, which raises a point I hinted at a few minutes ago, Glenn, that it was, you mentioned Snater who joined Benkenstein to get Essex over the line after a monumental collapse in the game against Glamorgan in the T20 here. And I felt when that Allison-Benkenstein partnership at the Utilita the other day put on 85, when that partnership was broken, I would have liked to see Snater come in next, because he's good under pressure. He doesn't need long to get his eye in, and normally you'd say, well, you prefer Simon Harmer, but he really hasn't looked himself this season with the bat. And of course Bosch came in ahead of Snater as well.
His first ball of a new over. It's pushed out defensively on the offside for no run. Barnard operating from this Sir Alistair Cook end, but yeah, and I heard you mention with Clive earlier on that the Essex squad is not the biggest, and the fact is, with not the biggest squad, they almost got there.
Yeah, I
think
think
made it.
I don't think they did badly at all with the injuries they had as well.
Barnard in and bowls to Das off the back foot, forces behind square where there's no run to be had. Yeah, lost Daniel Sams, and Ethan Bosch ended up filling in.
Yeah, it's been a difficult season for Essex, all sorts of problems. Very first game, there was the controversy over the size of Feroz Kouchi's bat, and they may have points deducted for that, and they lost Sam Cook pretty early on.
Barnard into Das. Das forcing away off the back foot again, and there's no run there. He hits the man a point for no run. Hamza Sheikh doing the fielding there, yeah, and you look at the game at the Oval against Surrey in the county championship. Jordan Cox with his appendicitis, which obviously subsequently kept him out T20 games as well. And you'd think if Cox had been in the side, they would have got what would have been required. Couldn't call in a sub for that game against Surrey and lost that match in the championship. This next one from Barnard has Das on the drive, tumbling stop at mid-off by the fielder, but not before they come through for a single. Chris Benjamin making the stop. Score goes to 89 for 2.
And of course they were also without Paul Walter for 4 or 5 games fairly early in the season, had a toe injury. So yeah, one way or another, but the promising signs are that both Cox and Cook should be back for the remaining championship games.
Nick Brown facing Barnard, who bowls a short one. Brown ducks and it doesn't get up at all. It ends up going over the top of his bat, I think, in the end, which it just held out slightly. Just didn't get up at all, that.
No, Brown, I think with the fact that he's faced so few deliveries, David Jackman a little while ago was saying he'd only faced 17 balls in a 9-over spell. He slightly lost his earlier timing.
This time pushing back to the bowler on his follow-through, where there is no run. Nick Brown's bat's making a beautiful sound this morning, though. He's timed it very nicely, particularly straight down the ground. End of the over, and Essex have moved on after being put into bat to 89 for 2. Brown 39 from 49, and Das, who's only recently joined him, 10 from 21 deliveries.
Warwickshire, for their part, will be far from disheartened at the way things have gone. They've put Essex in, but they've kept a lid on the scoring rate, which was quite brisk to start with. They haven't conceded many in the last few overs, despite Miles struggling, I think, with his balance as he bowls. He tends to slightly almost lurches in the delivery stride. Comes in now and bowls, and that's a nice shot from Robin Das, but nice shot it may have been. Didn't actually time it quite as well as I originally thought, but in any case it was straight to the fieldsman on the cover boundary on the short side, and the score up to 90 for 2, and Das up to 11.
And Robin Das is short of cricket in terms of first team cricket this season, but he'll get a good long run in this competition, so good to see what he can do. Good to see Feroz Kushi back in Essex colours, struck some nice shots this morning as well.
Miles bowls to Brown, and maybe a leg bye here. It looked to me, yeah, it's going to be signalled a leg bye. So 91 for 2. It just took him on the hip and rolled slowly about 10 yards into the leg side. 91 for 2.
And this very much does look like if you look at this Essex side, it's very much the next generation. And you've got Jamal Richards, Noah Thane, Luke Benkenstein, Charlie Allison, Robin Das, all in that middle order for Essex, middle to lower order.
And the next delivery is flicked away off the pads by Das, single, long leg, 92 for 2, and he goes up to 12. Yeah, as you say, the youngsters are getting their chance in this competition, and a good test for them against a strong Warwickshire lineup, even though I appreciate that Warwickshire are without 4 or 5 of their best players playing in the 100. And I was pleased to see Jordan Cox, who we were just speaking of, Essex's new signing this season, looks to be recovering from his appendicitis because he's listed in one of the teams in the 100. That's a wide, down leg side as Brown flicked at it, didn't make contact. 93 for 2, the 4th wide that Craig Miles has bowled, and we're in the 18th over at 93 for 2.
Yeah, you can look down all the county sides playing in this competition and all pretty much have an unfamiliar look about them. Shorn of their better known players, while the 100 goes on alongside it.
Miles bowls to Brown. It's a nice shot. It's not going to go to the boundary. It should be 2 runs here as Hamza descends on the ball at deep cover, running to his right. Hamza Sheikh, and the score up to 95 for 2. And Brown, with his first helping of more than a single for quite a while, has moved along to 41. Miles in sort of faint sunshine here at the moment. Bowls to Brown. Brown, all defence here, plays it back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler. Score remaining at 95 for 2 with 41 to Brown and 12 to Das. And I've been pleased to observe that Das, who has been in too much of a hurry when I've seen him previously, has played very sensibly so far here.
Just wonder whether he knows he's going to get a long run in the team in this competition. This is his opportunity, and he doesn't have to be anxious about things.
Indeed. Here's the next ball. That again is a wide down leg side, the second in the over, and the second time that Miles has strayed in direction twice in the same over. It's 96 for 2.
Wicketkeeper's hurt himself as well, Burgess. He's got a glove off, and yeah, that doesn't look very comfortable whatsoever. It's his right hand. He's taken his right glove off, just very quickly just threw it to the side, having made the stop down the leg side. Brown didn't get anything on it. Burgess had to go a long way, threw the glove down. The Warwickshire dressing room is down below us at this Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yeah,
the physio, well, 12th man's come on with a drink, but I'm not entirely sure that's what's required. It might need the magic spray. Yeah, and the physio also is come from the same direction as the 12th man. They were obviously on a boundary walk at the time, so he's going to have to come across as well. But it might need some magic spray. He's got both gloves off now, Michael Burgess. Can see the wicket-keeping inners on. That's the end of his finger or thumb.
There was nothing in the delivery to suggest, that the wicket-keeper would be in any danger at all. It was, medium pace, but he just didn't quite take it as cleanly as he would have liked. It's hit him in obviously a very painful place where it's caught him on the bone, and it can happen. Sometimes, the most innocuous of deliveries can cause you an injury, and you've taken all the better ones, but I think it was to do with the fact that it was just slightly to his right. It was a wide delivery, and he stuck the right hand out.
Yeah, just into the physio. It's hit him on the end of the finger, just the way he was gesticulating there. He's taking that keeping inner off now. The glove they wear under the wicket keeping glove, just to stop the sweat getting through and the clamminess. But yeah, it looks like a sore one that Burgess has taken. Essex have had their issues with wicket keepers this season.
They just? Yeah. I mean, he's. I don't think he's got a broken bone. Sincerely hope not. But I think he will recover given another couple of minutes. 96 for 2. Yes, Essex have a wicket keeper in Adam Rossington, who for 2 or 3 seasons now has struggled mightily with finger injuries. I don't know if it's the same one all the time, but in championship games in particular, he struggles to even be able to play, even though he shows no sign with his batting that he's any great pain. And then, of course, Jordan Cox, who would have wicket-kept, I suspect, from the start of the season, having been signed from Kent, but he had already been told, you mustn't wicket-keep until August. So that meant that Michael Pepper took over from Rossington, but he in turn is claimed by the 100, so Essex have had to send for a former second 11 player on their books a couple of years ago, Simon Fernandez, and re-enlist him for this game.
Even had a loanee earlier this season as well, didn't we? When none of the 3 you mentioned could keep wicket. We had Harry Duke down from Yorkshire for a
very good keeper.
For a couple of games as well. He's doubling up. Just signed a new contract with Yorkshire. He's doubling up his professional cricket and studying a business degree as well. He was telling me when I had a chat with him up at Durham, just making sure that he's ready for life after cricket. Well, Burgess, I was going to say seems okay, but there's a long conversation ongoing there. But whatever treatment he's had has finished, and we are going to resume. But he's still holding that hand sort of almost out straight and very still. It's not the most comfortable the way it is, but anyway, we are going to get play back underway once again after that injury stoppage for Michael Burgess, who Warwickshire will need.
Yeah, I mean,
he's batting.
He's a tremendous player when he gets going with the bat, as Essex have found out to their cost. Seem to remember in getting a score of roughly 160 odd in the last couple of seasons. As here is The next ball is lifted in the air but safely away by Brown. There's a chase round the boundary for Hamza Sheikh, and he's pulled it up about 10 yards shy of a boundary that must be all of 80 or 90 yards, and they get back for, I think, just the 2, unless they ran 4. Just the 2. 98 for 2, and we're now at the end of 18 overs. So put into bat, Essex 98 for 2, Cushy bowled Barnard 22 in the 9th over, 51 for 1, Wesley LBW Barnard 15 in the 13th over, 73 for 2.
Yeah, if you're just joining us on the BBC Sport website and app and you haven't got the stream on today, then you missed our description earlier on. The strip we're playing on today is almost completely over to one side. What are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably about 6 strips from the edge of the square to the right as we look from the Sir Alistair Cook end. So the boundary out to the public side of the ground on the Felsted school stand is a long way away, so much so that we did have an all-run 4 earlier on this morning. Change of bowling at this Sir Alistair Cook end. Michael Booth is back on. He opened up this morning. He's in and bowls to Das. Pushes defensively back up to mid-off, and there is no run there. 98 for 2 the Essex score at the start of the 19th over. So I know you sort of defend the shorter side, but you almost have to defend the longer side as well, because if the ball goes out there, you need a fielder to cut off the all-run 4 almost.
No, absolutely. And although it hasn't happened yet, but I've said for some time the all-run 4 we've already had will almost certainly not be the only one of its kind.
This next one has Das giving it absolutely everything, but not timing it, and it dribbles in the end up to Barnard at mid-on. I just wonder if they might have a taxi on standby out on the boundary, out on that far side, because it's a long way out there.
Yeah, good point.
And Hamza Sheikh, though, when he did that piece of fielding earlier on, his throw was fantastic. One bounce over the top of the stumps.
And it's lovely to see a good throw in cricket. I mean, Essex used to have a player, Keith Boyce, the West Indian, who just had the most amazing throw I've ever seen. As this next ball is nudged into the offside, and it's beaten the stretching backward point, but well backed up at deep backward point by Hamza Sheikh, who's getting around, and they just get the single there. So we'll score up to 99 for 2, and Das to 13.
Yeah, Robin Das just going about it quite circumspectly at the moment. You mentioned earlier on, Paul, a couple of years we've seen him play, sometimes just looks a bit anxious and a bit tense to get on with things, almost feeling as though I've not got many opportunities to prove myself. Booth comes in round the wicket, this time to the left-handed Brown, who just rides the bounce and angles it down to deep third. And that's the 100 up for Essex, 100 for 2 in the 19th over. BBC Essex, TWM and Coventry and Warwickshire with you at a sunlit Chelmsford County ground. Ollie Hannon-Dolby doing the fielding down there at deep third. Easy to pick out because he didn't get the memo about wearing the dark blue Warwickshire cap today. He's got the white floppy sun hat on instead.
Well, they've taken their time, Essex. I'll come back to that point in a moment.
Das to face up to Booth. Full delivery on Midland leg, which Das drives up to mid-on and sets off very quickly for the single. Had Barnard picked it up cleanly, there would have been a shy at the stumps, but he got his hands in a bit of a muddle, and they've come through in the end, 101 for 2.
Yeah, it was a classic mistake of looking up to see where the batsman was with a run out in view, but just taking his eye off the ball, and although he stopped it going through for 4, it made the single safe enough.
Booth round the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown. It's on Midland leg again. I think this is going to be leg buys, and they've taken one. There's not a second one there, and it is indeed leg buys. 102 for 2. Brown will feel he's missed out there on that one on leg side, not able to get a bat on it.
Yeah, if you offer me the choice between the way Essex have reached 100 here in 19 overs, or the way they got to 100 against Yorkshire in this competition, probably last year, failing that the year before, where they had 100 on the board in 10 overs and hadn't lost a wicket, but then suddenly they were all out for about 150. And I prefer this because it's been steady and calculated, and the batsmen have looked comfortable, whereas, yeah, there was all the crash bang wallop on the occasion of the game against Yorkshire, but Essex had set off as though it were a T20 game, and in the end it pretty well was, because they just collapsed. I'm not trying to say they mightn't collapse here yet, but at least they've gone about it in what I think is the correct way to approach 50 over cricket, because even all this time into the game, there are still 31 overs left in the innings, and Brown has 44 and Das 14. Hannon Dalby is... oh no, in fact, my mistake, it's Lintott coming into the attack with his slow left arm from the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah, first time we're going to see anything other than seam this morning.
As he comes in now, it's going to be over the wicket to the left-handed Brown. Single to long on, and Brown, that moves up to 45. The score to 103 for 2 in 19.1 overs.
Yeah, Nick Brown's average in List A is only a smidgen above 27 before today's game. High score of 99. And Essex, with a relatively inexperienced batting lineup, will have wanted him and needed him to lead from the front at the top of the order, and he's doing just that at the moment.
And Lintott tosses the ball from one hand to the other, bowls again. That's short outside off stump, played very nicely for 4 through the covers. First boundary we've had for quite a while. 107 for 2. Robin Das there saw that the ball was too short, rocked onto the back foot, played it very nicely, clear of the fieldsman. There is a man at almost square on the offside on the boundary, but this was well in front of square. 107 for 2. Lintott just waiting to get his range here. Bowls much quicker delivery, played to backward point, and no run there. So score remaining 107 for 2 in the 20th.
It was a good shot from Das previously, as you mentioned. If he'd hit it any later, taken it late, it would have gone straight to the man on the square cover boundary.
Then top bowl strays onto leg stump, and they can amble a single to long on. 108 for 2. Das moving up to 19 with good runs in this over. He looks as if he quite likes facing the spinner. Brown into strike, slip in. Will Rhodes. Bowls, peel for LBW, it's not going to be upheld. Looked a good shout, I have to say. We're masked by the batsman himself and the wicketkeeper there, but as I say, worth a shout, but not out. And score remaining at 108 for 2. It looks as if Michael Burgess is perfectly all right now. Doubtless it's still a bit painful, but he looks quite comfortable out there after taking that knock on the fingers in the previous over from the Graham Gooch end. Here's Lintott bowling to Brown. Gives us plenty of air, nicely driven up to shortish extra. And the end of the first over of spin. Just that one boundary, the event of note in that over. And after 20 overs put into bat, Essex losing Cushy for 22, Wesley to 15, both wickets to Ed Barnard, are 108 for 2 with Brown on 45 and Das on 19.
Yes, so Essex going along quite nicely. Warwickshire started well, but then Brown and Cushy found their range, particularly the 14 that came off one of Booth's overs, which necessitated a change in bowling. We're probably around about even Stevens at the moment, you would feel, as Booth starts another over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, in and bowls to Das, who just plays defensively into the offside, and there'll be no run there. Whole raft of one-day cup matches being played today as the competition gets underway. Leicestershire, who come here next Wednesday up against Nottinghamshire. Leicestershire 118 for 1 after they've been put in to bat. As Booth turns, runs away from us, bowls to Das, just plays defensively back to the bowler for no run. Northamptonshire batting against Derbyshire. Northants 81 for 3. Worcestershire 93 without loss against Middlesex. Lancashire Durham 88 now, 4-1 in the 21st over. 2 games in the 100 being played today, double headers. And the women, Southern Brave against London Spirit at 3 o'clock, and then the men get underway at 6:30. As Booth bowls to Das. Oh, and Das heaves that one into the, I was saying to the onside, but it's gone very straight in the end and has mid-on interested momentarily. Come right off the bottom of the bat. And there's a good piece of fielding by Benjamin in the end prevents any more than a couple of runs. Barnard went stumbling back. Barnard was looking to his right, as I was momentarily, because that's where Das was aiming. And in the end, he spooned it straight down the ground, and Barnard couldn't just readjust and catch up with it. 2 runs taken.
Yeah, he's lucky there, Das. A complete mishit. And I thought Barnard was favourite to grab that, but it just eluded him in the end. But Das with an escape.
Well, he's facing up to Booth again. This time just covers up out to the offside and sets off for a very quickly taken single shot. Stumps. Barnard backing up, makes the stop. A fancy Das would have been home anyway. 111 for 2. Das goes to 22. Brown is on 45.
Yeah, you're probably right, but Das there rather dawdled at the halfway stage, and it was only latterly he suddenly noticed the fieldsman was ready to have a shy. And if he had made it, it would only have been just a little bit casual on his part.
Booth round the wicket to the left-handed Brown. Brown pulls up one over the head of the man at short mid-wicket, and it's going to be a long chase around and won't get there. And Brown picks up 4 runs. He goes to 49, and the score up to 115 for 2 now. And the ball, the ironic cheers, I think, were the fact the ball did reach the boundary, because it's a mighty hit out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Essex with, as you've said, Glenn, a lot of inexperience to follow, but the next 2 in, the 19-year-olds, Charlie Allison and Luke Benkenstein, would surely be justified in feeling confident after the way they played last week.
Booth to Brown. Brown gets an outside edge down to deep third and picks up a single, and that will take Nick Brown to a half-century. 50 from 60 deliveries, his 4th half-century in List A cricket. And he's doing a really good job. One of the more experienced hands in this Essex batting lineup today, and has done a really good job right at the top of the order so far, but he will feel there's more to add here.
Yep, well played actually by Nick Brown, because it's a good tempo to score at in this tournament for an opener. I think 50 off 60 deliveries, and it's never easy when you sort of started off as he did in electric form. One stage he had 3 fours, one of which was an all-run 4 in quick cover. Well, they were consecutive. Then he lost strike for quite a while, but he's had a bit more of it recently, and a good 50 on his part as he leans over his bat as he sees Jake Lintott approaching from the Graham Gooch end. This one keeps a little bit low, and Brown very careful to get everything over it and steer it out to Ed Barnard at a wideish mid-on. 116 for 2 early in the 22nd over. At the end of this over, we'll bring Clive Eakin back in to join Glenn Speller as Lintott's on his way again. Bowls all, Brown steps away, and he's very lucky there. The second time recently that he's stepped away and tried to carve it into the offside. Both times it's taken an inside edge, and this one ends up at backward square leg, and he gets a single for his pains. 51 to him, 117 for 2.
Yeah, Lintott's just causing, there's no great spin, but he's just causing a little bit of trouble on occasion.
In his second over. Bowls this time to Robin Das. Plays it to backward point. There's no run there. Right-hand, left-hand partnership in the middle here, and that always causes the fielding side a little bit of disorganisation, having to change over quite regularly. Here's Lintott in, bowls to Das, and this is played without timing down to mid-on, no run. So, as Glenn was saying, reasonably evenly poised, I would say, this game. As Lintott's in, bowls Das, that's a loose delivery, full toss. He hasn't really made the most of that Das, but he's going to be able to come back for a second as the ball goes down to long leg. And he will move up to 24, scored to 119 for 2 in the 22nd.
Yeah, I think he was surprised by it, wasn't he? And in the end just picks up the 2 rather than giving it absolutely, sort of helped it on its way more than anything.
Yeah, here's Lintott again. Bowls on the sweep, peel for LBW. It looks as if it was just missing leg stump, so not out. End of the over, 22 gone, and Essex put into bat a 119 for 2 with Brown on 51 and 22 to Robin Das as Glenn is joined by Clive.
Thank you, Paul. Paul Newton with myself, Glenn Speller and Clive Eakin, and our scorer David Jackman at Chelmsford today, where the breeze has just picked up. A little bit more cloud moving in, but plenty of sunshine, plenty of blue sky still around. All in all, it's making it a very pleasant day to come out and watch some cricket. Not that intense heat that we've had on recent days, where people have been sat out, particularly in the open air in the top tier of the stands at this Sir Alistair Cook end, as Booth continues into the half-centurion Nick Brown, around the wicket to the left hand, and Brown drives and Booth stops it. Not in the most sensible fashion, but he does stop it with his right ankle. And I think that might have stung a bit because he's hobbling away. 119 for 2. And welcome back, Clive.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting poises, isn't it? Warwickshire kept Essex reasonably quiet in the 10 overs from 11 to 20, 44 for 1 after the power play yield of 64. But Essex have kept lots of wickets in hand, haven't they?
It's Booth. Bowls to Brown. Brown pushes defensively, and the bowler fields on his follow through. There's no run there.
So they have the potential to keep those wickets in hand to be able to really accelerate in the latter part of the innings.
What they have is they have young batters to come, Essex. Brown and Wesley, the two experienced men, and you've got Charlie Allison, Luke Benkenstein, Noah Thane to come of the middle order. All youngsters looking to make their way in the senior ranks. As Booth bowls to Brown, and Brown on the drive, uppishly, and taken by the man at short mid-wicket, but on the bounce it didn't quite, I think, carry on that occasion to, was it Rob Yates there at short mid-wicket? Didn't quite carry, I don't think, but not timed at all by Brown.
Yeah, forward dive by Yates, he couldn't quite pick it up. Good fielder, takes a lot of catches, Rob Yates, fields of the slips of the championship.
Booth back into Brown, and Brown just drops that one in the offside and steps off for the single very quickly. Nicely judged as well, and the score goes to 120 for 2, and Brown up to 52 from 66 deliveries, so strike rate 78.8 with power to add, he would hope. And a meeting of minds now between bowler, captain and man at mid-off, who is Chris Benjamin. Changing the field, they're sending deep mid-wicket out. That's Will Rhodes going out into the deep because they fancy that Robin Das might have a dart at anything short. Booth over the wicket to the right-handed Das, bowls full, and Das just drives attractively out into the long pastures of the offside, and they come back in the end for a very comfortably taken 2, 122 for 2. Normally had the strip been in the middle, there'd only been a single there, but that shows you just how far it is out there.
Did think at one point Chris Benjamin might find himself keeping wicket again, as he's done in the T20 Blast with Alex Davis nursing an injured hand.
There's Booth. Bowls to Das. Slower ball, and Das waits for it, works it up to mid-on and sets off very quickly. Barnard swoops on it, throws, doesn't hit the stumps. That would have been tight. End of the over. 50-run partnership between these two now. Has come off 65 deliveries and taken just a shade short of 3/4 of an hour. And Essex going along quite nicely here now, and they have reached 123 for 2.
Yeah. Going along well. Yeah, Michael Burgess just having a little bit of a knock to his hand at one point, keeping wickets. Chris Benjamin's probably thinking I might get the gloves again, but Burgess is seemingly okay. Standing up to Jake Lintott, spinner, the only regular spinner in the team. The one England under 19 player was in the squad who didn't make the starting 11. Takali is a spin bowler, so had they thought it was going to be a turning pitch, then you probably would have seen him in the team. That's an attempted sweep which is missed, but it's going down the leg side, so it's signalled wide. So one more onto the total, 124 for 2. And Lintott in, that's driven out into the deep for a single. How many wides in the innings now, Dave? 6 wides in the innings. Most of them by Miles. Craig Miles spelled 5 of them. That was Jake Lintott's first. 1-2-3 on the scoreboard, which is actually wrong because it's 125. But, oh, there we are. Leaps into life now. Lintop with a slip in place comes into bowl to Nick Brown, who just guides that into the offside for a comfortable single. Essex building nicely here. Elsewhere, Northampton 105 for 3 against Derbyshire. Northampton there on the 22nd over there. Durham 97 for 1 on the 24th over. It's Sedberg against Lancashire. Quite a lot of outgrounds used in this competition. I mentioned earlier Warwickshire playing 3 home matches at Rugby School this season. That one's guided into the deep for a single for Das. Worcestershire going very well at New Road, 116 without loss after 18 overs against Middlesex. That game's actually been reduced to 48 overs per side. Leicestershire 142 for 1. They're going very well on the 23rd over at Leicester against Nottinghamshire, the holders, of course, in this competition, Leicestershire. Lintott. Oh, he's gone for a reverse sweep slap, missed it. There's an appeal for LBW by Lintott. It's not out. I think when a player plays a reverse sweep slap and misses it, the bowler is, I think, legally obliged to appeal.
They almost feel entitled, don't they?
Yes.
Well, if you're going to do that and you don't get it right.
Lintott tossing the ball from one hand to the other. Into bowl, he's gone for it again, and this time he's got it right. It's slightly misjudged by the fielder who tried to anticipate that. Michael Booth started moving to his right. He probably should have stayed where he was. It is a very well executed shot, and it's 4 runs.
It's one of those, isn't it? Sometimes you see a slip fielder start moving when they can see that the batter is going to reverse sweep, or you might see fine leg. But yeah, Booth made himself look a little bit silly there, didn't he, by trying to anticipate where that was going to go, and in the end he ended up going in the completely wrong direction.
Good shot from Brown, those. The mainstay in this innings, he's now on 57. What she really could do with removing him. Lintott bowls to him now, just leaning into that, and it's gone down to fine leg, and it's going to be 4 leg byes. A little unlucky there, Jake Lintott. Down very fine for 4 leg byes, and a good over for Essex, 135 for 2. I think we've got 12 off it, if I'm not incorrect. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, the 4th double figure over of the innings.
Well, this, believe it or not, is just Nick Brown's 4th List A half century. His best is 99, his average before today just over 27, and he has played 26 games, 23 innings in the 50 over stuff. But yeah, it's maybe surprising that his figures aren't, given the length of his career, that A, he hasn't played more matches, and B, that his figures aren't slightly better than that. Change of bowling at this Alistair Cook end. And it's going to be Will Rhodes who's going to come on and have a go. He's going to be bowling to Robin Das. And Rhodes is in, relatively gentle looking pace, quite a long approach for that, and Das forces away into the offside and there'll be no run.
Yeah, I told the story before. Will Rhodes was slightly put out in a county championship match a few years ago when it was getting a bit dark, and Jitan Patel said to the umpires, "Don't worry, I'll bowl one end and Will Rhodes will bowl the other end, so we're all right."
Yeah. Well, he's running away from us now. He's bowling to Robin Das. Full delivery, and Das down on one knee, drives behind square on the offside, which is the longer side of the ground for the right-hander. There's a messy sort of looking sliding stop out there, but they've saved 1 run. They come back for the 3rd, do Essex, 138 for 2, and Das goes into the 30s, 32 not out now.
Yeah, that's a good chase by Hamza Sheikh.
It doesn't matter how you stop it, as long as you stop it.
But he chased it down well, the young man. Big opportunity for him this match.
Brown on 57, Das on 32, 138 for 2 Essex as Rhodes comes round the wicket to the left-handed Brown and aims that one on middle and leg, and it goes further in the end with the angle and goes down the leg side with nothing touching it, so that's a wide. There's another one to add to the total. A bit careless from Rhodes. They have coughed up a few wides in this innings so far, Warwickshire.
7 now.
Essex did likewise against Suffolk in that warm-up game on Sunday. There were an awful lot of extras there as well.
As Rhodes comes in, bowls outside the off stump this time, and Brown just pushes away into the offside. There'll only be the single there. 140 for 2, the Essex score in the 25th over. BBC Essex, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM with you on the BBC Sport website and app. But don't forget, if you want to click around, you get all the other one-day cup commentaries as well. The white ball stuff will come thick and fast over the next few weeks. As here is Rhodes into Das, and Das just dabs that one out to the offside. Won't get anything there though. 140 for 2, so we're just approaching the midway point of this Essex innings. They lost Feroz Kouchi and Tom Westley this morning.
Southern Brave against London Spirit today at Southampton in the 100. The women's game first at 3 o'clock, and the men's game. There's 3 Warwickshire players in the Southern Brave squad.
Rhodes into Das. Hoping to angle that one up to mid-on, but it's stopped by Rhodes on his follow-through, and there'll be no run there. Yes, I didn't catch any of it yesterday, but I was talking to David at the back of the box while yourself and Paul were on, and David said, yes, it wasn't the most auspicious of starts. Both games were won easily.
Yeah, Birmingham Phoenix, the defeated side each time. It was a bit of a struggle for them, both the women's and men's team.
Even in the 100, not every game can be tight and a classic. Here's Rhodes bowling to Das. Das angles that one behind square on the offside this time. A little late dab. Comes through for the single, 141 for 2. That is the end of the over, so we're at the midway point of the Essex innings then, having been put into bat by Warwickshire. They're 141 for 2. Brown has 58. Das has 33. The men to go. Kouchi was bowled by Barnard for 22, 3 fours and a 6 in that from just 20 deliveries. And then Tom Westley, LBW to Barnard for 15 from 12 deliveries with 3 fours in that as well. Drinks as well for the batters and for the fielders. But yes, this one-day cup competition alongside the 100, which is also being played, but all formats of cricket can conjure up tight finishes, but all formats of cricket as well can end up to be damp squibs.
Yeah, there was a bit of jeopardy in the women's game for a while. Phoenix were chasing what would have been a record target, and they actually got off to a decent start, but once they started losing wickets, it slipped away somewhat, and the men's team unfortunately didn't make enough runs. But in the men's team, the Southern Brave include Alex Davis, the Warwickshire captain, George Garton and Danny Briggs are all in the Southern Brave squad. This drinks break here. Essex, I think, will be the happier of the two teams, put in by Warwickshire. Warwickshire wanted to be chasing with a short boundary at one side and at both ends. While the effect of the pitch moving across, it makes the boundaries at each end look a little bit shorter. I'm not sure whether well, they are in the corners, aren't they? So they wanted to be chasing, and they've kept a reasonable amount of control since the power play. But as I say, with wickets in hand and Nick Brown going well, Essex will have ambitions of a decent total here. Michael Pepper, of course, who's been peppering the boundaries in the T20 Blasters in the London Spirit team. Richard Gleeson, and that would be interesting to see if Gleeson plays actually, because he's missed the latter part of the blast for the Bears with an injury.
Yeah, Michael Pepper with a couple of centuries in the T20 really came to the fore for Essex and made a name for himself. And it is just one summer or a few games can get your name, and you can end up jet setting around the world around the winter. Happened to Paul Walter, who's part of the 100 and played in the Big Bash out in Australia, so you can get yourself a name and get yourself on the franchise junket, which might well happen to Michael Pepper. Tawanda Mayeye played a good hand here in a losing effort for Kent. Has got himself a contract in the 100 as well.
Yes, it's a different world for cricketers these days. We're going to see Jake Lintott continue. Essex departure from the T20 Blast has improved Sam Haynes' chances of being top run scorer in the competition, although he's still got Daniel Hughes from Sussex 6 runs ahead of him. Danny Briggs is currently the top wicket taker in that competition. So that one from Lintott is hit in the air for a while there by Das, but it drops well short of backward point.
Yeah, I don't think Robin Das was aware that that fielder had been moved inside the circle. He is now.
Chris Benjamin there. And comes Lintott, still got a slip in place. Das leans back and had a bit of width then. He plays it to the sweeper on the offside, in front of the pavilion. That's a single. Chelmsford as ever looking splendid. It's the cricket ground with a few flat balconies overlooking the ground. Not too many people on those at the moment. Lintott now bowls to Nick Brown, who leans back and tries to play that away in the offside, makes a bit of a hash of it.
Just hurried him a little bit, didn't it?
Lintott, who did get into the 100 first time out, hasn't been in it the last couple of seasons. It's still a regular in the Bears T20 Blast team. He comes in to bowl. He's tried a little dab shot there, Brown, and got a bit of bat on it and manages to squirt out a single onto the onside. 143 for 2. What are Essex looking at from here? They're looking towards the 300 mark if they can. Lintott bowls, again a bit of width to Das, but he stretches for it, can only play at the backward point where Chris Benjamin fields.
The pitch doesn't seem to have any great devil in it, no real spin. Barnard got a few to nip around early on, but nothing other than that. And with that short boundary as well, you've got to be thinking 300, haven't you? I think you've got to think 350 over cricket these days.
Well, yes.
Plus.
Yeah. Well, Lintott looked to get out of this over well. He's only conceded a couple of runs off it with 1 ball to go. And this one is hit in the air, but just beyond the reach of Barnard. Good fielding from Ollie Hallandorby, who has got further to go down than any other of the Warwickshire fielders, and he got down well to stop it, and it's a decent over. There was 1 run off that last ball, but just 3 off the over. 144 for 2 at the halfway point of the innings.
Yeah, you get these stages in 50 over games, don't you? Have the initial power play, and then it seems to go through a quiet period where teams are happy just to accrue runs, especially when fielders are out in the deep. You're not going to look to go too aerial at any point. It's not all out attack throughout the entire 50 overs. You can afford to have a little period where you just establish yourself. Will Rhodes comes in and bowls to Robin Das, and saying that, Das has gone for a huge, great big yahoo. And has been bowled, and it seemed all rather unnecessary that from Robin Das, because they've been accruing runs and gathering them quite nicely. He's gone for a huge, massive swipe, nothing on it, bowled by a pretty regulation delivery from Will Rhodes, and Das has to go for 35, and that was all a little bit disappointing for Robin Das, because he's got himself in, he got himself to 35, and he has got himself out.
Yeah, he might have got that one to nip back a little bit, Rhodes, as Barnard was doing that from this end, but another trimmer who just knocks the bail off, and it breaks up a good partnership. 71 those two put together, and Warwickshire needed a wicket, and they've got one with Will Rhodes, who only got 3 wickets in this competition last season, but he's off the mark this season. Das goes for 35.
Yeah, so they added 72 in 14 overs, so it did rather beg the question as to why Das felt he needed to do that, or maybe he just felt that Will Rhodes was there. But yeah, it might just have had a little bit of nip on it. Charlie Allison, brother of Ben, comes out, little punch of gloves with Nick Brown. Played for England's under-19s earlier this season, Charlie Allison. Games in the T20 as well for Essex. One of the up-and-coming players that's going to get their opportunity in the One-Day Cup. And he is in because Robin Das is out. All 3 that have gone for Essex have all got themselves starts today. Coochie 22, Wesley 15, Das 35 from 52 balls. Maybe he felt he had just become a little bit bogged down, but it certainly didn't look that way from up here. So Rhodes has his reward and is ready now, and he's bowling to Charlie Allison. And Allison, well, I think that might be leg byes as it goes down to the long leg boundary for 4 runs, and it has just a little thud off the thigh pad at the top of the flap of the pad, and it goes down for 4 leg byes, 144 for 3.
Yeah, unfortunate for Rhodes, but he was strained down the leg side there somewhat, and struck the pads. The ball raced away to the boundary.
So it's a nice little sighter for Charlie Allison, CWJ Allison, to give him his moniker on the scorecard. As Rhodes is in and bowls to him now, he just plays defensively from the crease, and there's no run. 148 for 3 is the score. The scoreboard has now caught up. Change in the field for Warwickshire.
Well, Rose jogging to get back to his mark. I don't know whether Warwickshire are in any peril in terms of cut-off times. I don't think we have it on the scoreboard, do we?
No, it's not on, that's not on the board. It is for T20s. We're not on the board for this. Rhodes is ready again anyway. And he's in and bowls to Charlie Allison, who gets a lovely thick outside edge and guides that one down to the deep third boundary and picks up his first runs. 4 of them, in fact, and that brings up the Essex 150 as well. 152 for 3 in the 27th over.
Yeah.
I think it was probably deliberately played, just trying to just guide it down there, was Allison. No slips in now. And the fielders actually had to go over the advertising hoardings and go into those empty green seats which aren't being used at the Graham Gooch end. To the left of the black sight screen as we look, because they will slightly in the batter's eye line, so can't use those seats today. Rhodes very quickly has ball back in hand, in and bowls to Allison. Allison drives very attractively, but just hits Yates at extra cover, and there's no run. 152 for 3. Barnard with 2 wickets today. 2 for 22 for him, and Rhodes 1 for 10 in his second over. Turns and runs away from us. Bowls to Allison. Oh, and Allison drives uppishly, lofted drive over mid-off. Couple of bounces and then rather trickles its way in the end over the boundary. Just playing through the line there, Allison, rather than playing with any great force, but he picks up a nicely struck boundary. End of the over. 156 for 3 is the Essex score, and Allison goes to 8 and Brown on 59.
A bit of a mixed over in the end for Will Rhodes. Just straying a little bit either side of the pitch, but of the stumps, but he did get the wicket, which Warwickshire needed. But still, 7 wickets in hand, potential for Essex to make a formidable total for Warwickshire to chase. And in comes Lintott to bowl. That's driven by Brown and well stopped in the covers by Rob Yates, diving to his right. Yates has played a fair amount in the T20 Blast, in which the Bears have been outstanding in the field, and he brings a bit of that form into this competition, as that's turned around to square leg for a single by Brown. There's 1 run, so it's 157 for 3 Essex, put in by Warwickshire. Both captains, interviewed out in the middle during the toss, said they would have bowled first.
Not for any great reason other than I think both teams like to chase.
Well, I think also Ed Barnard referred to the short boundaries and felt that trying to defend a score, those short boundaries might be a challenge. Let's play back to the bowler. There's no run. Lintott in again, and that's played out to the offside for a single. Format of this competition slightly different from the T20 Blast. One is that the two groups are not regionalised, but also you have to get into the top 3 to progress rather than the top 4. The group winners, which Warwickshire were in their group last season, automatically go through to a semi-final, to a home semi-final. Lintott bowls, and that's a attempted sweep shot. Well, it is a sweep shot from Brown. It was attempted and executed. He gets a single, and that's 159 for 3. And then second and third play each other, as a playoff, if you like. Call it a quarter-final or a playoff, whichever you prefer. The second in one group playing third in the other, and then the winners of that are away in the semi-final. So it's that little bit harder to qualify. You have to finish in the top 3, but you only play each other once. There's only 8 matches. That one is hit into the ground and to the offside. Ed Barnard fools absolutely nobody by trying to pretend he's caught that, and it's the end of the over, and 7 runs off it, 159 for 3. No, sorry. How many off that one, David? I'm over behind 3. Yes, I thought that was a tinier over than I was giving him credit for.
All the batters who've come in have found it, just from naked eye here, quite easy to come in and strike the ball and get the pace of the pitch. So the 3 that are out have all got themselves starts. And Nick Brown's gone on, 61 not out at the moment, and he's facing up to Will Rhodes. Rhodes outside off stump, and Brown just plays very attractively, forcing away out to the deep cover boundary, where there is a man sweeping out there. 160 for 3. Jake Lintott picking up. Change for the right-handed Allison now. They send a deep mid-wicket out and move Lintott round to deep backward square leg. As Rhodes turns very quickly, starts his approach. He's in and bowls to Charlie Allison, who just plays defensively out to the offside for no run. Michael Booth picking up for Warwickshire, who won the toss this morning, put Essex into bat. So Rhodes just tosses himself a little catch for turning, kicking up his heels, running away from us, in and bowls to Allison, and Allison just helps that one round the corner, having taken a couple of strides down the wicket, and only finds Hannon Dalby on the edge of the circle, and there is no run there. 160 for 3 in the 29th over. BBC Essex, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM, with you at Chelmsford today. As Rhodes comes in and bowls to Allison once again, full delivery, and Allison just props forward and plays defensively back down the pitch for no run. A bit more cloud cover beginning to move in, doesn't look too threatening, it's quite high cloud, but too much blue sky around at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite warm out there. There's a little bit of a breeze blowing. Provide some relief for the fielders. It's a long old game of 50 overs uninterrupted. No breaks these days for lunch. I think you get the odd drinks break, but it's a full 50 over session in the field.
Here's Rhodes again. In and bowls to Allison. Slower delivery, and Allison just rides that one. Doesn't go through with the drive, just pushes out to the offside for no run again. He used to have the old 55 over B&H zonal games, or the NatWest Trophy 60 over games. They'd be live on the BBC and they'd bowl their overs in the morning, then we'd go off and watch the 1 o'clock news. They'd have a lunch break and then they'd come back. Here is Rhodes again. Allison comes down the wicket and drives attractively out to Hamza Sheikh on the offside, comes through for a single. 161 for 3.
He used to get a tea interval as well, didn't he?
You did, yeah.
A little bit. These days, do the whole lot in one go.
So in the old days of the test matches, you'd have a rest day as well.
Yeah,
wouldn't play on the Sunday, come back on the Monday.
40 over Sunday league, you'd play in the middle of a county championship match, which is really weird.
Funny old times. But normal when we were growing up, I'm sure. Used to have Sunday grandstand on. Oh, some Sunday league cricket today. I was very disappointed if they weren't doing a Sunday league game, because otherwise you were left with probably equestrian and table tennis or something for Sunday grandstand.
So Jake Lintott is in to bowl. Tidy overs from him. Late straight down the leg side there, and he's been turned round his pads for a single by, in fact, 2 for Charlie Allison. Solid enough start here. Allison wearing number 56 on his back. We'll see some fairly high squad numbers in this competition. Lintott ready to come in and bowls some outside off stump. Allison doesn't quite time it perfectly, and there's no. If you want to just wait a minute, Glenn, because I've got to go off and do my update. So, in fact, after this ball, I will hand over for Paul, and then I'll jump in for you when I've done my latest update, as that's played into the deep for a single by Allison. 164 for 3. So Paul Newton will be popping in here now.
Right, I was going to disappear off, and I noticed that Paul's still finishing his lunch. So I thought I'd hang on, just let him finish his lunch. I don't want him getting indigestion or anything. So 163 for 3. We're in the 30th over. As Lintott just waits for an adjustment in the field, an adjustment he's made, admittedly, and he's in and bowls to Brown. He goes right back on his stumps before just working that one into the onside for a single. 164 for 3. So slight pause while they change the field around for the right-handed Charlie Allison, who's batted very nicely since coming in. He's got himself to 13 in relatively quick time. Lintott in and bowls a quicker one to Allison, just opens the face into the offside, but there'll be no run there as Chris Benjamin picks up at backward point. A few sirens going off, I'm sure you can hear in the background over our commentary around the city centre of Chelmsford. Let's hope it's nothing serious where they're heading to. As Lintott just wants to adjust the field, taking the slip out now and put him down to 3rd, just on the edge of the circle, and bringing mid on up into the circle. Lintott into Allison, just works that one into the onside, and the bowler's gone sprinting off to do the fielding himself. They turn very quickly for the second run, and in the end it's very well judged, but Lintott went herring after that, picked the ball up, turned and threw all in one motion, but Allison had judged it quite nicely in the end and comes through for a couple of runs. 167 for 3 after 30 overs is the Essex score. So power to add here, and the risk of repeating myself, everyone's got a start for Essex. And a change of bowling now, but this time from this Sir Alistair Cook end, the shaven-headed Ollie Hannon-Dolby, very tall, rangy looking bowler, and Warwickshire's main strike bowler as well, and taking wickets for fun recently. Wristbands on each wrist, and opened up from the Graham Gooch end, but it's going to have a go from the Sir Alistair Cook end, from which we're commentating now, so he'll be running away from us. Right arm around the wicket, he goes herring away into Nick Brown. He just drops that one into the onside, behind square on the onside, turns and sees there is a second there, as it's Long Leg who comes round and sweeps up in the end. Another couple of runs. There are lots of 2s in that side particularly. 169 for 3, and Brown goes to 65. Welcome back to Paul Newton, who hopefully has digested his lunch.
I don't know if I digested it, but it's disappeared.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Hannon-Dolby, untidy looking approach he has into Brown, works it into the onside, calls through for the single very, very quickly. There's a underarm throw, which misses the stumps anyway. I fancy Allison was home, but both batters set off at the same time, so they were both in agreement for that single. 170 for 3, and Brown up to 66. What did you partake of today?
I had chicken balti.
Oh, my.
Very nice curry indeed.
So you've had to walk around to the far end of the ground to get that, yeah, all the way around. Yeah, Hannon-Dolby has this sort of messy sort of looking approach, of arms flailing either side as he comes in, a slightly slingy looking action as he comes into Allison now. Works it again into the onside. There's singles everywhere for Essex here, and he jogs through in the end. 171 for 3.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, in this competition last year, I was up at Sedberg where Charlie Allison made his debut. It rained at the right moment for Essex. They got 1 point instead of 0 points, and Charlie didn't get a bat. Next game, Essex shot out for 60 odd. The young lad got 20 and he looked head and shoulders above the other Essex batsmen that day. I think he's the best young prospect Essex have produced through the academy since Dan Lawrence.
Here's Hannon Dalby into Brown. Brown ducks, and ducks very early. The bouncer from Hannon Dalby didn't get up a great deal, but it goes through to Burgess in anyway. 171 for 3. Brown comes down, does a little bit of gardening. I'll bring Clive back in and leave him with you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Yeah, I'm very mindful of the fact that hitherto Essex have had promising young players in the 50-over competition who've never been able to make it at the top level, but the way Charlie Allison batted in the T20 in the last week suggests that he really has got the talent to become a leading player in this side. Here Brown lost the ball over mid-on and it's gone down to the long-on fence, and 4 more runs takes Brown to 70 and the score to 175 for 3 in the 31st over. And so far Essex have, having been put into bat, have played this well. Welcome back to Clyde.
Quickest piece of movement so far today has been you grabbing your coffee cup when I threatened to spill it by having my laptop over your head. You move very quickly there, Paul, I have to say.
I'm not in the 9th flush of youth, but nevertheless, I know how to move quickly when it's necessary. So I'll just finish this over off Clive, and Hannon Dalby is in and Bolster Brown, who flicks it off the pads. Slight misfield, and they can take a single. Instead of Brown having to manoeuvre his way around the Hannon Dalby bypass there, the bowler quite unintentionally was in his way as he came through. But there was a run there for the misfield, even though they say you should never run off it. And it's 176 for 3 in 31 overs at the end of that over, with Brown up to 71.
I think still in the position where they can add runs at the latter part of the innings, because they do still have a decent number of wickets in hand.
And I think they'll need to, Clive, because this is a good batting strip. Warwickshire have got a strong side out, for all the fact that some of their players, as it would be true of nearly all the counties, are missing at the 100. And, you know, it should be a good game. There's a terrific crowd in, to say, you know, even the public side away to our left is well filled, and it's great to see.
I think that's, as Lintott comes into bowl, and that's put up the offside, there's no run. I think that's been the case of this competition since the 100. There were worries that this competition would be very low key, but actually the crowds that have turned out have been pretty decent. Every bit as decent really as when it was a full first team competition.
Yeah, it wouldn't be many more, if any.
Lintott comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside for a single. I think spectators have enjoyed seeing the mixed teams.
Yes, I agree.
Don't let anyone tell you it's a second 11 competition, it certainly isn't, but you are seeing teams that include young up and coming players along with their established players. Lintott in the ball, that's just punched by Allison onto the onside for no run. It's been a good competition. Warwickshire have enjoyed it. They won 7 of their 8 group games last season. Unfortunately came up stuck with a pretty horrendous performance against Hampshire in the home semi-final. That one just drifts away a bit from Allison. He's stretching forward, he hits it into the ground, and it's fielded by Barnard. And there is no run.
Yeah, I think the fact the unlikely winners last year were Leicestershire, it gives it a nice open feeling to the competition.
Lintott bowls and he pushes out into the offside. There's no run. If you go on the adage that you look to double your score from 30 overs out, you're looking towards 330 here for Essex. I'll have to go some to get that, but so they do have license to have a real go in the last 10 overs or so. Allison plays that into a long expanse of grass out on the onside and is able to take a single. But Lintott maintaining a bit of control. His first over was quite expensive. What is he at the moment, Dave?
31 off 7.
31 runs off his 7 overs, so he's done a pretty decent job as really the only spinner in the Warwickshire team, unless Rob Yates has a bowl.
And I was talking about Charlie Allison, and for me, as I say, I think he's certainly the best, because Essex have gone several years since Dan Lawrence and haven't really found too many people of equivalent ability coming through their much vaunted and rightly vaunted academy. But I think what I've seen of Charlie Allison and what I've heard in the last week in the T20, proving he can do it in an Essex first team, speaks well for his future. Hannon Dalby's in and bowls to him, and he's thrashed this one. It wasn't actually that far away from being a catch, and he'd have been very annoyed if it had been, because it was a rank long hop. And anyway, he certainly got it out of the meat, and away it goes to the wide long off boundary for 4, 182 for 3, and Allison already into the 20s on 21.
Done all right, Charlie Allison came in on the back of a big partnership. On the hand, all big wicketless so far. Took 24 wickets last season, average of 13. Had an economy rate of not much more than 4.
And he's had his moments against Essex, to be sure, as he comes in, bowls to Allison, nudges it into the offside, wants a run, sees it isn't there, backward point in the way, 182 for 3. Am I right in thinking Hannon Dalby started off with Yorkshire?
He did, yeah. He's been at Warwickshire a long time now. He was predominantly a white ball specialist in his first few years at Warwickshire, but ended up establishing himself in the red ball team. He's now Mr. Reliable in the Championship.
Yes, he's often able to bowl very economically as he comes in now. Bowls, and here will be 1 run to Allison, who just steps across his stumps and levers the ball out to deepish mid-wicket. Well, Rhodes comes into field, and it was no surprise to me when Rhodes was the man that broke the long partnership for the 3rd wicket. He, as I said earlier, he loves bowling on this ground and has had something of a hoodoo over Essex over the years. 183 for 3 now, with Allison up to 22.
Yeah. He's reliable handle. He takes wickets as well, over 50 wickets in the Championship last season.
Hannon Dalby to Brown, turns it off the pads. He's got a lot of singles from that shot, just stepping across his stumps and leaning right forward, working the ball away into the onside as Hamza Sheikh does the fielding. 184 for 3, Brown 73.
And he's Warwickshire's top wicket taker so far this season with 32 in the Championship. But hasn't been able to break through today. This is a change of ends for him from where he was bowling earlier.
Comes in and bowls to Allison. Allison hammers this one away through extra cover, and that's going to race to the boundary. And lovely shot by Allison. Again, it was fractionally off the ground and not that far wild of the fielder, but it would have taken some catch to pouch that one because it was travelling like a rocket. And 26 to him, it just shows his confidence is very much there for all to see. 188 for 3.
It's a forehand shot into the corner of the court, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, well described. I too been glued to Wimbledon in recent weeks. Thoroughly enjoyed it as always as Hannon Dalby comes in. Bowls again to Allison, and he's played that well actually, because he didn't try and hit that one quite as hard, just let the ball come onto the bat. It's 1 run out into the covers, well backed up by Rhodes, otherwise it might have been an overthrow from a man who has a really good arm out in the field there, Hamza Sheikh. So the 33rd over ends with Essex put into bat, 189 for 3. Brown has been in from ball 1 on 73, and with him is Charlie Allison on 27.
Change of bowling for Warwickshire from the ground.
Yeah, change of bowling for Warwickshire. That's I make that the 6th double figure over of the innings, that last over. 14 has been the biggest over. That was the 5th over of the innings during the power play. So, I said that Jake Lintott was the Warwickshire only spinner unless Rob Yates had a bowl, and here he is, Rob Yates, who bowled 6 overs in the competition last season.
Well, worth a try, certainly. He's a splendid cricketer, Rob, and good to see him have a fling here.
Well, Lintott's been relatively economical, especially given that his first over went for a few. That was played back to Yates, or just wide of Yates. He scampers off the field and prevents any run. He's been in and out of the T20 Blast side this season. He comes in round the wicket to bowl, and again that's just scamper to his right. This time the ball goes a little bit further away from him, and it's a single to Allison. Moves on to 28, 190 for 3, Essex.
Yep, prior to that ball, the 2 not-out batsmen had compiled exactly 100 between them, 73 and 27, but now Allison moves up to 28. Yates, meanwhile, is asking the man who is inside the circle at backward square leg to go out toward the boundary, because, of course, Brown is a left-hander here.
And this next one he plays back to does Brown and runs it away for a single. For a player who, what you're saying, has been out for 99 in List A cricket, Nick Brown will be hoping this is his opportunity to get a
He won't get a better one. Yeah.
Rob Yates around the wicket to Allison, who plays back to that, plays it into a big gap onto the leg side. They're on the first one quickly, they have a look for the second one, but Hamza Sheikh is on it. Gets a decent throw in, which is well picked up by Rob Yates, making it the correct decision by the batters to only go for 1.
Yes, I think Essex need no reminding that he's got a very strong arm, Hamza Sheikh, which is why he fields where he fields. You know, parades covers a great deal of ground out in the outfield.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him back. He's been in decent form with the red ball of late. As this next one is just turned round by Nick Brown, the left-hander, onto the leg side for a single. Yeah, as mentioned earlier, he scored 80 for the first-class counties 11 against West Indies, and then a century captaining England's under-19s to a youth test victory over Sri Lanka in Cheltenham. I interviewed him when he was appointed captain for those 2 matches, and he talked with great pride about it. And that's out onto the onside for a single. Rob Yates practically chases that to the boundary from his bowling position. He's 1 run, it was always going to be so. What are we playing? The 50 partnership between Brown, who's got 16 of them, Allison's got 30 of them. That's 194 for 3 at the end of an over which yielded 5 runs.
Yeah, Allison has played extremely well so far. Almost looks as if he's having a net. He looks wonderfully casual out there, but as I say, I think he's a great talent, and one of the features of innings of 44 and 69 against Sussex and Hampshire respectively, both away, was that, and this is rare for anybody batting in a T20 while big runs had to be scored, he was not out in both innings. And that bodes well. You see so many players quite rightly going for it, but they do tend to hole out sooner or later, and that's twice he hasn't. So it looks as if he's good at waiting for the right moment. He does, even in T20, have the presence of mind to say, well, I'm not going to try and hit a 6 first ball, I'll take a look at it first.
Craig Miles.
Miles, yeah, switching ends. Bowls to Allison, and Allison has smashed this into the offside, very well fielded in the covers, or that looked as if it might well have been on its way to, albeit the long boundary on that side of the ground. Score remaining 194 for 3.
Yeah, good stop by Rob Yates. Miles, even though he bowled 5 wides in his first spell, actually came out of it okay.
Yeah,
24 runs from his 4 overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's not significantly worse than anybody else, and very reasonable. And here he is now. Runs into bowl to Charlie Allison. Allison has hammered this one into the offside. No need for anybody, even Craig Hamza, to chase that other than to retrieve it. It got what it asked for, really. It was a long hop. 198 for 3, short outside off stump, hammered off the back foot, and Allison moves to 34.
So another partnership building up for Essex here. And that's probably been the biggest concern from Warwickshire, not taking wickets. I don't think they've let Essex get away yet, but you still feel Essex have got to be looking at 330 plus from here.
Miles Alistair Cookend bowls and single. Worked his singles well, Allison, moves up to 35, 199 for 3. All the 3 wickets that have fallen have been when bowling's been from the what used to be River End, now Sir Alistair Cookend, and they were Cushy, bowled by Barnard 22, 51 for 1. Wesley LBW Barnard 15, 73 for 2. And after a 71-run partnership, Das bowled Rhodes for 35, and it was then 144 for 3. It's now 55 runs later, it's 199 for 3, and we're in the 35th over, and the left-handed Brown on 75 now faces Miles, and that's a rare ball that's beaten the batters. Brown looked to force it through the covers and played inside the ball. Maybe it moved away just slightly, but I think it was batsman error more than anything there. 199 for 3.
Yeah, good ball from Craig Miles. Sort of in and out of the team in all four. He'll play regularly in this format, but in and out of the team a little bit in both Championship and T20.
Bowls again. And Brown has pulled this one. It's going up in the air, should be caught, and is. And that's Sheikh Hamza at deep mid-wicket, ideally placed, and Brown disconsolately makes his way from the arena. Caught Hamza bowled Miles. The bowling change has worked for 75, ending a 4th wicket partnership of 55 with Charlie Harrison. And Brown departs for 75 at 199 for 3.
Well, like a fairly tame way to get out in the end after a very good innings from Nick Brown. Obviously looking to push it on, but well, maybe he's a little unlucky to pick out the only fielder out in the deep there, but he did really pick him out. He went straight at him. Hamza Sheikh didn't have to do too much to take the catch. And so Brown misses out on that maiden this day century, but he's played a good role for his team, scored 75, 7 fours. The balls is missing from our screen, so David will come to my rescue. 90 balls, thank you.
Luke Benkenstein makes his way out to renew his very successful partnership with Charlie Allison down in that Essex defeat at the Utilita Southampton last week, final round of the T20. And the two of them putting on 85, as I say, with 54 of those scored by Benkenstein, and Charlie Allison was 69 not out. So they'll be hoping to continue in that sort of vein, but a good breakthrough for Warwickshire. And as you say, a bit of a tame dismissal for Brown. He just played a little bit recklessly as a ball, got something I think of a top edge really out into the deep mid-wicket area, and as you say, a very simple catch for Hamza Sheikh.
You'll know Hamza Sheikh, Luke Benkenstein, although they've been sort of separated in this summer's under-19s, because Hamza Sheikh didn't play in the ODIs because he was playing for the Counties 11.
And so this ball is hammered away to the man we're talking about, Hamza Sheikh, this time to the right-hander at deep cover. And the polls will tell you that the Essex 200 has come up in the 35th over. In fact, that completes it. 35 overs gone, 200 for 4, put into bat. Benkenstein yet to face a ball, and the impressive Allison quickly on to 35.
So a boundary in that over, but Craig Miles has maintained his rate of going just to run a ball. Say just to run a ball. There was a time when you'd be going, oh dear. These days, get away and run a ball as a body, you've probably not done too badly. Yeah, he scored a century, didn't he, at Hove for the under-19s and the one-day international, Benkenstein, but he didn't play in the youth test matches. Hamza captained England. Rob Yates to continue. Should like a couple more wickets just to force Essex to slow down a bit in the final 10 overs or so. He bowls to Benkenstein wearing number 99 on his back, plays that down to long leg. Oh, they come back for a second. That's good running, powerful running. The fielder down there, Michael Booth, they took him on and judged it well. 2 runs.
Yeah, that's the advantage of having 2 teenagers at the crease. Okay, they haven't got a lot of experience, but they know how to kick in the turbo when they have to.
That's Yates in, And that's guided. Oh, it was a missed field. It doesn't matter. It doesn't cost any runs. But it's a little bit embarrassing for Will Rose. Went straight through his hands at backward point. Fortunately for him, Ollie Hand Dolby was behind him to tidy up, so there's no run. So in comes Yates. Vacancy makes room out the offside. Doesn't really get hold of that. And it's a dot ball.
Yeah, not a bad idea to keep Yates on with a new batsman at the crease.
He's taking championship wickets this season, Robbie Essex, on a lot more bowling. That's a paddled shot there from Benkinsey moving across the stumps. He doesn't completely get hold of it, but he is able to claim a single. Rehearses the shot at the non-striker's end. Essex 203 for 4, put in by Warwickshire. It's shaping up to be an interesting opening to the one-day cup here at Chelmsford. That one is pushed out by Allison to the offside. Allison on 35.
And for the first time, cloud cover a little bit more threatening than hitherto.
In comes Yates, and that's nudged out onto the onside by Charlie Anderson. Yates sprints again to the edge of the inner circle to field that. There is one more run. He's certainly very protective of his own bowling there, Rob Yates. But he's gone for just 4 runs out over, 204 for 4. Still 14 overs to go, and if they could manage 10 and over from here, I would be very happy with that.
Yeah, just these 3 runs off a pretty good over from
4, yeah.
4 runs. Still a pretty good over from Rob Yates. You'd settle for any over at this stage of an innings to go for as few as 4. And so we see the start of the 37th over. Craig Miles from the Sir Alistair Cook end bowls to Charlie Allison, who's fortunate here, looking to force it into the offside, thick inside edge, disappears just a yard or two into the onside wicketkeeper Burgess, who's fully recovered, it would appear, from the knock he had earlier, zooms round, shies at the bowler's end, and although Allison, understandably really, didn't know where the ball had gone, was a bit slow to respond to Benkenstein's call, but he's got home safely enough. 205 for 4.
There's been a few deliveries from this end, the river end of the Sir Alistair Cook end, that seem to have nipped back a little bit to the right-hander.
Yes, that's quite right. And conversely, hardly anything seems to have left the batsman off the pitch today, as Miles is in to bowl to Benkenstein. And he's hammered. That's a nice shot. Big chase on for Hamza Sheikh. He will get to it at deep extra cover. They've already taken 2, and they're going to come back for a 3rd run. And as powerful a throw as Hamza Sheikh possesses, they're always going to make that 3rd run there, and 7 runs now to Benkenstein.
Well, that's a very long way to be throwing from, isn't it?
It is.
Over there. Sheikh's done well to get it back, but he certainly can take on the throw from that distance.
Yeah, he clearly enjoys his fielding, and that's always good to see. 208 for 4, 37 to this man Charlie Allison, who now faces Craig Miles. Flicks it away off the pad, single to mid-wicket. That takes the score along to 209 for 4, and Allison up to 38. Miles begins to trudge back to the top of his run-up, and previously we've always had, if not direct sunshine, to see that the sun is up there, but for the moment it looks to have completely clouded over as Miles bowls to Benkenstein, whips this one away to deep square leg. Beautifully timed shot, actually. It spent very little time reaching the fieldsman on the boundary, albeit it is a short boundary. 210 for 4 with 8 to Benkenstein, and the forecast I saw late last night was that the danger period in terms of any interruption to play would be between midday and 3 o'clock. Well, it's ironic that in the early part, or in fact we do actually have a apologetic brief return of a shaft of sunlight, as next ball is down leg side and automatically a wide. 211 for 4.
Yeah, Craig Miles 6th wide. Say his overall figures in terms of economy are not bad, but he hasn't helped himself by bowling those wides.
No, I think it's all down to the fact he to me, lurches slightly in his delivery stride, and possibly sometimes causes him to be a little bit wayward, but generally has bowled pretty well as this ball's played into the covers for no run. The score remaining at 211 for 4. Rob Yates patrolling that area, and he's looked very, very sprightly in the field. We're in the 37th over, put into bat. 211 for 4. Nick Brown top scoring with 75. Miles on his way again. And bowls to Allison, who forces away past backward point, but Hamza Sheikh is on hand to run to his left this time to do the fielding at deep backward point. Single, 212 for 4, and Allison has 39. And if Allison is anything like true to the form he showed in this competition, his debut competition last season, he would be pretty watchful in getting to a 50. And I remember, I haven't seen him make a 50 at that time. Not surprisingly, it was the first time he'd passed 50. I remember thinking that he'd be fairly conservative, only to see the ball disappearing out of the ground on a couple of occasions once he reached that 50. And I'm wondering whether he might, if he gets that far, repeat that technique today.
8 off that last over, another ruining Craig Miles' sort of run a ball average that he had previously. Yates comes into ball. It's a decent full-length delivery, which is just patted back down the ground by Allison for no run.
He's rather good, is Rob Yates, at finding the right length here, so the batsman can't really come forward and reach the pitch, or if they go back, it's not what they'd have wanted.
Well, he tries to make himself a bit of room there, does the batter Allison, but it doesn't quite come off. He plays it back to the bowler. He's worked hard on his bowling during the winter, Rob Yates. So he's bowled a lot of overs in the championship and taken a few wickets. He comes in now round the wicket to bowl, just straight down the leg side, but it mustn't have hit. I thought it had hit the pad of the batter. Clearly it didn't, because it's signalled wide.
It must be the wicket keeper it hit on the excuse me, pad.
Then Michael Burgess throws the ball back to Yates, who had his back to it and almost got clocked. Anyway, he comes in now to bowl. That's on middle on leg. It's played to the long on sweeper for a single boundary rider, I think we call them these days, don't we? I'm glad Yates is getting through his over quick, because I'm feeling a little bit guilty of nicking Glenn's time here, but he's only got 2 more balls to bowl. Then Glenn Speller will be back in here. Yates bowls, he's down on one knee. Benkenstein, he's launched out over the top for the second 6 of the match, which I think has been dropped by a spectator in front of one of the hospitality boxes. To be fair, didn't bother to stand up, just trying to catch it sitting down and couldn't hold it, but a splendid shot from Benkenstein, and that puts a bit of pressure on Rob Yates and might force Ed Barnard. Yates is sort of getting away with it for a while. As long as he was doing that, Ed Barnard was happy to keep him on, but if Benkenstein is going to start hitting around the ground, that might require a rethink. He comes round the wicket to Benkenstein now, who settles for nurdling that onto the onside for a single. So 9 off the over so far with a ball to go. 10 over from here. Might get them to the 130 mark. The 330 mark, I should say. Yates bowls again. He's moving around his crease a bit, Allison, and he's got one. They think they might be able to get a second. It's going to be tight. There is a run-out appeal, but Benkenstein had sprinted well and got there. And so at the end of that over, Essex, who took 11 off it, are 223 for 4 after 38 overs. BBC Essex, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR. Paul Newton will be joined by Glenn Speller.
Thank you very much, excuse me, to Clive Eakin. And looks as if Ed Barnard, the skipper, is bringing himself back on at the Sir Alistair Cook end, where he took the first 2 wickets to fall, those of Feroz Kushi, bowled by an absolute beauty for 22. The very ball after Kushi had hit the previous 2 for 4 and a 6 respectively. and then Barnard claimed the wicket of Wesley LBW for 15. 71-run partnership, a break-in because Barnard's in. Bowls, and this ball's hammered back past the bowler, down towards long on, and just be a single. Booth Fields, it was in the air, but there's no mid-on inside the circle, and it was well clear of the bowler. 224 for 4. And Benkenstein moves along to 17, and 16 rather, 42 to Charlie Allison. Yes, there was a partnership of 71 between Brown and Das before Das was bowled by Rhodes for 35. As Allison treats the next ball with the respect it commanded from Barnard, returns it to the bowler. And then we had a 55-run partnership between Brown, who was then caught by Hamza at deep mid-wicket off Miles for 75. And now this partnership that did so well for Essex down at Southampton last week, put on 85 together, and so far they've made a good start. Next delivery from Barnard, just tucked into the onside for a single by Allison, moves along to 43, and we're in the 39th over. Welcome back to Glenn.
Thank you, Paul. Look, I know different breed, different age, different ways of playing, etc., but it never ceases to amaze me over the last 3 or 4 years that young players come into a senior setup, you know, first class list A cricket, T20 cricket, and they just come in and just start putting the bat to ball from ball one.
They do, as Barnard's in bowls, and that's nicely played, but straight into the covers by Benkenstein, and the score remaining at 224 for 4. We're in the 39th over.
And look so comfortable, and look as though they've been there all the time. Look at the way these two have played. Benkenstein, we've seen him a couple of times play really good hands in the T20 this year, but you know, and Charlie Allison as well, just the way he's come in and played as well. I know coaching has changed where they are given the freedom to do that now.
Barnard's in slower ball, and it succeeds to an extent, but they get a single as the ball is played uppishly into the covers. The batsman was a bit deceived there and played a fraction early at it, but Miles ran round, couldn't get to the ball in time to catch it, fielded it well, shied at the bowler's end, but these two are pretty quick. 17 now to Benkenstein, 226 for 4 in the 39th as Barnard comes in to complete the over. Bowls to Charlie Allison, nice shot, stylishly plays it down to long on for a single, 227 for 4. Well, I haven't managed so far, Glenn, to talk young Charlie out. I've been saying that for me he's Essex's best academy product since Dan Lawrence, and he's looked out there today like somebody just having a net.
This is just saying, and I know coaching has changed now as well, where you know they take, if you want to use the term, take the fear factor away and tell players don't worry about anything. You know, you'll get a run in the team. Your career doesn't depend on this innings. You'll get plenty of chance and opportunities. And it's all very well coaches saying that, but the player hearing it, but then believing it to be able to go out and do it. And just the way these two have gone about it, as you say, Charlie Allison, what's he got himself to 44 off 48 balls. You know, he's only 19 years old. And Benkenstein as well, likewise. It's just a new way of players playing from watching what they've seen on the telly and what they've watched live, and a new way of coaching as well, where it's just taken, the fear factor's taken out of it. Just don't worry, you'll get plenty of opportunities. Lintot's going to come on and have another go from the Graham Gooch end. He's in and bowls to Allison, and this time there isn't a run as Lintott goes scampering off to the onside and fields off his own bowling. But I think Warwickshire have already shown us, Paul, how difficult it is to defend the longer side of the ground, actually, and just prevent twos, let alone anything else. As Lintott turns again, spins himself a catch. Allison slightly open stance, leans back, looking to cut that away square, and in the end it's gone up to mid-off, but the same result comes through for the single. He goes to 45, 228 for 4. Just to give you a update on scores elsewhere, David at the back of the box was just bringing my attention to Worcestershire against Middlesex at New Road, where Middlesex won the toss and put Worcestershire in. So Lintott comes in and bowls this time to Benkenstein. He goes aerial, he goes high, he goes long, he goes for 6 off the back foot as well. Magnificent strike 233 for 4.
And what was so impressive about that, quite apart from the rarity of a back foot 6, was that he clearly weighed up the field, Glenn, because long off had come inside the circle. So he knew that provided he got reasonable bat on ball, it wouldn't matter if what would have been a catch had there been a long off, who has now duly gone back there.
A back foot 6 hit straight. You don't see that every day. Here's Lintott in. Reverse sweep this time from Benkenstein. Hits Hannon Dolby on the edge of the circle. It gets down there and makes the stop, and there is no run. Yes, so using his head as well as his skills.
Yeah, and that was a lovely shot, actually, the reverse sweep there. Unfortunately for him, there was a fieldsman banging the line of it, so provided there wasn't a misfield, there wouldn't be a run. But another good shot from Benkenstein.
Tell you about that Worcester-Middlesex game in a couple of seconds. But the spinner on. Get through the overs quite quickly. There's Lintott in, bowls, and reaching for it this time is Benkenstein. But it's stopped by Barnard at extra cover, and there's no run.
Brilliant bit of fielding, actually, because it bounced awkwardly in front of him, and that was 4 runs if he misses it.
So his comeback from being struck for 6 has been good so far. He's in. That's short, and that's heaved away over extra cover this time and away to the boundary for 4 runs. That's too short from Lintott this time. 238 for 4 goes the Essex score, and these two young batters continue to show us they've got skills all around the wicket, but also they're using their heads as well.
And it's also so true of cricket that confidence is all. And these two players come fresh from an extremely demanding environment in Southampton. It's always a difficult place to go. And two teenagers, they're both 19 years of age, and if you can manage to hack it the way the two of them did after all their more experienced colleagues had got out in very early in the innings, they played quite brilliantly, and it's as though they're just carrying straight on from that as Barnard begins a new over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and the first ball is a dot ball played up to Rob Yates.
So yes, Middlesex won the toss and put Worcestershire in. Worcestershire, in the 35th over, are 245 without loss. Centuries for Ed Pollock and Gareth Roderick.
Yes, it's a familiar story, I'm afraid, for Middlesex followers, as Barnard's in bowls, and came in a little bit to Allison from outside off stump, plays it straight to Rob Yates at mid-off. No run off the first 2 balls of this, the 41st of the 50 overs.
Leicestershire here next Wednesday for commentary. Put into bat by Nottinghamshire, 260 for 3 at the moment, so going well there.
And of course, holders of the trophy. Barnard in again. Bowls to Allison. Allison drives, but straight to Yates. And it'll be interesting to see if this economy, with no run at all off the first 3 balls of the over, will lead Allison then to an indiscretion. He doesn't look bothered as he stands looking full of beans, but very relaxed out there waiting for the next delivery to come.
Derbyshire won the toss and put Northamptonshire in. Northants 184 for 5 in the 39th over.
Barnard to Allison. Slower ball, but Allison reads it well, plays it down to long on. Single. The first run off the over, that's the 4th ball thereof. 239 for 4. Allison moves up to 46, and in this particular partnership, certainly in the recent passages of it, it's been Benkenstein who's been the main aggressor.
And Durham won the toss and decided to bat against Lancashire at Sedbergh School. 228 for 2, a century there for Alex Lees.
So here's the next delivery, and just be a single here to Benkenstein, again down to Booth at long on. 240 for 4, 28 to Benkenstein. Partnership began at 199, so 41 they've put on together impressively.
Run rate just under 6 at the moment.
9 overs to come after this one, which Barnard completes. And there's good cricket all round there, because Allison made room outside leg stump and Barnard saw him coming, but he kept his composure. Allison gets a single to deep mid-wicket, moves to 47, and at the end of 41 overs, with 28 to Benkenstein, Essex put into bat at 241 for 4.
And everybody's got a start, and some have gone on today, like Nick Brown, and indeed Charlie Allison. Others have fallen when they've got themselves into good positions. You think of Kushi, who'd hit 3 4s and a 6 and was then bowled. Robin Dass, who heaved across the line of one.
from Rhodes and was bowled when he got himself into the 30s, and Tom Wesley was out LBW and he got himself to 15. Lintott to continue from the Graham Gooch end. He's in and bowls a bit more flight on that one, but Allison can just work it into the onside and go through for a single. Goes up to 242 for 4. And I think I made the point earlier on that every batter that's come in, Paul, they felt the confidence on this surface to be able to strike the ball pretty much from ball one.
Yes, I think before anyone for Essex gets carried away, I think Warwickshire can make a good few runs on this as well.
Here's Lintott in, and Benkenstein works that one into the onside, and Lintott will be invited by the fielders in the deep to go and do his own fielding rather than then come chasing in. They go through for the single. 244 for 4, 243 for 4 in fact. So it brings Allison down onto strike, 48 not out at the moment from 56 balls. Lintott comes in, gives himself a bit of room there, does Allison, and then has to reach for it outside off stump, cuts it away to the man on the square cover boundary, goes through for a single. 244 for 4 the score is now.
Yeah, and lovely flat bat through the covers there. The bat very much horizontal when he played the shot. Single though. 244 for 4.
Here's Lintott into Benkenstein, waits for that one and pulls it away into the onside, which is quite dangerous because, as we saw with Nick Brown, if you don't get all of it, the boundary is so set so far back on that side that it does need an almost carry to get out to the boundary. This time it bounces in front of the fielder on the deep mid-wicket fence, and they come through for a single. Brings Allison down onto strike. Works that one into the offside and goes through to 50. Does Charlie Allison, his third in list day cricket, and it's looked pretty comfortable for him throughout the entirety of this innings. He's played shots all around the wicket and has really got his side in a really good position here. 50 from 58 deliveries, and he and Luke Benkenstein punch gloves. We'll get Paul's thoughts on that after Lintott delivers the final ball of this over. 5 singles off it so far. Oh, that's down the leg side. Burgess has missed it, and that will go down to the boundary for 4 runs. So it's struck something, it's flicked off something of Luke Benkenstein, goes down to the boundary for 4, brings the Essex 250 up as well. 250 for 4 at the end of the 42nd over. Benkenstein to 34, Allison to 50. All is well in the Essex garden.
So another half century for Charlie Allison, whose praises I've been singing. And as I was saying to Clive a little bit earlier, what was so impressive in his T20 innings is of 44 and 69 was that he wasn't out in either of them. You know, he's not out, and whether he'll manage that here I'm not sure, but I think he will start to take the aerial route now with 8 overs left as Barnard bowls to him, and he smashed this one into the covers, but there is no run, and score remaining at 250 for 4. So Essex will be disappointed if they don't reach at least 300 from this point, and every run past that will be not only a bonus but quite possibly absolutely needed, because this is a good batting pitch. Barnard's in bowls and Allison drives it back, well fielded by the bowler. Once again Barnard proving the most difficult bowler for Essex to get away, keeping a pretty tight line and length here.
Completely enveloped by cloud now as well. There's no blue sky. Well, there might be a slight window if you squint of blue sky, but it's very small, and the breeze has got up a little bit to bring that cloud in. It's not threatening at the moment.
Barnard to Allison. Allison hammers this one away into the covers. Sheikh Hamza on the case, and his usual one bounce return. Oh, in fact, it isn't Sheikh Hamza, I beg your pardon. Work out who that is in a moment, but it's 250 for 4. I've got so used to it, it's Miles. I've got so used to Hamza being in that position, but he's been given, I'm not sure where he is at the moment, but he's been given a bit of relief, as in rather more overcast conditions. Barnard bowls, and this ball is hammered high over extra cover by Benkenstein and to the boundary for 4, and 255 for 4. Benkenstein has 38, and at the moment he is the one who's advancing the quicker of the 2 batsmen, because he is more prepared so far to take the aerial route, and that, if it had been on the other side of the ground, would have been a 6, and he's hit 2 that have actually been a 6 as he faces the next Barnard delivery, and that's a beautiful shot from Benkenstein, but it absolutely picks out Will Rhodes on square leg boundary. It was going like a rocket, and a tremendous piece of timing. 39 to Benkenstein, 256 for 4.
What a good all-round cricketer he is, but you can only feel he's going to get better and better and better.
I mean, all of a sudden, until this season, until the T20 innings by this pair, come back to that point, but next ball about to be bowled by Barnard, and Allison has played it away towards deep mid wicket. They're going to come back for a second run. Ball just fielded just out of my view, but they duly get a second. 258 for 4, 53 now to Allison. But yeah, it was the first time, Glenn, that a player who'd been making good runs in the 50-over form of the game, which sometimes you think, well, it's not really the ultimate test. And hitherto, no one who'd done well, think of people like Josh Rymel for Essex in the 50 overs, had gone on to do it in a real first-team situation. So Allison broke that hoodoo, and Benkenstein has followed, and all of a sudden the future looks pretty bright again, because there's nothing that does a county more good than youngsters proving they've got the mettle to make it in the first team.
No, 100%. And as you say, it's about going on.
Yeah.
And proving you can do it again and again. And some will fall by the wayside, but these two look the real deal, don't they?
Yeah.
Benkenstein facing up now to Lintott. Comes in and bowls. Benkenstein gives himself room before pushing it out to the offside and won't get anything there. Good bowling from Lintott, just followed him slightly.
Yes, I don't think either of this pair will fall by the wayside. They both look very professional in their approach.
Lintott just held up by the umpire momentarily, but is ready now. Comes in and bowls, and Benkenstein square drives out to the boundary for 4 runs. Well, the man at backward point seemed to be favourite for that, but it's just gathered pace and gone away for 4 runs. A wonderfully well-timed shot from Benkenstein. He goes into the 40s, and the score to 262 for 4 in the 44th over.
Yeah, expert piece of working the angle there to make sure it avoided the fieldsman. He really is playing well here, Benkenstein.
Here's Lintott again, so square driven for 4. Comes in, and Benkenstein comes down the wicket and just plays that one comfortably up to long on and goes through for a single. He goes to 44 now, 263 for 4. But Warwickshire will have seen the ease with which Essex have scored, and will fancy they can do likewise. Giving himself room this time is Allison, and he cuts away in the air, and it loops agonisingly just beyond the grasp of the fielder and goes down to the backward point boundary for 4 runs. That sort of spun away off the toe end of the bat, but the same result, goes for 4.
Yep, and they all count at this stage now, and both these batsmen realising the need to press the accelerator.
Here he is, Lintott again. He's been hit for 2 boundaries now in this over, and that one won't be. It's cut away by Allison. A fielder on the square cover boundary can prevent any more than the single. 268 for 4 now. Benkenstein down onto strike for the final ball of this over. 10 off it so far. And what else will there be? Lintott comes in. Oh dear, that's a horrible, horrible piece of bowling. But unfortunately for Essex, Benkenstein can't make anything of it. It was short, pulled down outside off stump. Benkenstein rocks back, cuts it away, and only finds the fielder at cover. And there is no run. End of the over. Lintott gets away with that last ball, and Essex, with 6 overs remaining, at 268 for 4.
Yeah, well, you and I were at Bristol for the first T20 game, Glenn, and we saw a whole succession of Essex batsmen play with a complete lack of any notion of appliance of science. Admittedly, they got a lot better in the competition as it developed. But one of the lovely things about these 2 19-year-olds is that, you know, they have absolutely thought their way to the runs they've got on the board. It hasn't been reckless, charging down the wicket, predetermining what shot they play, and that style of approach. They play really good 50-over cricket. But as I say, I think Warwickshire have got a pretty strong lineup, so you would expect sides, if they've anything about them, to make decent scores at the least. And Hannon Dorby is back into the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and almighty swipe from Allison just gets the toe end of the bat for a single. I think he was looking to hit it for 6 really, but he goes up to 59. It's 269 for 4, and we're in the 45th over, so this and 5 more to come.
Well, they have posted Lintott out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, so Allison was risking himself slightly had he connected.
Benkenstein on strike. Hannon Dorby bowls to him. He has an enormous waft, misses. There's a half-hearted appeal, or even if it was wholehearted, it's still going to be given not out.
No, he's walked.
Oh, he has walked, right. So reinstate wholehearted, and yeah, he's out, just got an edge to that, and taken by Burgess. So Benkenstein, at the end of a 70-run partnership, departs, caught behind by Michael Burgess off Ollie Halby. I'll say it again, Hannon Dorby for 44. Didn't quite reach his 50, but a very fine knock. Even so, particularly I think, Glenn, because he provided some real acceleration at a point where Essex needed it.
Yeah, he certainly did, and it was all a little bit of a after Lord Mayor's show, really, wasn't it? Because there wasn't much of a celebration from Warwickshire. Umpire didn't put his finger up because Benkenstein walked himself, which you don't see too often these days, but that's probably a timely wicket for Warwickshire as well, because if those two had stuck around for the remaining 5 and a bit overs, Essex would have gone north of 300, I think. But as it is, what have we got? 5.4 overs to go, 269 for 5. Another youngster that we've seen in this Essex setup, seen him in a couple of championship games this season as well. Young Noah Thane comes to the wicket now. A few words between he and Charlie Allison, and really, I know Thane will want to put bat to ball, but really he's got to get Allison, for as long as he's there, as much of the strike as possible, I think.
You're quite right, although I would say that Noah Thane, of chunky build, he can hit this ball out of the ground. You know, he's a very strong lad, and be interesting to see. I certainly think your suggestion is going to be right in the short term, because he is just about to face his first ball, but maybe if he gets his eye in, we'll see some big hitting as he faces Hannon Dorby and gets a single straight away off a little bit of a leading edge down to long off. But Thane, as I say, is a big hitter, a very similar build actually to Graham Napier. 270 for 5 then in the 45th over, which has been a good one from the Warwickshire point of view to date. As well, at one point looked as if Essex might get to about 330. Now I think they're going to have to settle for around 300 as Hannon Dorby runs in, bowls to Allison, who waits on a slower ball and gets 4 runs through extra cover. Was dropped in too short. 63 now to Charlie Allison, and the score to 274 for 5.
Dear me, what a piece of timing that is. There's a thing extra cover and probably cover boundary. You're probably thinking, well, if he hits anything out here, I've got a chance of cutting that off and preventing the boundary, but he's hit it with such timing. It's raced away.
Yeah, and the secret was, it was actually a slower ball. He waited for it. He spotted immediately the change in pace. The advantage of not predetermining. You have to think on your feet as Hannon Dorby bowls to him. He just drops almost dead bat on the ball, which was well pitched by Hannon Dorby up in the block hole, and a single to Rob Yates patrolling the covers. 275 for 5, 64 to Allison.
Yeah, again, good sensible batting, good piece of bowling, good sensible batting, not looking to hit the cover off the next one.
No, it's a good contest between the wily Hannon Dorby and the inexperienced but very mature for his age Allison. Here Noah Thane has a swipe at the ball there, and I think Glenn's prescription for him to just try and get Allison on strike was a little bit missing there, because he tried to hit a boundary himself and wasn't seeing it well enough to make any contact with the ball. But 45 overs have gone, 275 for 5, Thane just off the mark and Allison on 64.
Yeah, inadvertently it's worked though because he didn't get anything off it, so he got Allison on the strike. Anyway, that wasn't the plan, but it's worked. 64 not out for Charlie Allison from 67 balls, so he's striking at just under 96. Change of bowling at the Graham Gooch end. Craig Miles is back on. Just see whether they can keep Essex down here. So what have we got? 5 overs to go.
And just to point out the batting to come, Jamal Richards, Ben Allison, Charlie's brother, Aaron Beard and Simon Fernandez.
So it's Miles towards us, and more pertinently in towards Allison. He drops that into the offside, and Miles comes through on his follow through and picks up, but Thane had set off at a sprint to make sure he got to the other end. 276 for 5, the Essex score.
Yeah, I was perhaps slightly surprised there that we didn't see an attempted shy at the stumps, Glenn, because at one point I thought, oh, this looks like a run out. Thane was not particularly quick to set off, but once he got going he motored, and that's a feature of all these young guys. As you'd expect, they can all shift.
So that brings Thane down onto strike for the first time at this end. Miles deep in conversation. In the distance, as a rather loud motorbike circumnavigates the ground. Here's Miles in and bowls. Thane steps across to outside off stump and whips that one down to the long leg boundary for 4 runs. 280 for 5. Really good shot, that.
It was. No, this lad can play. He made big runs in the match at Leicester last year in this competition. And yeah, Essex really do now, all of a sudden, having gone quite a while without quite seeming to produce players of the ilk of Dan Lawrence and Alistair Cook and Ravi Bopara, they're producing some very good prospects.
Miles into Thane, who steps outside a leg stump this time and works it into the offside and sets off with a single quickly. Might be overthrows here, they are going to go for it. Allison had run a long way beyond the stumps, but Thane hadn't, importantly, and he turned and called them through for the overthrow, and they pick up an extra run there. 2 in total, 282 for 5.
Good cricket. And Allison, once he was appraised that there would be an overthrow there, was quick to respond. Some players have decided that they're not going to go back because the next run is going to be 30 yards rather than 20. But he is very quick, Allison, as was Thane there. So 282 for 5 in the 46th over.
7 off the over so far, 3 balls to come. With a noisy motorbike in the distance as Miles comes in and bowls, and Thane wants to come down the wicket here, so Miles drops it short and cramps him up, but they still come away with the single. 283 for 5. Good piece of bowling from Miles, good thinking. Just saw Thane coming, so cramped him, bowled it short or bowled it into the body, so he could do no more, couldn't free the arms and do the job, get himself the single. As here is Miles once again, pulled away into the onside by Allison. They set off for 1, shouldn't be a second there. They're going to take on the arm actually, and they're right to take on the arm because it's wide of the stumps, and a good piece of running from these two. So 10 from the over so far, with 1 ball still to come.
Yeah, good acceleration for Essex, as there needs to be at this point. But even if Essex go on to lose this game, they look an altogether better side than the one that finished at the foot of the table last year.
So finishing off then is Miles. He comes in, Allison steps outside leg stump. He'll only get the single here as he pulls it away. End of the over. Essex are 286 for 5. Still 4 overs to go here.
46 gone then. I think that was 11 off that over. And Allison 67, and Noah Thane, I was saying, he's a big hitter of the cricket ball, and although he hasn't had any particularly big hits so far, he's done well. He's well capable of keeping the scoreboard moving. He's quickly moved on to 8, and 286 for 5. One of the features of the innings is that Essex have never lost 2 wickets in a row quickly. You know, all the partnerships have put on a reasonable number of runs with 51, 22, 71, 55 and 70, and this one's already put on 17 as here is Hannon Dorby in bowls. A majestic shot played just for a single out to miles in the covers there, and it's 287 for 5 in the 47th over. Oh, I've overshot the runway here, but actually Clive has got to do his update anyway.
You're okay, don't worry. Updating listeners in the Midlands to what's going on down here at the moment. Good to have Clive Eakin with us once again.
It is indeed always nice to see Clive. I've known Clive for long years, going back to the end of the 80s. Here is Hannon Dalby in and bowls, and this ball is hit in the air. I don't know if there's a fieldsman under the balcony there. There is, and that is the end of Noah Thane. Out for 8 caught at long on, and Essex lose their 6th wicket, 287 for 6.
Yeah, had to chance his arm, had to take it on. Getting Hannon Dalby away is always going to be a tall order, but decided he needed to start striking boundaries, needed to go for it. We're at the stage now where every ball they think needs to disappear out of the ground, or at the very least to the boundary, so certainly no blame on the shoulders of Noah Thane there. Charlie Allison is still there. Hayne goes for 8. 1-4 in that. And Essex are 287 for 6. And this brings the exciting Jamal Richards, who can bowl at a fair old lick to the wicket with the bat in his hand this time. Played for the All-Counties side against the West Indies a few weeks ago, and showed up well in this competition last season. And a little punch of the hands between he and Charlie Allison, and much like Noah Thane, if you can't get the ball to the boundary, get Charlie Allison as much of the strike as possible, but Noah Thane has found out, like plenty have before him, it's difficult to get Hannon Dalby away at the death of an innings.
Yeah, 2 wickets for Hannon Dalby, who actually was relatively expensive in his first spell, but he's come back and taken 2 crucial wickets.
So here's Hannon Dalby then into Jamal Richards. False start, back on your heads everybody. Hannon Dalby puts the brakes on. So start again, shall we? The shaven-headed Hannon Dalby with wristbands on either wrist. Sets himself away again. Blue undersoles to his bowling boots. Comes in and bowls to Richards. Wide of off stump, and Richards just gets something on that and comes through for the single. 288 for 6 with 3 balls of this, the 47th over to go.
Warwickshire didn't really have to chase too many big targets last season. They won 7 of their 8 group games. But the highest target they successfully chased down was 276 against Sussex at Hove. The highest target they faced was actually 339 against Dermot Edgeworth. That was the one game they lost, although they did only lose by 1 run.
Hannon Dalby into Allison. Oh, and Allison goes aerial. It's gone a long way in the air. Man at long off should take this one. Just has to backpedal a little bit, but Lintott takes it pretty comfortably in the end, and that's the end of an excellent innings from Charlie Allison. He has to go for 69. Hannon Dalby has 2 in 3 balls now, and Essex are 288 for 7.
Yeah, just falling away a bit at the end of the innings, going for the big shots. Jake Lintott with the catch there. And well, with wickets in hand, they had licence to do this, go for shots at the end of the innings. It hasn't quite come off, but Charlie Allison getting good applause. Good innings from him. But whether they're going to get to that sort of 330 mark that looked on the cards earlier is now looking less likely.
Yeah, now it's about, I think, making sure they get to 300. There's a couple of times in the T20 this season where if they got to 200, they'd probably have won the games, but they didn't on 2 occasions in 2 particular group matches, ended up losing the matches. So need to make sure they get to 300 here, bare minimum. And Jamal Richards is joined at the wicket by Ben Allison, who's strode out and passed his brother on the way out. Younger brother Charlie with an excellent hand, out for 69, and Hannon Dalby now has 3 for 59 from his 8.4.
It's all come rather suddenly for him, the wickets.
So Essex just needs a little bit canny with what they do now. 288 for 7, still 3 and a bit overs to go. Hannon Dalby's in and bowls to Ben Allison, who just pushes up to long off, where the man who just took the catch, Lintott, comes herring in off the boundary to prevent any more than the single. 289 for 7. One more ball to go of this over, and 3 more to go beyond that. So Essex should get to 300 comfortably.
but it's whether they can add anything considerably more than that. As Hannon Dolby turns, runs in and bowls to Richards. Oh, full delivery, good delivery from Hannon Dolby, and Richards just tries to jab the bat down on it, doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Burgess, end of the over. And Essex with 3 overs to go, 289 for 7 with 2 fresh batters at the wicket as well. Charlie Allison 69, Nick Brown 75, the 2 mainstays of this Essex innings so far. Cameos from Coochie, Das and Wesley. And Noah Thane throwing the bat towards the end, caught in the deep.
Yeah, so what, 3 overs at the 40 over mark, 238 for 4. You're thinking then 10 and over for the last 10, which with 6 wickets left is not a unreasonable target. That would have taken them to close to 240. Even 9 and over would have gone up to near 330. But, 10 and over from here, you're looking at 320, which is still a decent score. Let's see, enough or not. Michael Booth starts with a wide down the leg side.
None for 36 from his 6 so far, Booth, and a couple of expensive overs early on in the innings. So he'll want to come back, but that was bowling from this end, the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's switched now to the far end.
He comes in wearing arm guards on his elbows as he comes in to bowl. That's a pitch in short. It's pulled round onto the onside by Allison. Perhaps it's a good job Charlie Allison was out, because had both Allisons at the crease. Well, mind you, wouldn't have meant all I had to say was Allison, I would definitely have been right. Anyway, Ben Allison gets a single there, 291 for 7. So it's still going to be a higher total than Warwickshire managed to chase. They didn't need to chase that big totals. They were very good at restricting opponents last season. They'll have to win this in a slightly different way if they're to win this one. Booth in with a bouncer, which is ducked under by Jamal Richards.
Piece of bowling.
Yeah, he says that's one for your over. Booth goes back to his mark. In to bowl. It's just straight down the leg side. It's turned round his pads by Richards for a single. Not sure what we took, except with singles at the moment. It's boundaries. Obviously they've got to stop. And Dolby has 1 over left. So does he bowl the he will bowl the 49th. And then you would think Ed Barnard would be favourite to bowl he has 1 left as well. Will be a change of ends for him, but in comes Booth to bowl it short. He just plays over that. Does Allison and gets a single.
It's good bowling, isn't it? It's just short, which they can pull away, but they can only pull away to 3 fielders on that onside. So it's only conceding singles. It's clearly a plan that Warwickshire have decided to go for here.
292 for 7, Essex. Put in comes Booth. That's a good ball that goes after the batter. He does make room and runs it down to third for a single, Richards, but he saw him trying to make room by stepping across to the leg side and followed him to the bowler, and all Richards could do was fended away for another single. 293 for 7.
He did well in the end to get something on it. It was quite swift as well. They're not being given any room at all to free their arms outside off stump.
So 13 balls to go. Runner ball was taken beyond 300. That was launched in the air, and it's going to be okay. It's over the head of Will Rose. Oh, bounces awkwardly, and Rob Yates could not stop it crossing the boundary. Got a bit of a fortuitous bounce there as it landed, but a decent shot to finish the over from an Essex point of view. And they are 298 for 7 with 2 overs to go.
Yeah, well, he bowled short pretty much for the whole of the over, had Booth, and then the one that he actually pitches up a little bit further, Allison, I mean, he skewed it away in the end. He was looking to hit it straight, and he skewed away out to the offside, and it was like a spinning bounce, wasn't it, which just couldn't prevent from going over the boundary. But it was a welcome 4 runs for Essex, but it was a decent enough over from Booth, actually. So Hannon Dolby then to bowl
his final over from this Sir Alistair Cook end. 3 for 60 from his 9. And he's going to be bowling to Jamal Richards. Outside off stump, Jamal Richards drives away very attractively behind square on the offside. Surely got to take the arm on for the second run here, which they do as there's a sliding stop out there and they get there comfortably. And a very warm round of applause is for the Essex 300. It's come up after 48.1 overs. And what can they do with the remaining 11 balls of this innings to get themselves well beyond the 300? And Dalby just inspects the ball, pulls his short sleeves up a little bit further towards his shoulder, comes in and bowls to Richards once again, well outside off stump, and Richards hammers it straight down the ground. One bounce, 4 runs. What a good piece of clean hitting that was from Jamal Richards. 304 for 7. I don't think Ollie Hannon-Dalby will be pitching the next one up to him.
In the modern game about high targets being chased down, but you know what, last season the whole competition, only 6 targets of 300 or more were successfully chased, and one of those was on a Duckworth Lewis Stern at Southampton. So only 3 teams got over 300 to win the match batting second. Sorry, 5 teams.
Hannon-Dalby full toss this time. Turns into a decent delivery actually, about waist height, and Richards going to pick up no more than a single. 305 for 7.
Only 5 teams got 300 or over to win the match batting second last season. The highest successful run chase, Glamorgan chased down 341 to beat Northants at Cardiff. So it's doable, but it's not going to be easy for Warwickshire.
Certainly not. Scoreboard pressure, etc., etc. Here's Hannon-Dalby then, in and bowling to Ben Allison, and just traps his bat down on it, and a dot ball as Hannon-Dalby fields on his follow through. Worcestershire have now lost a wicket in that game after Middlesex put them in at New Road. Worcestershire are 321 for 1 in the 44th over. Could be a long day for Middlesex.
They were pretty hopeless in the T20 blast, not for the first time.
Without being rude about it, you like to make sure that Middlesex are one of the teams who play twice. They've not had a good, I say a few years, they've not had a good time in the T20 for a long time now, no. Middlesex. They played 2 group games here, home games here.
Yeah,
here's Hannon-Dalby into Allison. Allison batters it down to long off and comes through for the single, 306 for 7. Yeah, Lords wasn't available, and they did actually say in their statement that the cost of outgrounds wasn't worth it, so they came to Chelmsford. They tried to sell it, it's only a short hop on the train, but not if you're a Middlesex fan in North London, it's not.
I mean, look, I don't run their finances, so I can't judge it. It seems a shame that to not find a way of playing them at outgrounds. I know their long-term plan, isn't it, is to think about moving altogether and getting their own headquarters.
Hannon-Dalby then, penultimate ball of his spell in, full toss, low full toss. Jamal Richards hammers it down to long on. Sliding stop down there, they think about the second. Allison sends Richards back just as well because the throw hit the stumps direct, so it was a good piece of calling. And that's the end. No, yep, that is the end of the over. 307 for 7. Hannon-Dalby finishes with 3 for 69 from his 10. 1 over to come.
Well, 9 off the over, so they got 1 over to go. Can they get to 2 overs to go? No, it is 1 over to go, isn't it? Yes, sorry. Yes. So they'll be looking to get, well, up to 350, or have a very good over, maybe 320. One stage it looked like it might get more than that, but that is still a decent total. It will be. No, Air Barn, I was talking to Craig Miles. I'm a little surprised if he's going to bring Craig Miles back on. Because I know Miles does bowl at the death, but Barnard's bowled well this innings. He's 2 for 37 of his 9. I mean, Miles has done okay, 1 for 49 off 7. But interesting decision from the captain to give Craig Miles 1 more over, and he comes into bowl to Richards. Well, maybe that's why he did it. That's a good delivery, which is too good for Richards. He drives the bat at it, misses it, and a precious dot ball. Some great clouds. I have to say, I did feel a few spots of rain while I was outside enjoying my lunch. Nothing significant, but some grey clouds overhead. Hopefully they'll blow away during the lunch interval, which will obviously come at the end of this over. That one is lobbed in the air, but safely by Richards. It was aimed at the leg. He wants 2 runs, which he's going to get. Good run in from Jamal Richards. 309 for 7. And an Essex total has been built on no huge score, but some decent scores. Nick Brown from the start, 75 off 90 balls. Charlie Allison, 69 off 72 balls. Have been the mainstays. Luke Benkinston entertained with 44 off 27. This next one, Richards again, lost in the air but safely out to the fielder in the deep.
I think Warwickshire will look at it and say, well, yes, all their batters got starts, but no one's gone on. If we can have one goes on and makes a big score and we bat around him, then we win the game.
And with a shortish boundary, now you can get hung up on those. I've seen teams do it. I've seen Warwickshire do it when they're all short boundary. All that happens is all their batters get caught going for sixes there. But only 3 sixes in the Essex innings, which is not a huge number. I think he's hit 2 of them. That's short, and that one is not. Oh, is it? It might be a 4-6. It's the long boundary. Umpire's checking. It was very close to the rope. It is a 4. Picked that up very nicely.
Just going to watch that on the replay if I can quickly before he.
One thing I would say was there was no barracking from the crowd at that side of the ground.
No,
so
it has bounced just in front. It hasn't hit the rope, it's bounced just in front.
Good shot from Ben Allison though. And it's got them to 314 with 2 balls to go, so 320 could be on. Miles bowls as Yorker length, and that's lofted for 6 over long on. Fielder out there, but Ben Allison's cleared him, and he's scoring some valuable runs at the end of this Essex innings. Brings up the 320.
Well, you did say you were surprised that Ed Barnard has not bowled the final over.
I just wonder, that's a captain thinking, oh, I better not put myself on all the time. Look, I mean, to be fair, Craig Miles is usually the at-the-death bowler, so he's not doing anything unusual. I just think how successful he's been. Albeit it would have been a change of ends for him, which might have been another reason for going this way.
13 off the over. And
Miles bowls the last ball, and that's hoiked away for 4 more by Allison. So Allison finishes 4-6-4 and leaves Essex on a final score of 324 for 7. He jogs off having hit 22 quick runs, Ben Allison. There's a slight pause here. I think umpires are just double checking that the innings is complete, but it is. And a contribution to a 14 not out from Jamal Richards. Well, it's a good score. 324 for 7, and that target would have been enough to win all but 3 matches in the competition last season. So we'll see whether it's enough this time. Essex 324 for 7.
So Warwickshire won the toss. They put Essex into bat with that short boundary on one side, clearly focusing both skippers' minds, because Tom Wesley said at the toss as well that he would have bowled first. So Nick Brown made 75, Feroz Kushi 22 from 20, Tom Wesley LBW for 15, Robin Dasser got himself to 35 and played really nicely. Charlie Allison an excellent 69, Luke Benkenstein 44, another good hand from him from just 27 balls, 4 4s and 2 6s in that. Noah Thane made 8. Jamal Richards a very useful 14 late on there, and as Clive was just rounding up, Ben Allison 22 from 9 balls, 3 4s and a 6, getting Essex to 324 for 7. The Warwickshire bowling, 0 for 45 for Booth, Oliver Halland Dolby 3 for 69 from his 10, Ed Barnard 2 for 37 from his 9, did not bowl himself out, the captain. Miles 1 for 66 from 8, Lintop none for 61, the spinner from 10, Rhodes 1 for 16 from 3, and Yates none for 20 from his 3, 324 for 7. I think we said around about 3:30, Clive, so we've got a good game on our hands.
Yeah, we have. In the end, 86 of the last 10 overs, so it wasn't quite the 10 and over you sort of probably aim for, but still pretty productive. It was the most productive 10 over spell, that last 10 overs. And so Warwickshire won a lot of their matches last season by restricting the opposition or bowling them out cheaply. It's the same in the T20 Blast, actually. The one thing we haven't done on the T20 Blast, albeit with a different team, is actually chase down a significant total. So that is what they're facing here. They've got a bit of experience in the batting with Yates and Barnard and Rhodes, and Benjamin, of course, and Burgess are both big hitters. So it'll be interesting. 325 though seems a formidable target even in this age.
We'll take a few minutes breaks, a few little games going on the outfield, a few people just stretching their legs, and do return when Warwickshire start their victory chase of 325.
Ambassador are offering fans a chance to win a cruise in the intervals of all of our home games in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Get the cricket ball through one of these 4 holes to secure yourself 2 tickets on a cricket cruise this December. Along with the rest of the club, we're going to show you how it's done. Aaron Beard, bowler, I've got a good chance they're going to end up underarming it.
Ben Allison, bowler, biggest head and best goalkeeper inside. Robin Das, box-to-box midfielder, no chance.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding cuisine for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding cuisine for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea.
Well, we're nearly ready to go again. Please put your hands together. Welcome our 2 umpires, followed by Tom Wesley and the Essex team.
Couldn't put it better myself as we welcome back for the second innings of what could be a very interesting game. I mean, I've said that a few times, the T20 this season, it's usually not been. But this does look an interesting run chase. It's a testing one for Warwickshire. And so, although they won 7 group games last season, they didn't do it this way, chasing big targets. They did it generally by squeezing teams last season or bowling them out. They did make 2 totals of over 330 last season. They got 331 for 7 batting first against Glamorgan at Neath. And the one time they were chasing a target even bigger than this one, actually, they were chasing 339, and they did come up only 2 runs short to finish 337 for 8 against Durham at Edgeworthstown, lost by 1 run. That was the only group game they lost.
Yeah, I think this is going to be close. It might be as close as that. Essex certainly felt when they went into the last over with 3 balls left, they were 14 runs fewer than they ended up with. Those 3 boundaries off the last 3 balls have got Essex closer to the 330 we thought they might be in the region of, and indeed ended up in that region. But that sort of last couple of balls going to the boundary can make quite a difference. Ben Allison was the man who hit the 3 boundaries, 4-6-4, at the end of the Essex innings, and he's going to be bowling the first over here.
A lot could depend on the opening pair. They shared 2 century stands last season, including 188 at Neath, Yates and Barnard.
So Allison in to Yates. Good delivery, well played. Needed to be defended and was. And yeah, as you rightly say, Clive, this is a big partnership for Essex to break, because if they can make the sort of start we know they're capable of, they could have a big say in the final outcome.
It would be a bit of a reversal of last season's form if Essex were to win this. They struggled in the competition. Warwickshire really cruised through the group stage.
Allison in. Bowls to Yates, left-hander, down leg side, it's a wide, inevitably, 1 for no wicket. The only danger there for Yates, he did what nearly all batsmen do and just flicked at the ball as it went past, and it can result in a strangle, as Alistair Cook found out on more than one occasion.
Warwickshire bowled 10 wide, so they were a little bit expensive in that department. They get 1 back there.
Well, of course, Essex are already 50% in the wides column of the balls that have been bowled. That's a lovely shot, but straight to Robin Das in the covers. It was going like a rocket. Superb extra cover drive. And, well, the fieldsman couldn't have been better placed there. Well fielded. 1 for no wicket in the first over. Target 325.
Grey and overcast, still quite close feeling, but grey and overcast overhead. I mentioned during lunch I felt a few spots of rain, but I don't think anything has really threatened thus far.
Allison in again, bowls to Yates, and keeps it a little bit low, plays it well enough out to Cushy, backward point. And yes, there was a little period where the weather forecast did actually suggest that there was a 50% chance of rain at some point between midday and 3 o'clock. We've nearly made it to 3 o'clock, and the light is certainly quite a bit brighter than it was an hour ago. So hopefully we're now moving into the area where the forecasters suggested there was little chance of rain. Got 1 wide slip in here as Allison from the Sir Alistair Cook end bowls, and ball just dabbed out to Wesley in the covers for no run by the left-handed Rob Yates, and the other end yet to face a ball is Ed Barnard.
Ed Barnard finished top scorer in the competition last season. Warwickshire actually had the top run scorer and the top wicket taker in the competition. Leon Dolby with 24 wickets. He's added 3 already in this game. Ed Barnard with 616 runs.
Allison in. bowls, a thick inside edge here. Batsman was aiming an offside drive. It ends up at mid-wicket, and they get back for 2. So 3 for no wickets, still in the first over. And that's a terrific number of runs that Ed Barnard scored last year.
Yeah, he made the game mentioned against Durham. He made 160 odd in that game. Unfortunately, the rest of the Warwickshire batting couldn't quite see them over the line.
And Allison again. Bowls. Yates dabs it into the offside and sufficiently wide of Coochie at backward point for them to comfortably achieve a single. So, reasonably tidy first over in spite of there being a wide in it. 4 for no wicket. Warwickshire with 3 to Rob Yates, who thus keeps the strike, and the other run was the wide. Target 325.
It's a big target, which they'll have to build their way to. Who have we got bowling?
This is Aaron Beard.
Aaron Beard, bowl.
Nick Brown, the lone slip here. Beard, who works at quite a lively pace, but is inclined to be a little bit expensive.
Local lad, Alan Beard, comes in to bowl to Yates. Oh, it's a swing and a miss there from Yates. A little bit of extra bounce from Beard and driving at it.
Yeah, a little
Yates
bit,
misses.
A little bit of a loose shot at that one by Yates.
One slip in place.
Simon Fernandez is the Essex wicket-keeper, especially re-engaged by Essex, having played a few second 11 games a couple of years ago.
And that one, he gets hold of that one, Yates, and it's a long boundary, but that will be the first boundary. Some poor fielder's got to jog an awful long way to go and collect the ball. First boundary of the innings from Rob Yates, nicely driven through the covers. 8 without loss.
Charlie Allison, the man who has to travel a long way just to retrieve the ball. But he's a fit young lad, so he won't mind that too much, as long as he doesn't have to do it too often. But a good start so far from Warwickshire, chasing 325 there, 8 for no wicket.
Beard in, right arm over, and that's a full length delivery which Yates digs out and pushes out to the offside. It's a dot ball.
Good crowd in here for the first of the 50 overs matches, and I rather anticipate that there will be good crowds for the other games at the county ground.
Beard right arm over, that's pushed out by Yates onto the offside for no run. In terms of the scores elsewhere in the competition, it's by no means the highest scoring game, although a low scoring game at Northampton, where Northampton bowled out for 235 by Derbyshire, who were 8 without loss. But Durham posted 344 for 4 at Sedbergh against Lancashire, scored 3 in the first over, and Worcestershire 371 for 3, and that's in a 48 over game against Middlesex. And the holders have started with a high score, and that's going down the leg side. As long as Yates has missed that completely, then it'll be a wide, and it is. Leicestershire 369 for 6 against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire had a torrid time in the T20 Blast until the very last game, actually, but they won and affected who would qualify. Lyndon James 3 for 105. Ouch.
Yes. As you say, apart from the final game, Notts really had not just a poor time, a dreadful time.
Oh, they were absolutely abject against Warwickshire, against the Bears at Trembridge. Just push out the offside, there's no run. So much so that we heard I hear regularly at football matches, Paul, but very rarely at cricket matches where the home crowd actually booed the home team at the end of both innings.
Yeah.
They were very unhappy. I'm not condoning booing necessarily, but they certainly had reason for complaint. They were
I think
awful with the bat against them. They bowled out for 57, I think they were.
Yeah.
Just seemed to give up. Beard comes in to bowl. And Yates plays that slightly uppishly, lands short of mid-on. And there's no run. Well, he conceded a boundary in the over, but in the end, not too costly. 5 off it. Warwickshire in 9 without loss after 2.
Yeah, where I approve of the booing, even at cricket, Clive, is when the home side have paid quite a bit of money to go along and watch.
Well, that was part of the issue at Notts. They've cranked the prices up this season, so that didn't help.
And the point is, it's true even in football, as long as it gives the players give an impression that they're giving 100%, even if they're not doing well in comparison to their opponents. The supporters will accept that. But when they just don't seem to be bothering, I think they are entitled to make their displeasure known.
I'm just going to leave you for a few moments.
Yep, that's fine.
I'm going to do an update.
Thanks, Clive. And Ben Allison will bowl his second, the third over of this Warwickshire attempt to make 325 to win. And it's a dot ball, as the first time that Barnard has faced Allison, and he just comes forward and plays it back to the bowler, as we see for the first time in quite a while, but a sun return over the county ground here. Still a predominant bank of cloud around, some of it a little bit threatening, but I think we're going to be all right. And the weather forecasters do suggest that the greater danger of any showers has already passed time-wise, as here's Barnard again, just stepping into line, returning it whence it came. Allison the bowler. People logging on all the time just to tell you that Essex were put into bat, made 324 for 7. And it was a pretty decent all-round batting performance. Brown 75, Cushy 22, Wesley 15, Das 35, Charlie Allison 69, Benkenstein 44, Thane 8, Richards not out 14, and Ben Allison not out 22. Next delivery will produce 1 run to Benkenstein, fielding at wide mid-on. Not the best of throws, but Cushy backs it up very well, and they get a single. 9 for no wicket. Barnard off the mark, and back into strike will come Rob Yates, who's made 7. The other run being accounted for, the other 2 runs being accounted for in wides. 1 each from Allison and Aaron Beard. Ben Allison around the wicket to the left-hander from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowls, and good delivery, just short of a length, and stabbed away into the offside by Yates for no run into the covers. So score remaining on 10 for no wicket into the 3rd over. Decent enough start. 50 over cricket isn't like T20. You can more than take your time to play yourself in. And Allison comes in again. Just the 1 slip, who's a wide one. Bowls, that's a lovely shot through the covers, and it's racing away to the boundary for 4 runs, and score up to 14 for no wicket. Yates with his second boundary on to 11. So good start this from Warwickshire, and it rather highlights there the ease with which Yates just almost let the ball hit the bat there and timed it beautifully through the covers. It's a good strip to bat on. Allison to him, and here's another lovely shot for 4 more. Despite the fieldsman diving to his left, no hope of stopping it, and the ball races away to the boundary. So 18 for no wicket. It's worth just remembering that Nick Brown himself, when he opened the innings for Essex, got the home side away to a pretty lively start in the power play, which goes on until the 10th over. So 18 for no wicket it is at the end of 3 overs, and Yates has done nearly all the scoring. He's had nearly all the bowling. 15 to him, 1 to Barnard, 2 wides accounting for the other 2 runs, and Beard to bowl his second and the 4th over in total of this Warwickshire innings. Target 325. Beard in with 1 slip. Bowls from the Graham Gooch end. Dot ball to start with, as Barnard just plays the ball defensively into the offside. Cushy does the fielding. Backward point. Got slip, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and I imagine a long leg out of my sight here. We haven't got full viewing of the near corners of the ground. Beard is in bowls and played off the pads for no run to mid-wicket. Score remaining on 18. We're in the 4th over. Clipped away nicely off the pads, but straight to Thane at mid-wicket. Noah Thane, and he made 8 runs in Essex's 324 for 7 earlier this afternoon. Beard comes in again. Bowls, and Barnard didn't know a lot about that. He's going to get a run because it went off a thick inside edge as he looked to prod the ball much straighter. It goes to backward square leg, and we've seen a bit of that in this match. It was true when Essex batted. There were a few that took the inside edge and luckily didn't go into the stumps. On one occasion the ball went into the ground, looped up just over the bails to safety from an Essex point of view. Could easily have been a wicket. 19 for no wicket, therefore. 2 now to Barnard, and it's Yates back on strike. Clips the ball off the pads but without timing, so no run there. Robin Das fields at mid-wicket, and 19 for no wicket remains the score in the 4th over. Looking to see who else might be doing the bowling for Essex. Well, they've got not Charlie Anderson, sorry, they've got Jamal Richards, who's quite quick, and Noah Thane will probably bowl a few overs, as will Luke Benkenstein with his spin. Beard's in, bowls, and that's a very nice shot, brilliantly fielded in the covers, because that was beautifully timed by Yates. Thane, the man with a great stop there, saved a certain 4 runs. They don't get any, and it's 19 for no wicket as Clive Eakin rejoins us.
Yeah, crucial piece of fielding. Got away with that on the bowler. Good start. Warwickshire were okay in the field, but not as good as they have been in the T20 Blast, so it is an area where Essex could potentially do a little better.
Fair comment, because there were a few misfields, and they, overall, reasonably tidy as the next ball is driven and finds the gap. That's a splendid shot. 4 runs and 23 for no wicket. Yates looks in very good touch out there, rather as Nick Brown did in the early stages of the Essex innings. Went on to get 75. So at the end of 4 overs, 23 for no wicket Warwickshire, needing 325 to win, with 19 to Rob Yates and 2 to Ed Barnard, with 2 wides having been bowled.
Yes, Rob Yates dominating the innings early on, taking most of the strike and hitting 4 boundaries. Ed Barnard will be on strike as Ben Allison prepares to bowl, number 65. He wants his onside sweeper to go around a bit to sort of back of square leg. So he's putting a fielder inside the circle at mid-wicket. He has a slip in place. Purple-clad Essex he comes into bowl Allison, and that's turned round. He was looking for a quick single there, Barnard, but that fielder had come up at mid-wicket, was in a position to race in and pick up the ball. Robin Das, and there's no run.
Yeah, Essex's options bowling-wise are not that great. The main 5 are going to be Aaron Beard, Ben Allison, Jamal Richards, Noah Thane and Luke Benkenstein, and the only other real alternative, as far as I can see, would be a few overs of skipper Tom Wesley.
He comes to bowl, and he opens the face of that, plays it to point, and there's no run. It's Barnard, captain, as we've been saying, for Warwickshire in this competition this season. Got a little bit of practice in the T20 Blast by captaining the team for 1 match in that. He's now Warwickshire's vice captain in all forms. Well, apart from this one, he's actually captain, but
yeah, he's playing himself in here, and he quite rightly so. There's no great hurry.
Yeah, he hasn't had too much of the strike.
No.
As in comes Allison, and he See what he's trying to do. He's trying to nurdle the singles. Of course, that's not always easy in the power play because you've got so many fielders inside the circle, and he plays that to one of them, so there's no run. To keep a little eye on Duckworth Lewis Stern once we get to 10 overs.
Yeah, good point.
For the record, then it's early really to say much, but Warwickshire are a couple of runs ahead at the moment with having not lost a wicket. But not relevant yet. Hopefully it won't be relevant all day. In comes Alison to bowl, just a bat onto pad there. Almost got that one through. Barnard can't get anything. Rob Yates just comes down the pitch to have a chat with their Barnard. Yes, what's happening? He did bat very well on the hybrid bit. Have they used that? This is not a hybrid pitch, is it? I don't think.
Not as far as I know, no.
They use a hybrid pitch in the championship match. And,
but it's a good batting strip, and I think Essex are certainly, if not bowling out Warwickshire, are going to have to take most of the wickets if they're going to win this game.
Allison to Barnard opens the face of the bat again to his frustration. He was trying to get it down to third, but it's cut off at backward point, so there's no run.
Yes, very economical over so far by Allison. In fact, if he bowls another dot ball, it will be a very rare maiden.
I don't think Warwickshire bowled any maidens.
No, I don't think they did.
No. So.
And this probably won't be, but we'll wait and see.
Slip in place to bowl, and it's not quite going to be. He drives that well, Barnard, but again it's a good stop. This time it's a half stop, which allows the single but nothing more. One run off the over, 24 without loss after 5.
Probably saved 3 runs there. Cushy with that fine diving stop at backward point. It might not quite, because it's such a long way to the boundary on that side of the ground away to our left that even though it looked to be travelling well enough to get to the boundary, it might just have slowed up late on. But he saved at least 2. And
well, Essex got 64 in the power play. Warwickshire are going to have to go some to match that.
Beard comes in and bowls, and no run here as it's played to mid-wicket by Ed Barnard. Continues to play watchfully in these early stages. He has 3 and Rob Yates 19, with there having been 2 wides. And we're in the 6th over, target 325. Beard reaches the top of his run and comes in again from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls, and it's smacked through the covers, no stopping that. Good attempt from Robin Dash diving to his right, but 4 runs on the short boundary side of the ground. 28 for no wicket, and that's Barnard announcing that he's now ready to attack the bowling. Moves up to 7 to come for Warwickshire. Will Rhodes, Hamza Sheikh, Michael Burgess, Chris Benjamin, Theo Wiley, John Lintott, Michael Booth, Craig Miles and Oliver Hannon-Dorby.
I don't wish any batters out, but I do hope we get to see Hamza Sheikh bat a bit in this innings.
Beard bowls, and that will be a wide down leg side. 29 for no wicket in the 6th over.
Well, they got the requirement down below 300 now, Warwickshire.
They have indeed.
First bit chipped away. No wickets down, that will be encouraging for them. They'll want to keep wickets in hand.
Yep, very much so. It's exactly what Essex did with 3 of the first 4 partnerships, half centuries. Beard bowls to Barnard. Barnard smacks this one away to the boundary. It was short outside off stump. Sat up and begged, and Barnard was not going to look that particular gift horse in the mouth. Goes to the wide third man boundary and takes Warwickshire to 33 for no wicket in the 6th. Beard, who does struggle mightily with direction. He's been around a good few years now. He actually played in the first game here against Lancashire all the way back in 2017 in the county championship, which Essex won that year. And you see here is another wide, and that takes the score up to 34 for no wicket. And what Beard has done is bowl the first of the wides then trying to, which was down leg side, then tried to correct it and bowled a long hop outside off stump, and now over-corrected back again to one down leg side. And it's almost worth sort of saying to him, try and get between those two, and you mightn't be too bad of propositions. He comes in now, bowls, and again it's outside off stump, run down to third man, who emerges from the balcony, which obscures some of our view. He being Jamal Richards, keeps it down to a single, but in the end, fairly expensive over has seen Warwickshire in 6 overs reach 35 for no wicket.
It's not over yet either, I'm afraid.
Sorry? Oh, it isn't over. I beg your pardon.
Too wise, of course.
Fooled by the considerable number of changes in the field brought about by the left-hander now coming into strike. Yes, it's going to be even more expensive in all probability. Coming round the wicket now, Beard, to the left-hander Yates, who's chopped this one a little bit uppishly. One bounce into the covers, fell well short of the fieldsman there. Had he been a sort of short extra, it would have been a catch, but it's a dot ball. And still the over hasn't finished, because of course we've had 2 wides in it. It's a minimum 8 ball over, it might even get worse, and 35 for no wicket. Warwickshire require a further 290 in just over 44 more overs to come as Beard bowls, and as ball's forced out to cover. There'll be no run there, and so in the end Beard slightly atoned for the being 2 wides in the over by the 2 extra deliveries, neither of which yielded a run. But 35 for none, good start for the chasing side, who require a further 290 in exactly 44.
Warwickshire clearly benefiting from their outstanding coaching staff and support crew. I'm not just saying that because they're all sitting in front of us, honestly. 35, well, he's quite black overhead, isn't it? Hopefully that will, and the clouds are going quite slowly, so they haven't put the floodlights on yet, and I don't see any sign of any fidgeting ground staff waiting to come on, but that'll be a slight concern. It could be a good game. We don't want the weather interrupting it. Allison comes into bowl to Barnard, who defends that to the offside. There's no run, 1 slip in place.
Yeah, the merit there from Ben Allison, bowling straight. Doesn't mean you mightn't get clobbered, but at least it means that the batsman has to play seriously. And Essex, we've had 1 or 2 too many wayward deliveries, too many wides already.
It is actually getting a little bit dark out there as Allison comes in now to Barnard, who plays that to down the ground, just beats the non-striker's stumps. It is cut off by Benkenstein, who batted so well earlier, and it's a single to Barnard. 36 without loss.
Yeah, Essex fielding the 2 19-year-olds who did so well for them in the latter stages of the group stages of the T20, Charlie Ellison and Luke Benkenstein, and again they look what they are, 2 batsmen who come into the game here feeling that they're bang in form.
Very straight run up from Allison, right arm over.
Good delivery.
Yeah, accurate delivery. Allison's aim is true, as that's defended out to the offside for no run.
I say good delivery, and it was, but in no way did it threaten the batsman. This is a pretty good pitch to bat on, I think we can safely say, and as Clive was just saying, this should be a pretty close finish.
That's the makings of that. Hopefully we'll get to see Warwickshire have to do it in 50 overs and not get not have to have an adjusted score. That is an edge. It's gone down to 3rd for 4 from Rob Yates, and it is 4 runs added to the total, 40 without loss, but a little unlucky the bowler there, got the edge. It's one that bounced a bit, but well wide of slip and down to 3rd for 4.
Yeah, you can say a little bit lucky, but he went forceful enough at it to make sure it went well clear of any fieldsman.
Now on 23, Rob Yates, as Allison comes in to bowl to him. and he drives that. It's just wide of Benkisi, who just cut it off, but has to make up a bit of ground to do so, which allows Yates to trot through for 141 without loss.
Yeah, he didn't quite time that. If he had done, it would have been 4, but Benkenstein able to nip round and reach the ball quite comfortably. But again, no threat to the batsman at all. We haven't really seen a single delivery in this innings yet beat the bat.
In comes Allison, and that shot is Hoyts away for the first 6 of the Warwickshire innings. Picked up by Ed Barnard, who was their top 6 hitter last season in this competition, and he's put that one in front of the some of the corporate spectators.
Yeah, poor delivery. It had been quite a good over up to that point, but that was just a long hop going down leg side, and would have been a wide if the batsman had left it, but he wisely thought, well, actually, I think I'm good for 6 here, and hit the ball out of the playing area on that short boundary side. Ed Barnard, who now seems to be launching out, and if Essex don't manage to get him out sooner rather than later, I can only see one winner of this game. 47 without loss in 7 overs. Another expensive one. I think there were 12 off that one. And it's that last ball from an Essex point of view that did the damage. Jamal Richards is replacing Aaron Beard at the Graham Gooch end, formerly known as the Hayes Close end.
Essex only hit 4 sixes, they only. Short boundary, they might have hoped for more than that.
I agree. So Richards, his first delivery is on its way. He comes in now and bowls to Rob Yates. Good start, right on the mark from Richards. And just played defensively out to Noah Thane in the covers for no run.
It is quite dark now. I notice when the umpire is looking around, he's looking towards the floodlight pylons. I'm slightly surprised they haven't
they
flicked a switch, because it is getting quite dark. And
maybe they haven't got a shilling for the meter just at this stage.
Maybe somebody has to get on a bike to generate the
and you're right to say bike, yes. Here's Richards in. And bowls to Yates. Yates has absolutely thundered this ball away, but it's very well fielded, and another boundary saved by Noah Thane there, and 2 very good bits of fielding on his part to 2 tremendous shots hit with almost great violence into the covers, and rather him than me to stop that ball. 47 for none.
That must be so annoying for the batter, because as soon as he hit that, he's probably thinking, oh, what a shot, I'm going to get 4 for that.
No, absolutely.
He gets nothing. If you miss hit it, he probably would have got a single.
So here is Richards again. Very straight approach indeed, bowls, and this ball again is another fine bit of fielding, and so that's the skipper, Tom Wesley, setting a good example there, reaching out his right hand as he dived to take the ball cleanly and prevent any run at all.
Well, it sets the tone for the team, both those stops. I mean, that could have been 8 runs for Warwickshire, but Essex haven't got a wicket yet, but they're protecting what is a decent total, and fielding like that will increase their belief that they can do it.
Yep, good pointers. Richards coming round the wicket now to Yates, who defends the ball into the offside. Well bowled. Cushy fields at backward point, his customary position, and again there is no run, and it's a bit of a misleading picture. It sounds as if it must have been a very tight over indeed, and in fact it has been the best over we've seen from any Essex bowler so far, but it belies the fact that 2 shots were well on their way towards the long boundary and the offside, but they were going to get there, and 2 great stops to prevent any run coming from it, as Richards is in again, bowls to Yates, and this ball will produce the first run of the over as it goes to backward square leg, and Aaron Beard for a single, and that's takes the score up to 48 for no wicket as the field changes over for the right-hander Ed Barnard, and as you rightly say, Clive, we might be in danger of a shower here.
It is pretty dark. I mean, there's some bright clouds just beyond the ones that are overhead at the moment, but it is pretty dark. So I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen that. Maybe they've worked on the theory that this won't last very long.
So Richards to complete the over the wicket to Barnard, and tucked away for 1, maybe 2 runs into the onside. They've taken the 1, they're coming back for the second. The throw's on its way, but a comfortable 2. And 50 for no wicket. Good over from Jamal Richards, though, helped by 2 outstanding bits of fielding. Only went for 3 runs, 50 for none, with 25 to Rob Yates and 21 to Ed Barnard.
So the 50 and 48 balls, I think I'm right in saying, I'm sure David correct me, that Essex got their first 50 and 52 balls, so Warwickshire slightly ahead of that. But like Essex, it's an opening stand of 50. Now can Warwickshire make it go on from there?
Noah Thane is coming into the attack from the
good news for Rob Yates is means that he's not fielding at cover.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they had to really, I think, change the bowling at both ends, because Warwickshire rather help themselves in the last couple of overs until that last one. So Noah Thane, number 8, well built, comes into bowl, no slips, a little on the defensive. Yates drives that, doesn't go exactly where he intended, and it's cut off in the covers by Das, and there's no run.
Yeah, Thane, it's really he's an all-rounder, but perhaps his batting is his stronger suit than bowling. Didn't get much of a chance, to be fair to him today. Only came in toward the final 2 or 3 overs and was out for 8.
Little trot at the end of his run up. Where number 8, right arm round the wicket, bowls, and it's defended by Yates. Yates, the left-hander, so he's got the short boundary on his offside.
Yeah, good start from Thane so far, accurate, and when Essex have bowled accurately, the runs have dried up, but there have been too many offerings which have made it easy for the batsman to get boundaries.
So he comes again, looking for another dot ball or even a wicket, and he's going to get a dot ball. Yates opens the face of the bat, but only to backward point, and there's no run. The last couple of overs, the runs have dried up a bit. But Warwickshire's still in a decent position.
Yeah, this is the 9th over, so this and the final over remain of the power play.
Essex, you say, are favourites to win the power play at the moment, because Warwickshire got to respond to 64, so they're going to need to go some of the next 9 balls to match that. 50 at the moment. Thane into Barnard, again good accurate delivery, and it's defended to Yates, I should say, and it's defended by Yates onto the onside. And there is no run. So there's a sort of stormy feel to it overhead, but at the moment an immediate threat of an interruption. See, we are in the 9th over, so we're quite close now to being guaranteed a result, and Warwickshire are fairly significantly ahead on Duckworth Lewis now. That will change with the loss of 1 wicket, but at the moment they're quite comfortably ahead. So Essex probably need a wicket if they're worrying about the weather. That one is a bit of a leading edge from Yates, trying to play it on the onside. He doesn't get it away, and there is no run. Glen's gone to check the weather. Well, he'll be on in a minute, so I'll get him to report back on how it's looking out there. Not raining, apparently.
Good over so far from Thane.
He's quite slender though, Glenn, so he has to run around to feel the raindrops, doesn't he? Thane comes into bowl to Yates. That's wide of off stump. Yates hits it into the ground and out into the deep, and it's well fielded again. Really good fielding so far from Essex. Who's that down there? Stopped it cleanly and restricted it to 1.
I'm going to say it's too dark for me to tell at the moment. There's a great bit of fielding, it really was.
We'll give him credit at some point.
Yeah. And a good over from Thane, as I say. I think that was just about the only run off it.
Well, that's the end of the over. I'll bring Glenn in now to come and join you, Paul.
Okie doke.
It's 51 without loss, Warwickshire. It's still looking like a good game.
Might have been Ben Allison with the fielding, but we'll confirm that in a moment. But it really is dark here now as Jamal Richards comes in from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls and a swing and a miss there. And I think it just flicked the pad on its way through to Simon Fernandez, who's looked pretty tidy with the gloves so far. None of us has seen him before because he was on Essex's books until 2 years ago, having come through the academy, and was released. But with Essex completely out of wicket keepers, he's been re-engaged for this tournament. Clearly, batting is not his strong suit because he's slated down at number 11. Richards is on his way again, around the wicket to the left-hander. Rob Yates, who can't get him away here, goes out to Cushy in the covers, and there's no run. And in fact, correct myself, that great bit of fielding on the third man boundary was Aaron Beard in the end of the previous over, and there were three fantastic, or there have been three fantastic bits of fielding, all of which saved a boundary in the last couple of overs, from Noah Thane, Tom Wesley, and now Aaron Beard. Here's Jamal Richards in and bowls to Yates, but they won't get a run here either. Ball turned to mid-wicket, and the runs have dried up a little bit just over the last 3 overs, Glenn, and principally because the bowlers have bowled straight.
Yeah, there is some brighter weather, by the way, coming over from the right over the pavilion. So the build-up of cloud away to the left and sort of over the Graham Gooch End flats, etc. It is building up, and I'm kind of hopeful it's brighter away to our right.
Yeah, so even if we do get an interruption, I don't think it'll be a very long one. Richards is in bowls, and Yates has worked this ball away down to the long leg boundary for 4, and just straying onto leg stump there, Jamal Richards. Wasn't a terrible delivery, but it just gave Yates the opportunity he needed to get the first boundary for 3 overs or so and take the score up to 55 without loss, with Yates on 30 and Barnard 21.
Well, these two have looked very, very comfortable, haven't they? The DLS is 43 and Warwickshire are well ahead of that at 55 without loss. And yes, Essex have kept the boundaries down, but the scoreboard keeps ticking over.
Richards bowls. It's hit back past the bowler, but no timing in that from Yates, and goes straight to mid-off. Yes, I mean, I think, Glenn, for Essex to win this, they're going to have to take 7 or 8 wickets minimum. Yep. Just as Warwickshire did to Essex. Obviously, as far as the DLS goes, what makes all the difference, if you can take a wicket or 2, suddenly you can come from an apparently unpromising reckoning to one which puts you almost level, or maybe even slightly in front, as Richards is in, bowls, and it's a turn to Brown at mid-wicket for no run, and that is the end of the over. And despite the boundary in it, that was the only real advance in the scoring there. 55 for none, and that now completes 10 overs and is the end of the power play. And Essex, to give it some context, were 64 for 1 at that point. So they are actually, although Warwickshire have made a pretty good start, but Essex had made technically an even better one, albeit they had lost a wicket.
Yeah, and Essex just need a wicket just to settle things down a little bit, you feel, because they might start straining and trying to find it and go in search, and we all know what happens then. Sometimes the game can get away from you, and these two look very well set, and they look pretty comfortable as well.
Yes, and as Clive has said, you know, they've established last year what a very good opening partnership they are. Crucial wicket to partnership to break.
Noah Thane in and bowls, and that's pulled high in the air, and for 6. Really good shot that from Ed Barnard. It went a long way up in the air, and it had the man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary interested for a while, but it's gone just over him despite his despairing jump, and it's thudded into the lower wall just in front of the pavilion there as well. So they might just want to take a look at the ball before they hand it back to Noah Thane, but he got right under that, did Barnard, and got plenty on it as well.
He did, although there was a lot of top edge in that, and it wasn't far off being a catch, but I'm afraid it wasn't a good ball. He bowled such a good first over, Noah Thane, that was a bit of a long hop, and yet typically of cricket it could have produced a wicket.
The ball is okay, says the umpire. Thane has it back in his hands. He's into Barnard now, just pushes into the onside. Yates comes a long way down the wicket for the single and is eventually sent back, and there's no run there. 61 without loss is the Warwickshire score, in pursuit of 325 for victory, and we are in the 11th over.
You're right, he was backing up a long way, and I think Barnard reacted in horror, a very loud shout of no, alerted Yates to the fact that he'd be on his own if he continued rushing down the pitch.
Just a couple of spots of rain out there now as Thane comes in. And bowls, and Barnard just drops his hands on that one, angles it down to deep third, and they come through for another single. 62 without loss.
Another decent bit of fielding, this time by Jamal Richards, running around the third man boundary. Very quick to get to the ball and launch his throws, so that once the ball's already in the air, you won't see, particularly at this early stage of an innings, batsmen going through for a second.
No. And the run rate's comfortable enough for Warwickshire, 5.9 at the moment, required is 6.7, so it's all within hand. As Thane comes around the wicket now to the left-handed Yates. No slips in, bowls. Yates just tries to open the face on that one, but doesn't get the right connection, and it's fielded at backward point for no run again. Essex with this young side. I'm sure regular Essex supporters will know plenty about the players, but those who just dip in and out will probably have some unfamiliar names to go searching for on various sites to get up to date with where these players have come from, what stage they're at in their careers. There's Noah Thane, England under-19 international. A couple of championship games for him this season. Comes in and bowls, and that's a very attractive looking drive by Yates, but only then picks out Benkenstein at mid-off, and there's no run there either. 62 without loss.
Certainly full marks to Essex for their fielding so far. Another very professional bit of fielding there from Benkenstein. He should have stopped it, but these fielders are really looking as if they're absolutely on their toes, and they've probably saved at least a dozen runs so far that will be on the call of duty.
Yates unbeaten on 30, faces his next one from Thane. It's flicked down the leg side. There's a sort of a stop by Fernandez, almost like he's tipping it around the post there, and it did just flick something. And it's a leg by, and it's 63 without loss. End of the over, 7 runs from the bat off it, so it was tidy enough. 63 without loss.
Yeah, well done to Fernandez there for saving it being anything more than the one leg by, diving to his right, and despite the few spots of rain, it's getting brighter. You wouldn't currently say they particularly need the floodlights on, whereas there was a point that it got pretty dark, and there's even a hint of sunshine returning, so that's an encouraging sign, and generally speaking, the looking towards the horizon, brighter stuff to come. Jamal Richards to resume from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls to Yates, who smashes this one but doesn't actually time it particularly well, and there's now that we're out of the power play, there's now a fieldsman out in the enormous expanses of the boundary areas on the offside. Charlie Allison fields, and they get a single, and the score goes up to 64 without loss, and Yates to 31.
The scores elsewhere. The holders, Leicestershire 369 for 6 from their 50 overs. Nottinghamshire 30 without loss in the 7th in reply. Northamptonshire only made 235 all out after being put in by Derbyshire. Derbyshire 40 for 2 after 10.
Richards over the wicket to the right-hander, and that's been pleasantly driven out to deep cover. Just be the single. 65 for no wicket.
48 overs per side at New Road, where Middlesex won the toss, put Worcestershire in. Worcestershire promptly racked up 371 for 3. Middlesex are 41 for 2 in the 7th in reply. Durham 344 for 4 at Sedbergh School against Lancashire. Lancashire 60 for 1 in the 11th.
Richards had started his run up, just checks back, starts again, and bowls to the left-handed Rob Yates. And Yates just nudges this down to third man. Fieldsman running around the boundary will keep it down to a single. Noah Thane it is down there. 66 for no wicket. We're in the 12th over, and the target is 325.
At the moment, it's all looking very comfortable for Warwickshire. Just wonder when Tom Wesley might look to change things, maybe turn to Luke Benkenstein, or indeed himself.
Well, those are the only 2 options he hasn't already tried. 2 spinners. Nobody else, to my awareness, bowls in this team. And the Wesley tends not to bowl many, as Richards is in. Bowls. Nice action he's got. And
just yields 1 run. He dug it in short. The ball was hooked away down to Noah Thane on the long leg boundary, with the inevitable resultant single. 67 for no wicket, with 32 to Yates and 30 to Barnard.
Where are Essex going to get a wicket from? They haven't even created an opportunity as such, have they?
No. I don't think a single delivery has looked like, or beaten the bat, shall we say, as, oh goodness me, now that actually has taken the words out of my mouth, because it very nearly did take a wicket, and Yates was left groping at thin air there, and the ball went right over the top of the stumps. So that's the first time the ball has genuinely beaten the bat. And the nearest we'd come hitherto to a wicket, ironically, was a 6, which was just out of the reach of a man right underneath it on the mid-wicket boundary from Ed Barnard. So, well done to Richards there. It's 67 for none in the 12th, and he comes in again, bowls to Yates, who nudges the next ball. A loud shout of no will tell you that Yates wanted the single, but Barnard wasn't having it, and rightly not, because Cushy was dashing in from backward point and was just about to pick the ball up. So, end of the over. Another good one from Richards, who's bowled 3 overs, no maiden, none for 11, and beat the bat in that over on one occasion. Thane has bowled 2 overs for 8 runs, and runs that were coming rather alarmingly quickly from the bowling of Allison and Beard have relatively, I won't say dried up, but slowed down. It's 67 for none after 12.
Yeah, Thane to continue, so Tom Wesley persisting with all seam at the moment. A bit more sunshine around at Chelmsford again. It was glorious this morning, lots of blue sky around, very pleasant temperature. It's gone quite humid though since that cloud cover came in, but the sun beginning to reappear as Thane prepares to start another over, the 13th over of this innings. He's in and bowls. Barnard comes a long way down the wicket, swings, pirouettes, gets a huge top edge. It goes over the top of Fernandez and down to the boundary for 4 runs, 71 without loss. A moral victory for the bowler.
Definitely, yeah. The batsman rather rode his luck there. A little bit surprising to see him come down and go after Thane in that way. And Thane saw him coming, dropped it in that bit shorter, and top edge just taking it out of the reach of Fernandez for the gloves.
Still searching Essex, still looking for this first wicket, for this breakthrough. Thane turns, runs away from us, into Barnard once again, outside off stump, and Barnard forces that one away. There's a man out on the cover boundary, keeps it down to just a single, 72 without loss. 325 is the target for Warwickshire after Essex made 324 for 7. The Warwickshire coaching staff, physios, etc., sat out just in front of us here. We've got no spectators in front of us because we're virtually right behind the bowler's arm at this Sir Alistair Cook end, and the teas have come out for the Warwickshire coaching staff. Someone's gone off and made a round of teas for everybody. Not for us, I know. Here's Thane round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, in and bowls, and Yates forcing straight to Tom Wesley at cover, and there's no run.
Well, we see bright sunshine now illuminating this splendid arena. Charlie Allison it was, a couple of deliveries ago, with a smart bit of fielding way out in the distance of the covers. It's on top of his batting, another splendid innings of 69. Made 69 not out less than a week ago, so a number that he seems to get to these days. Played very well.
Thane in, pulled away by Yates. That's gone miles. That's gone over long leg's head and onto the concrete at the Graham Gooch end for yet another 6, and the score goes up to 78 without loss. But that was a bit more than just helping it on its way. Really gave that everything as Thane round the wicket. The angle just helped the batter there.
Yeah, a little bit too short from Thane. Both the deliveries that have gone for 6, and so I think he needs to pitch the ball up a little bit more.
Not only the tees, by the way, a round of tees has been provided by the Warwickshire coaching staff for everyone at this end. As Thane comes in and bowls to Yates once again, pushes out to extra cover where Wesley feels, and there's no run, but there's also a packet of bourbon biscuits have also been produced as well, so they're enjoying themselves out in front of us. Quite partial to a bourbon.
Me too, yes.
just planning a devilish plan to sort of
reach out.
Yes, see if I can persuade one of the local pigeons to organise a raiding party.
The siren around Chelmsford City Centre as Thane comes around the wicket into Yates once again. Again, it's on middle and leg this time. There's a missed attempted stop at short mid-wicket by Robin Dass. Brown comes round, but they're able to come through for the single. 79 without loss and 12 from that Noah Thane over. So none for 20 from his 3 for him so far. I just wonder whether Tom Wesley might roll the dice with a bit of spin sooner rather than later, but Jamal Richards is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end.
Yes, I think the snag about the Essex side, I think they've bolstered the batting considerably as compared to the lineup from last year, but it is short of bowling options because we've already seen all the 4 quicker bowlers. I haven't seen either of the spinners yet, but not a lot of options as Richards is in bowls, and the ball played for a single into the cover region, taking the score along to 79 for no wicket. And Tom Wesley doing the fielding there, but they on top of not having a lot of options in the bowling, nor do they really possess a go-to bowler, sort of bowler that Warwickshire had with Hannon Dorby, good old pro of long experience. As here the next ball is played for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, just a straight drive, slightly favouring the onside from Ed Barnard, and it's looking a bit ominous from an Essex point of view because they're going to need to take 7 or 8 wickets to have any chance of winning this game, and at the moment you can't quite see where 1 is going to come from. 84 for no wicket in the 14th.
Well, Nick Brown and Feroz Kushi early in their innings drove very nicely straight, and as well as the short boundary away to our right from the pavilion, straight is short as well.
Richards bowls, and dot ball here is a strange sort of shot from Ed Barnard. I think he changed his mind a little bit in mid-shot there. He demonstrates he was looking to try and work it round to long leg, but actually was a bit too early on the shot, and instead it went out straight and into the onside there within the compass of Jamal Richards to dash across and prevent the single.
Very comfortable for Warwickshire at the moment. A further 241 runs required in 36.3 overs.
Richards bowls to Barnard. Barnard pulls this ball away for 4 runs to deep backward square leg. And there are 2 men on the leg side boundary over there, but that comfortably bisected them. And the score goes up to 88 for no wicket. And although the outlook here is looking much brighter, there's some serious black cloud away, which thankfully I don't think is coming our way. We've done well to avoid that, because I'd be surprised if there isn't quite a heavy shower coming out of that. Richards again. Barnard straight to mid-wicket and no run. So 88 for no wicket in the 14th, and the worrying thing from an Essex point of view isn't so much the runs that are already on the board, although it's certainly a very competitive number of runs, but it's the lack of any wicket. Richards in again. Bowls to Barnard, who drives into the offside, finds a gap for the single. Out to Ben Allison. That completes the over. Scoreboard moving along very nicely for Warwickshire to 89 for no wicket in 14.
Noah Thane is going to continue from this Sir Alistair Cook end. BBC Essex, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and BBC WM with you. Glenn Speller, Paul Newton and Clive Eakin in Chelmsford for the opening round of one-day cup matches. Essex had just the 1 victory last year. Warwickshire only lost 1 in the group stages, but then went out in the quarter-finals.
Tom Wesley vigorously loosening up, suggesting he might well bowl the next over from the Graham Gooch end.
In the meantime, Thane comes in and bowls to Barnard, who viciously pulls that one away, and the man on the deep mid-wicket fence has overrun it, wrong-footed himself, and it's gone for 4. It's Aaron Beard out there, and that really should have been cut off. 93 without loss.
Well, he's normally a really good fieldsman, Aaron Beard, so that's disappointing. But it was going like a rocket.
That's not going to help Essex's cause, needless to say, as Thane gathered himself once again, running away from us. In and bowls to Barnard, and Barnard on the drive with no timing, and that'll be cut off a short extra cover by Tom Wesley.
And as much as Noah Thane will feel cheesed off at Beard not stopping the previous delivery to the one that's just produced the dot ball, it really wasn't a good delivery. It was far too short, and I think he's got to try and get these short deliveries out of his system.
I think we're going to see Tom Wesley, who spun himself a couple of catches as well when he did that piece of fielding. He continues to warm up as Thane approaches and comes in and bowls to Barnard, who's got nothing on that as it goes through to Fernandez. There's a couple of shouts from the outfield, but it went under the bat rather than anything else, and there's no run.
Afraid it was another long hop of a delivery. He's got away with one there, Thane, that just as I say, needs to perhaps worry a little bit less about pace and try and get that ball on the right sort of length, because it's a good pitch to bat on, even if the bowling is really good. But when it's poor, you're going to be punished.
Thane again, right arm over, in and bowls to Barnard, and Barnard just drops the bat down on that one. There's no run as it's Yorker length from Thane. So a couple of comebacks after being pulled for 4, albeit it should have been stopped. 93 without loss.
Yeah, he pitched that one up far more and benefited from doing that. Warwickshire on the threshold of reaching 100 without losing a wicket.
In the 15th over, 50, remember, you're allowed. Too much 50 over cricket played these days. As Thane comes in and bowls once again to Barnard. Barnard cuts that one away, square of the wicket on the offside. Huge, vast, open expanses out there, but it is cut off. There's just a single, 94 without loss. 5 off the over with one more ball to come.
Yeah, again, that was far too short, and Essex grateful on that occasion that it is the very long boundary, because it gave Charlie Allison, who's a very good fieldsman anyway, plenty of time to address the ball, pick it up cleanly and send in a good one bounce throw.
Thane round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Yates on the drive gets a thick outside edge down to deep third, where it's cut off, and there's just the one run. So 6 off the over in the end, at the end of which 15 overs have elapsed, and Warwickshire require a further 230 runs exactly for victory. From 35 overs, they are 95 without loss.
Well, great start this for Warwickshire. You'd have to say that they are most definitely favourites from this point. It doesn't mean they'll necessarily win, of course, and maybe if Essex could make a couple of quick breakthroughs, the whole thing could look rather different. But there's no doubt that the opening stages of the Warwickshire innings have gone very much the batsman's way, and really the depressing thing from an Essex point of view is that there's just been that one delivery from Jamal Richards that beat the batsman comprehensively, and that's the only occasion so far that the ball has beaten the bat. Been 1 or 2 hits, big hits, that have almost gone to hand, but Tom Wesley is duly going to bowl the next over from the Graham Gooch end, and initially to the left-handed Rob Yates. Comes in now and bowls, and is driven to long off for a single, and takes the score to 96 for no wicket. Yates to 43, and Barnard, who's really accelerated recently after having a good look at the bowling in the early overs. He'd still only got 2 or 3 to his name after 3 or 4 overs, but he's really accelerated past Yates and now has 49 from 37. Yates is 42 from 54. Barnard, the Warwickshire skipper, just waiting to make sure he's logged all the various changes to the field made, and now faces Wesley for the first time. Ooh, and that was well flighted from Wesley. He was rather done in the flight there, and fortunate that the ball just took an edge and rolled all along the ground into the nether regions of the offside for no run. Wesley again bowls, and the ball swept away straight to the deep backward square leg. Just be a single. Charlie Allison fields, and the applause you hear from a group of rowdies sat in front of us is for a very good 50 from Ed Barnard, 50 from just looking to see how many deliveries he faced there. 39, thank you very much to our scorer David Jackman. 97 without loss. Our Warwickshire target 325. Wesley again bowls, and this ball is played back to the bowler, and Tom Wesley usually manages to keep a lid on the scoring, and I think it was certainly not before time that he brought himself into the attack. Bowls again. Appeal for LBW, and he's given. Rob Yates is the man who's got to go. He went on the sweep there, missed, taken on the pad, and he doesn't look enamoured of the decision, but then batsmen seldom do. Even I, one of the fairest-minded people you'd ever meet, didn't often look chuffed to be given out LBW, and so Essex do have that breakthrough, 97 for 1. I have to say, Glenn, that whilst I'm not surprised, I'm not going to pretend that I saw the wicket coming, but if anyone was going to get the breakthrough, it was probably going to be Tom Wesley, actually, because he was commanding a good bit of flight and pitching the ball in the right place, and it had looked as if batsmen were having to concentrate a little bit harder to deal with him.
Yeah, just a change in pace and a change in angle there from Wesley as well. I think Yates' disappointment is that it's right arm round, so it's got to straighten, but just looking at the replay, and admittedly the replay's not directly behind the bowler's arm, it looks pretty adjacent, to be perfectly honest. It might be going on with the arm to hit middle and leg, so given out nevertheless. Will Rhodes is the new man in, 97 for 1. Essex have their reward, and a much needed reward as well, and maybe just a change of bowling might just spark Essex into action and just restrict Warwickshire a little bit as well, because there were, I was going to say it was a run chase, but it was more a run canter the way those two were going, because they looked like they'd get there pretty comfortably with the way things were going. But Essex have the breakthrough, they've got the strike now, new batter at the wicket as well, so let's see what Warwickshire's approach will be.
Well, Rhodes has come in to join Ed Barnard, so it'll be another right-hand left-hand partnership. Yes, one of the disadvantages of Wesley being captain over the years is that he tends not to bowl himself as much as I think he should do. I've always rated his bowling as the ball's played to mid-wicket, and his is not the sort of bowling where he's going to get many fivers, but he's very economical for a spinner, and he will pick you up a couple of wickets here and there, which can be very, very useful. End of that 16th over dot ball, 97 for 1, and Rhodes just having a look at the first ball he received, he played it back down the pitch, 50 to Ed Barnard at the other end.
Change of bowling as well at this Sir Alistair Cook end, and Aaron Beard is back on, number 21 from his opening spell of 3. That was from the far end, the Graham Gooch end, so change of ends. Just a little bit awry with his line on a few occasions, a few wides.
Yeah, no, absolutely right, and unfortunately that's the comment that you do tend to make whichever game he's playing in, if he could just be a little bit more accurate.
Well, he's in, and he's bowling now to Barnard. He's played it behind square on the offside, and there'll be no run there for Rose Cushy with the fielding. 97 for 1, 325 is the target for Warwickshire for an opening victory in the One Day Cup. You're on the next game as well, I understand, Paul?
Yes, that's right. A return trip to Bristol, where you and I did the T20 game there at the end of May.
Here's Beard in and bowls, and Barnard pushes defensively back to the bowler, and there is no run. And I'm back on next week for Essex against Leicestershire, the holders here next Wednesday.
Yeah, that should be a good game. Very pleased to see Leicestershire win in the end last year. First trophy they've won in a long time, and good for the county to win something.
Very quiet around the county ground in Chelmsford at the moment. As Beard turns to switch the hair out of his eyes. Comes in and bowls to Barnard. Full delivery angled in on middle stump, which is worked into the offside where Cushy picks up, and there's no run once again.
Yeah, a good over so far from Beard, to give him his credit. And maybe he might be better suited from this end, Glenn, when he's less concerned because he got the slope behind him from the other end. Maybe he tries a bit too hard for pace. And for me, he's just taken a mile or two per hour off his speed in this over and benefited from having a better line and length.
This next one from Beard has Barnard flailing it away on the offside. Only for the single though, and out on the square cover, sweeping on the boundary. 98 for 1. So it's a good comeback from Beard so far.
Yeah, that particular delivery was again too short, and probably if it had been toward the short boundary, that might have taken a bit of stopping. But Charlie Allison, the very good fieldsman anyway, out on that very deep cover boundary on that side of the wicket, was able to keep it down to a single with a clean pick-up and good one-bounce throw.
Beard round the wicket now to the left-handed Rhodes. 98 for 1 is the Warwickshire score, and Rhodes gets his first run by just working that one into the onside, just breaking the wrists on it. 99 for 1. One ball to come of this, the 17th over.
And as was the case with Essex, they got off to a pretty rapid start and slowed down at this stage, and although it's only a very recent slowing down, but there have been 2 or 3 overs out of the last 4 or 5 that have been more economical.
Beard to finish off this over then, in and bowls, and that's worked away on the offside again, only for the single. As a slip in the outfield, which means they can come back comfortably for the 2, and that brings up the Warwickshire 100. After exactly 17 overs, they are 101 for 1. They require a further 224 runs for victory.
Well, you couldn't fault Allison for his fielding in that over, or his enthusiasm, I meant to say, but he just, as you say, slipped on the outfield there, and that enabled the batsman to get a second when there should only have been 1. Wesley will continue, unsurprisingly, having broken the opening partnership in his only over to date from the Graham Gooch end. Going to be bowling initially to the new batsman, Will Rhodes, left-hander. Slip in place for Rose Cushy, and dot ball to start with as Rhodes plays it firmly but straight to the bowler. Score remaining 101 for 1 early in the 18th. Target 325. Next delivery played straight to short fine, and Jamal Richards there makes sure that there will be no run. And Wesley not only putting a lid on the scoring, but making the batsman think a little bit more. Comes in again. Bowls, and this ball is clipped straight to Sane at mid-wicket, so half an over without addition to the score. Still some fairly heavy cloud above, but a lot of lighter stuff in the distance. Fairly slow moving, the cloud, as Wesley bowls again, and again it's just flicked round the corner. Jamal Richards again will make sure that as yet no run off the over. 4 deliveries gone, 101 for 1, and it's never a bad thing if a bowler gets through an over really quickly when you're talking about a run chase on. Makes the overs disappear quite rapidly as he's in again bowls, and there will be a run this time, but only 1. Down to deep backward square leg, Aaron Beard.
That dark cloud's just moved over the ground now. I did feel just a couple of drops just in the just in our window here, but I think, you know, as long as the cloud stays high, I think we'll be okay.
We'll bring Clive Eakin back to join Glenn at the end of this over. He's just doing his 4 o'clock update as I speak. And Wesley, quicker delivery, swept to deep backward square, but just be the 1 run to Charlie Allison. And applause for 2 runs off that over. So Tom Wesley has bowled 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 4. And valuable work by the skipper. 103 for 1, needing 325 to win. And as I say, I'll be replaced by Clive Eakin.
Thank you, Paul. We'll be back with us in around about 30 minutes' time. The required run rate's nudged back up to 6.9 now, but that's still well within Warwickshire's wheelhouse and no real issues there whatsoever. Essex need to take wickets. They've got the 1. Breakthrough came with the change, bringing on the spin of Tom Wesley. Aaron Beard to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in now and bowls to Barnard. Just breaks the wrists on that one and clips it into the onside for a single. 104 for 1. Here's the score. Will Rhodes, the relatively fresh batter at the wicket, 2 not out so far. Welcome back, Clive, and I guess the wicket kind of interrupted Warwickshire's seamless progression so far.
Yeah, 2 century partnerships by Barnard and Yates last season. They got 97, the first game of this one.
Beard round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes. Full delivery, which Rhodes gives the full-blooded drive to, but hits Wesley at short extra cover for no run.
That's what Essex would have had to have trying to keep themselves encouraged, and a wicket changes things. Warwickshire still got a long way to go, even though they appeared to be in control. And they're still in a decent position, but they've got a lot to do. It has turned into Warwickshire's de facto camp in front of us and down below as well. You'll notice when Rob Yates was out, he walked towards us. The batters have placed themselves just down at ground level here.
His Beard round the wicket once again to Rhodes. To the onside it goes, calls him through for a very quick single there. Das shies at the stumps, and there is a man backing up. That's Cushy, prevents any more than that. Yes, they brought a lovely tray of teas out earlier on, and a nice packet of bourbon biscuits as well.
Ollie Handel, well, he's a biscuit fan, Ollie, and we're getting a close view of his hat here. Actually, all I can say is I hope his testimonial year allows them to be able to afford new hats, because that one's looking a little on the ragged side.
Well, he's the only one out there not in the Warwickshire dark blue cap today.
Must mean something to him, that hat.
Beard in to Barnard. Barnard drives straight to Wesley. Cover again for no run.
I was walking around the ground as well. Rather spookily, I heard that commentary blaring out of a big TV screen on one side of the ground. Oh, blind, they can hear us.
Yeah, they've got a TV round the back of the pavilion in sort of an area where the beers are sold.
Hello, if you're watching there. Don't have to bring us a beer.
No. Beard just sweeps the hair away again, turns, runs away from us, in and bowls to Barnard, just from the crease, plays defensively. He's called through very quickly for a single, and nicely judged it is as well. 106 for 1. Someone's asleep in the covers, that was Cushy, and they take it comfortably in the end.
Got a big tray of ice, and now someone's got a...
Not for the Pims, is it? Or is that
looks like Rob Yates might be nursing a hand there. I could get him on now to ask him about the decision, but I won't get him into trouble.
His Beard round the wicket to Rhodes. Rhodes just flicks that into the onside. Only bit a single there. It's a man on the mid-wicket fence. 107 for 1 in the 19th over.
Yeah, Rhodes fancied a second there. The throw's a long way out. He got a decent chance of getting a second on the throw, but Barnard wasn't willing to risk it.
End of the over, 19 gone. So the required run rate's exactly 7 now. No problems at all whatsoever there for Warwickshire. The DLS, they've actually fallen behind it for the first time in this innings as well. 100. No,
2 ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry, 2 ahead. Beg your pardon. I was looking at the wrong bit. Yeah, DLS is 105. Warwickshire 107 for 1. If you're wondering what that's all about, it's if the game suddenly stopped now and there was a massive downpour, Warwickshire would win.
It does look as if those clouds are leaving us now, the ones that are threatened. So Wesley into Rhodes, who leans back, cuts that, beats the inner field, should get 2 here. As the sweeper on the boundary, Charlie Allison has to run around and get the throw in. 2 to Will Rhodes, 109 for 1. And Wesley, this is captain, bowling to Warwickshire's captain from last season, Will Rose, who sweeps out for 4, the back of square leg. We've got last season's captain and this season's captain in the middle at the moment, and Rhodes sweeps out very nicely for 4.
Yeah, they've got no one out on the onside. Essex that fine. Aaron Beard was never going to get there.
So good start to the over from Will Rhodes' point of view. That one, he just turns around as pass. He's called through for 1. That could be tight and just about make. I think a direct hit would have been interesting. It was Jamal Riches who threw it in hard. Wicketkeeper took it well and whipped the bails off. Had it been a direct hit, Barnard might have been in a spot of bother.
Yeah, I think that's the key. The direct hit. I think he's out, but the time it takes Fernandez to gather and then sweep the bails off gives him that extra second.
And all that kerfuffle. He didn't signal a leg by there, did he? Or that going to came off the bat? Fine, thank you. So Rhodes on to 10. So he starts coming in, then something puts him off, and he's not happy with the run-up or something. And so he goes back, starts again, comes into bowl to Barnard. So it is captain versus captain now, as Barnard plays that to mid-wicket for no run. Sun popping out again. 114 for 1. Still a long way to go to get to 325. Made a good start, but a lot of work to do. Barnard comes down the pitch and ends up not making Will Rhodes. The non-strikers only getting the single to long on. One run.
Not going to let Wesley dictate here, because he just changed the game a little bit, Wesley, just in terms of just giving them something else to think about and just slowing them down, and that vital breakthrough as well. I want him to start dictating, just pick him off here and there.
And he comes to bowl, and Rhodes sweeps that, misses it. There's an LBW shout. Say he misses it. I'm not sure he did miss it actually. He went out into the mid-wicket area. The bowler was on his own with the appeal, but it was quite an impressive appeal. 8 off the over then in the end. 115 for 1 at the half. Not always after 20 overs. I think if you look at the blocks of 10 overs, to be fair, not unusually, the second block of 10 was Essex most sluggish by some distance. They made 44 for 1. In contrast, Warwickshire actually, I make it 60 for 1 in overs 11 to 20 compared to 44 for 1 for Essex.
Aaron Beard, 9 for 29 from his 5, starts again. Short delivery outside off stump, which is stopped on the bounce by Coochie, a backward point for no run from Barnard, who's got 57.
So after making 64 on the power play, then 44 in the second 10, Essex steadily accelerated from there. 59 in the third 10, 71 in the fourth 10, and 86 in the final 10.
Essex needs another wicket because these two are just building a partnership nicely as well. Beard comes in and bowls to Barnard. Plays defensively from the crease for no run. Beard fields on his follow through. And a relatively impressive T20 at the start of the T20 for Essex, Aaron Beard. There's a little bit of chatter from a few of the Essex supporters questioning him being in the team. Did quite a nice interview with him down at Taunton where he said, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I know there's a bit of noise, but he's a good operator.
Everyone's on the selection committee these days, isn't it?
Here's Beard again. In and bowls to Barnard. Barnard opens the face on that on the offside, but can't beat Coochie. There's no run. Yeah, everyone's got a viewpoint, but the trouble is these days you can read everyone's viewpoint while you're sitting in your front room. You're better off not bothering, to be perfectly honest with you.
Absolutely. It's comments that used to be made in the pub or the members' bar, or now appear rather more publicly.
Beard just rolls his shoulder as he turns again. Bowls to Barnard. And well, Rhodes sets off for a single that's not there, puts the brakes on when he's sent back, and plenty of time to get back into his ground, and there's no run, 4 dot balls, no run so far off this over.
I mean, we talked about it earlier, but Alex Davis got a bit of that after the championship match here, when he didn't enforce the follow on, quite a lot of chuntering about his captaincy, which I think Mark Robinson was disappointed with and was pleased when Alex Davis then went and scored a century in the next game. But it's a modern way in sport.
Here's Beard into Barnard. Barnard forces away on the offside, comes through for 1. There's a second there as well, comfortably. 117 for 1. With one more ball to go of this, the 21st over of Warwickshire's run chase.
He's one ball away from getting a good over in here, Beard, if he can keep them down to no more than a single off this last ball. That's a decent over from him.
Yep, good comeback from him. As he comes in for the final ball of this over. And Barnard pulls that one away, just over Robin Dass at mid-wicket. And there's a diving stop out there on the fence as well. And in the end, they've run just a couple of runs at the end of that. So good piece of fielding. 119 for 1 at the end of the 21st over. 325 is Warwickshire's victory target.
Yeah, almost a spectacular catch. Hit it well enough, Barnard, but quite close to the field, and then good fielding. Essex in general, they had a little spell and made a couple of errors. We were saying earlier that their fielding had been very good, but that was again back on track with the fielding, which is so crucial in this form of cricket, particularly when you're defending a big target. So Tom Wesley continuing. The Graham Gooch end. It comes into bowl round the wicket, and Rose on one knee, lost that in the air. There's a fielder out there who stops it well.
It's Beard.
And Beard, the ball, well, he's just finished bowling as well, so the ball sort of bounced into his hands quite sharply, and he did well to hold on to it cleanly. So Wesley's 4th over. It's been pretty tidy. Just the 5 bowlers used so far by Essex. Warwickshire used 7. Got a few extra overs of spin in from Rob Yates. Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep slap there. Barnard, he's got that away. That's a terrific shot from the country's top scorer of this competition last season. And he's starting this season in good nick as well. He's on to 60... Is he 1 or 5? Is that going on the scoreboard yet? What's Barnard on? Oh, well, 65, yes. It's on there now. He's on to 65. 124 for 1. This time, a little push and run, and Will Rhodes was certainly engaged in that. Went halfway down the pitch before Ed Barnard suggested to him that you might want to turn back. 124 for 1.
I've still got Luke Benkenstein as the other spin option to use.
That's swept by Barnard, and that's gone through past the wicket, but it'll be it's only 1. It's well fielded by Das. Did come off the bat. 1 run. Yes, well, Warwickshire obviously didn't necessarily think it was going to be a massively turny pitch, because they left a young spinner Tariq Ali out of the final 11, but they got 13 overs of spin in the end, with Jake Lintop, their main spinner, going for about a run a ball. Rhodes plays that to long off for a single. 126 for 1.
Nottinghamshire chasing 370 to beat the holders Leicestershire. They're 50 without loss in the 11th overs. That's a good start for them.
Could be a good game, that one.
Derbyshire 70 for 5, needing 236 to beat Northamptonshire.
This next one is just nudged to long on for a single by Barnard. 1 more run onto the total, 127 for 1 at the end of that over, which yielded 8 runs.
And Middlesex need 372 to beat Worcestershire in 48 overs. The game's been slightly reduced. They are 133 for 5. I don't think they're getting there anytime soon, Middlesex. And Lancashire in pursuit of 345 to beat Durham are 109 for 3 after 19 overs there.
Durham being boosted by what happened on the final day of the T20 Blast. They started the day in 7th place in their group and finished it in 4th and through to the quarterfinals. Thank you very much. To be fair, part of that was because they won their game. They beat one of the teams above them, but they needed 2 other results to go their way as well, and they duly did. And Warwickshire helped them out, or the Bears helped them out by beating Leicestershire.
Well, Essex will know all about that the year they won it, when they needed results to go their way every single week and just to keep winning, and somehow it all came together.
It's always the way. When the Bears won it, they were exactly the same. Nottinghamshire came from nowhere to win a game they didn't even have to win, and that put them through.
Beard to Barnard. Played defensively back to the bowler on his follow-through, and there's no run.
I think they'd won their last 3 group games to get into that position, but they really scraped through and then went on to win here, actually, in a quarter-final. And I was commentating, I think, outside among Essex supporters.
That must have been nice for you. I'm sure everyone was very friendly. Beard turns. 127 for 1, the Warwickshire score. Bowls, Barnard always clipped that one away. Behind square on the onside. And then 2 fielders rather get in each other's way in trying to stop the ball. And the man who's dived, I think, had half an eye on the one who was running towards him. And in the end, it somehow ended up going over the rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, a bit of a gift there. Yes, I probably did get a little overexcited in the commentary as well, but I think the Bears had lost about 6 quarter-finals in a row, so it was a bit of a novelty for us to describe them actually winning one.
I'm sure everyone was very happy for you.
Yeah, they were very...
Beard bowls. Barnard tries to pull that one away into the onside. I say tries to, he does, but not with great timing, and will only pick up the single. Some good cover work done by Benkenstein out in the deep. 132 for 1.
Now Warwickshire still taking it along nicely enough. Seemingly pulled away. That seems a bit odd that Duckworth Lewis seems to have pulled dramatically away from where they were. So they're on course at the moment. As we keep saying, they've got an awful long way still to go. So Essex have got to keep plugging away. Hope they can get some wickets.
Here's Beard into the left-handed Rhodes, who just helps that one on its way down to the long leg boundary for 4 runs. That was a poor piece of bowling from Beard, and he knows it as well, because that was well outside leg spell. And it's food and drink. 136 for 1.
Yeah. Sometimes criticise batters for playing at those when they would get a wide if they left it, but if you can hit it for 4, that's absolutely fine.
9 off the over so far, still 2 balls to come, 2 boundaries. Admittedly, one of those was from a fielding error out in the deep. Beard round the wicket to Rhodes. Upright in his stance, Rhodes. Beard bowls short, pulled into the onside, and Nick Brown dives away to his left and prevents any more than the single. 137 for 1, with 1 ball to come of this, the 23rd over, so not even at the midway point yet. Mind you, neither are Warwickshire in terms of the run chase. As you, Clive, said a couple of times, long way to go, and that gives you an idea. And they're not yet at the halfway point. As Beard readies himself to finish off this over then. Bowling to the right-handed Barnard. Full delivery on middle and leg, which Barnard just flicks away and times beautifully for 4 runs behind square on the onside. And that was a gimme, I'm afraid. 3 boundaries off that Aaron Beard over. And with 23 gone, Warwickshire, in pursuit of 325, are 141 for 1. They've got plenty in the bank here, Warwickshire, to give this a really good go. Essex need a couple of wickets just to rein this one back in.
14 off that makes that Warwickshire's most lucrative over so far. Essex most lucrative over was the very last one of the innings, where they took 17 off that. The next biggest was also 14. That was as though it's the 5th over of the innings. Who have we got bowling here now then? We have a change, and
it's Ben Allison.
Ben Allison. Yes. Well, he batted well. Very nice little 22 not out right at the end of the innings. He scored most of the 17 off that final over I mentioned. He comes in to bowl the Rhodes, who plays that to mid-on for no run. So can he make it an all-round performance for his team? Absorbed in the contest, I'd say at the moment. Maybe not the edge of their seats, but absorbed. This is Allison's 5th over. He bowlers are the 4 from this end, the Graham Gooch end. So it's a swap. So this is Sir Isaac again, isn't it? So he bowled 4 from this end, and then Change of ends now. Around the wicket he comes. The left-hander Will Rhodes, who turns it round his pads for a single. Rhodes moves on to 19, 142 for one.
You see, in the modern age, this is the criticism, isn't it, of 50 overs cricket, that it can sometimes just get a little bit sleepy in the middle of the innings, and the ball isn't flashing to all parts or wickets aren't being taken. That's in the modern age. Those of us who grew up in a certain other time would say, well, this is 50 over cricket.
That's right. Yeah. Rose plays at the backward point, and it's well cut off there by Cushy, and there's no run.
Blimey, we're blessed these days that teams, getting to 300 virtually every game in 50 over cricket. You remember when it first started, 180, 190? That was pre-power plays and that sort of thing.
Mentioned watching Sunday League. When I watch Sunday League as young, so you see
the
team needs 4 and over to win. You think, blimey, that's going to take some time.
To get that. Especially, there's no power plays. You could post all your fielders everywhere, couldn't you?
Yeah. The game has evolved. Barnard defends that good, accurate delivery from Beard. There's no run.
I think I'm right in saying, I may not be, I may have stopped. I think in South Africa they still play 40 over cricket. And I think England dispensed with it obviously a fair few years ago now, but South Africa was certainly still playing it up until relatively recently. They were the last country to play first class senior 40 over cricket.
All sorts of this competition was 65 overs at one point. Blimey, that was a long old day. Beard comes into bowl, and that's turned round to square leg for one. He'll come back for the second. Ed Barnard moves on to 78. So he now has a top score in the match, beating Nick Brown's 75 in the Essex innings.
Yeah, so when I was growing up, you had a 3-day county championship. You had, as you mentioned earlier, the 40 over game would be played after 2 days or 1 day of the championship game. Then you have the 55 over B&H Cup and the 60 over what was then I knew as the NatWest Trophy.
That one is driven out to the deep for a single. I mean, I don't necessarily hanker after all those things, but they're all memories.
It was the Gillette Trophy before that, wasn't it? But what I liked about that competition, end of the over incidentally, 145. What I liked about that competition was you'd have it was like the FA Cup of cricket, wasn't it? The minor counties involved as well, and sometimes you'd get a shock. In the B&H zonal games, you'd have the combined universities. You'd sometimes have Ireland, minor counties.
They get to the semi-finals one year, the combined universities.
Yeah, was that when Atherton and the like were playing, and Nasser Hussain, I seem to think, played that year. But yeah, then sometimes you'd have the Netherlands or Denmark involved as well.
That was around about the time of that notorious declaration by Somerset at Worcestershire.
Was that Peter Roebuck?
I think he was talked in. No, it wasn't him, was it? It was Rose. One of the Roses. He was talked into it, I think, by some of the senior players.
Because if they declared, they would qualify, wouldn't they?
Goodness knows what the calculation was for that to happen. But it was not good. It was not good. It was a big crowd had turned up. Needless to say, they weren't laughing at the time. Just in case you wanted, they declared after 1 over, because somehow, goodness only knows how, that meant they would qualify. It did backfire on them because they were promptly thrown out of the competition. But there we are. Those are the days. So not everything in the olden days was better than it is now.
You see, we go on about cynicism in modern sport. Even then. Right, Luke Benkenstein's going to have a go from this Sir Alistair Cook end. Second look at spin we've had from Essex. Tom Wesley's been operating previously at the far end, the Graham Gooch end. So it's Benkenstein to Barnard. He's in, he bowls. Barnard immediately sweeps that one away for 4 runs, down to the wide long leg boundary, 149 for 1.
So actually prompted a rule change, because it is now in the rules that you cannot declare in this form of cricket.
Just in case, in case anyone says, well, it's a grey area. It's not a grey area. What fun. That was then. This is now. Benkenstein, first ball's been swept for 4, he's in again. Barnard just pushes defensively back to him for no run.
I suppose there might be a circumstance where a team might think they want to declare. Let's say they've made a big total and they've already faced, I don't know, 44 overs or something, and they see a bit of rain coming. Well, let's declare now and see if we can get 10 overs in quickly. We'll probably win the game.
Benkenstein floats that one up. It might have slipped, but he gets away with it. It's driven straight to Wesley for no run.
But it's not allowed. It's not.
This next one has Barnard forcing away off the back foot out to deep cover, and there's a single there. 150 for one. The Warwickshire 150 comes up. It's taken 98 minutes and comes up just past the midway point of the 25th over.
Warwickshire Barclay slightly tardy in spotting that, but they do now. Cheer and applaud.
So a further 175 runs are required for victory. And it's all looking very comfortable at the moment.
Tell you what, I might be able to grab my after-match interview very quickly. The players in front of me.
Lean out, isn't it? Just before you go downstairs.
Yes. I'm not sure Brigg, the media manager, would be too pleased, but never mind. Always good we can upset a media manager somewhere.
Benkenstein to the left-handed Rhodes now. Very open stance that Rhodes has. Gets off the outer part of the face of the bat. Called through for the single by his captain. 151 for one. He goes to 20 now. Rhodes done that very quietly. 84 not out.
Yeah,
Fred Barnard.
These two have built pretty well after good partnership was broken when Rob Yates was at it. It was crucial from Warwickshire's point of view. They didn't allow one to be followed by a couple more quickly, and these two are set about making sure that doesn't happen.
Barnard goes on the back foot, cuts that one away, just wide of Cushy on the angle at backward point, and in the end they come through for a couple of runs. 153 for one. Barnard goes to 86. End of Benkenstein's first over, which has gone for 8 runs. I shall leave you, Clive, and we'll bring Paul Newton back in.
Splendid. Not that you're leaving me, but that Paul Newton comes back in. Actually, as it happens, we're having a drinks break. Well, we're not having a drinks break, but they're having one out in the middle there at the moment. So, tail of the tape then. We have this drinks break. Essex made 324 for 7. 75 to Nick Brown. 69 to Charlie Allison. 3 for 69 for Molly Hannon-Dolby. Brilliant bowling for Molly there. And Warwickshire are 153 for 1 with Ed Barnard on 86 and Will Rose on 20. Rob Yates having the one player out for 42. While we're having the drinks break, let's quickly rattle through the other scores. In the women's 100, Southern Brave at Southampton made 151 for 6 in their 100 deliveries. Danny White, the England player, scored 59 there. In reply, London Spirit, 7 without loss. They've just faced the 5 balls so far. The men's game follows that one. Where are we? Derbyshire in terrible trouble against Northants. So that's a low-scoring game at Northampton. Derbyshire 79 for 7. They need 236 to win at Northampton. Lancashire stuttered somewhat now against Durham. 138 for 5 in the 23rd over, needing 345 to win. So I'd say it's looking good for Durham there. And I think in election parlance, as I'm calling the game at Worcester, I think that's a Worcestershire win. Middlesex 152 for... Mind you, they've only faced 19 overs for their... Wow. So 152 for 6 in the 19th over. I'm certainly going for it. Maybe I'm written them off a bit quickly there. It's a 48 over per side game. Rain has delayed things at Leicester. They will get a result because Notts have faced 10.1 overs and they are 50 without loss, chasing 370 to win. Be interested to know who's winning that on Duckworth Lewiston. I would think just about Leicestershire. Anyway, there we are. Paul, hello.
Yes, hello, Clive. Yeah, I'm afraid Derbyshire don't have many days when they've any great reason to.
No, they weren't a bad T20 team this season. It was very strange seeing Samet Patel roll up for them.
Yeah, must have. Yes.
And in the end, they fell short of qualifying, but they did look a reasonable side in that competition.
So Ben Allison to come round the wicket from the Graham Gooch end and bowl initially to Will Rhodes, who drops a dead bat on the ball, plays it to cover, and there's no run, and the score remaining 153 for 1 in 25.1. And you'd have to say that Warwickshire are strong favourites to get to this title of 325.
Yeah, I would just a note of caution. They've still got a long way to go. I think I'll have the win viz at, I don't know, 57%. You'd probably have it higher.
87, I think.
Oh no, not with this many.
We'll speak again at the end of the game as Allison bowls and they get a quick single dabbed into the covers. Shy there, but batsman was home even if it had hit, which it didn't.
Well, I'm hoping Essex don't think like that because they've got to stick at it.
Oh yeah,
you know, a couple of wickets will change things quickly.
But it's hard to see where a couple of quick wickets are coming from. It was a surprise when one wicket fell, and there's been no further surprise. 154 for 1 with that single in the 26th. They're so well up with the rate, Warwickshire, on top of having all these wickets in hand and some good batting to come. And this ball is returned to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some pretty inexperienced batting. They've obviously got Michael Burgess, who was a big hitter. They've got Hamza Sheikh, who is a massive talent, but very inexperienced. And Chris Benjamin is not having the best of seasons with the bat so far this season. It could be an opportunity for him. Then they've got young Theo Wiley. So Essex has still got to believe that a couple of wickets could open things up a little bit for them.
Allison in. Bowls to Barnard. Plays this ball comfortably to deep cover. Just a single. 155 for 1. As Barnard closes in on 100 here, he's moved along to 87.
Extraordinary his form in this form of cricket. I mean, he's been in good form in the Championship as well, to be fair, this season, but outstanding last season. As we mentioned, he was the country's top run scorer with 616, and here he is starting this season in excellent form again.
Allison around the wicket. Bowls to the left-handed Rhodes, single. Tucked away off the pads. Backward square leg, Benkenstein with the fielding. 156 for 1.
So far, the burdens of captaincy do not seem to be affecting his batting form. Although in my experience, what tends to happen is a new captain, at first, they're fine in terms of the batting form. It's when their head starts getting scrambled, they've had a few head-scratching days as captain, that they can then find it, they can then forget about their own form a little bit.
And this one a little bit edgy, down to third man. One of the few that haven't come out of the middle of the bat lately, and the score moves to 157 for 1. They get the single, and that completes the 26th over, with Warwickshire needing, they're just approaching halfway towards their target of 325, with Rhodes on 22 and Barnard looking in no trouble at all on 88.
So just a 4 from the over. Required run rate still 7 and over, which, as we were saying, I don't know, 15 years ago you'd have almost handed the game to Essex at that point because the batting team needed 7 and over. These days it's regarded as very much within grasp. Benkenstein, wearing number 99, comes into bowl. It's turned round to square leg for a single. Now, why does he wear 99? Is it because he particularly likes ice creams with a flake in it? Is it because he wants to be number 9, but that's already taken? Or is he hoping that's going to be his batting average? That one is played out to the offside for a single. Was he born? What age is he? No, he wouldn't have been on 9. He's younger than that, isn't he?
He's 19.
Yeah, that makes me feel terribly old to think that someone born in 1999 is old. Oh dear.
Yes, I think he just wanted the highest number that was available.
Yes, okay. He did have a 0-0 in the Warwickshire Bears T20 team once. I wasn't sure I approved of that. Anyway, Benkenstein comes into bowl, and that's played out to mid-off. It's well fielded again. I mean, 1 or 2 errors, but for the most part, the ground fielding has been very good from Essex, and Farouz Kushi has been one of the top players in that department, and he makes a good stop there.
Yeah, judged it well. Sometimes you see a fieldsman dive over the ball in that situation, but he timed it so that he hit the ground at just the right moment to make sure he saved it.
Benkenstein to Barnard, who makes room, cuts it, but straight to the fielder at backward point, who is Jamal Richards. And there is no run. Benkenstein, short run up, and he comes to bowl. Gives it a bit of air, just turn around into a gap. Certainly for one by Barnard. He has a little look to see if it's two, but the fielder, Aaron Beard, is racing him from the boundary, and they have to settle for the one. It's just still ticking along. 160 for one.
Good over so far from Benkenstein. Can he prevent conceding a boundary from the last ball? He's just gone for 3 singles so far.
So off the last ball's the key, and he's done it well. He floats that one up, gave it a bit of air. Brave delivery, and Rose can only hit the backward point for no run. So gets applause from the home crowd. And overs like that keep Essex in the game. 160 for one. Warwickshire, they need another 165 to win, with 13 overs to go, and key for them, 23 overs to go, I beg your pardon. Key for them, they have 9 wickets left.
Yeah, they should make it, and certainly if Essex are to win, they've got to take a lot more wickets in the second half of the Warwickshire innings than they did in the first, and not immediately apparent as to who will take such wickets and how they might come about on a very true pitch as Ben Allison comes in from the Graham Gooch end, and this ball's just run down to third man for a regulation single. Score to 161 for one in 27.1. Allison, who previous over to this one, bowled very well, just conceding 4 runs off that over. Overall, his 6.1 overs have gone for 35 runs. Comes around the wicket to the left-hander, Will Rhodes, and that's nicely clipped off the pads, but straight to Benkenstein at deep square leg. And 1 bounce return to the keeper, which now is obligatory really in one-day cricket, and they get the single. 162 for one.
Grey overhead again, slightly gloomy. The clouds are a bit higher this time, they're not threatening, and there's brighter patches beyond. Looks like we're going to get away with this weather-wise.
Yep, I think so. As Allison will now bowl to the Warwickshire skipper Ed Barnard, and he flails at this. It was dug in short, and the 1 permitted for the over.
Must be a little bit closer going down the leg side, looking at where the keeper went, however.
Yes,
umpire's happy with it.
No run off that ball. Barnard went for it, but couldn't quite reach it. 162 for one remains the score in the 28th. Target 325, and Warwickshire, when they next score a run, will be more than halfway to their target. Here is Allison again, and bowls to Barnard, and there is the run of which I spoke, which takes them past halfway. 163, make that 164 for one, with 2 runs there as the ball was played out slowly enough, ironically, towards deep backward square for the second run to be quite possible. Had he hit it harder, it would have reached the fieldsman sooner, and they probably have had to settle for a single. So 164 for one in the 28th. 2 balls to come in this over, 4 runs off it so far. Allison wants to bowl once more to Ed Barnard, and he's top edged this one down to the fine leg boundary for 4, and scored to 168 for one, getting ever nearer to his 100. He now has 93.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the shot he intended to play, but give him some credit. He made sure he didn't throw too much at that and stroked it, albeit with a bit of a top edge. There is a fielder down the wide long leg boundary.
Yes, he's on 97. I said 93, but the ball was unusually slow to put that 4 runs to his name, so he might reach his 100 from this ball. Allison bowls to him. He's almost played on, and that's as close to being out as he's been at any stage in his innings. It just got an edge and rolled back toward the stumps, but was not really all that close to hitting them. It was about a foot wide. 168 for 1 at the end of 28 overs.
Decent over for Warwickshire though, 8 runs off it. And these two continue to build a partnership. 97 added for the first wicket, so these two have added 71. And Essex had partnerships. They had 4 partnerships that got past 50, and the biggest was 70 for the 5th wicket.
Noah Thane coming back into the attack to replace Luke Benkenstein at the Sir Alistair Cook end.
It's an echo there. Noah Thane then.
Slightly surprised actually that Benkenstein's taken off at this point. He's bowled 2 overs for 11, and the previous over he bowled only went for 3 singles.
Well, Noah Thane, maybe they think he's got a better chance of getting a wicket, which they probably need now. Comes into bowl to Barnard, who turns that to Rose rather, turns that around his pads for a single. Thane's 5th over. 6 bowlers now used with the introduction of Benkenstein, so that gives Tom Wesley some options. 160 you were 8 for 1, and Ed Barnard on 97. 2 centuries in the competition last season. And this one from Thane bowled to him. He drives it. It will be cut off at mid-off, so there is no run. He has got those 2 List A hundreds last season were the only 2 of his career so far. So can he add a 3rd here? Warwickshire captain. Boys, Thane comes into bowl. Field quite well spread out, 5 inside the circle, which they have to be. No players in catching positions. That was a good ball from Thane into Ed Barnard. He digs it out, plays it to mid-off. There's no run.
Quite a pleasant breeze.
Yeah, it's quite
blowing, and I think we're going to be okay with the threat of rain now, and I think there certainly were some clouds which will have deposited quite heavy showers that thankfully bypassed the ground about 3/4 of an hour ago.
Thane, little jog at the end of his run-up, comes into bowl. Right arm over, and that's a single from Barnard. He has a look to see if there's a second to be had. There isn't. He scampers through for his 98th run, 169 for 1. That's the first run of the over, second run of the over rather, so it's 170, I beg your pardon, 170 for 1. That was the second run coming off the 4th ball of the over. Can Thane keep it down to around about 3 or 4 off the over? He's bowling now to Rhodes round the wicket. Rhodes plays it to mid-wicket but doesn't have time to run a single. So this is good so far from Noah Thane.
It is, but I think the Warwickshire batsmen know exactly what they're doing. They've only occasionally given any hint that they might be about to lose a wicket, and only occasionally have, just the one occasion to be precise, and they know basically that they're well up with the run rate, and as long as they don't collapse they will take the points from this game.
Thane in, and perhaps Rose on the path. Rose has crossed himself, feels he might have missed out there a little bit, but good over, just 2 runs off it. 170 for 1, 29 overs bowled. Warwickshire need another 155 to win.
Yes, good effort that from Noah Thane, but as has been the case in all the other better overs that Essex have bowled, not really with any hint that they were likely to take a wicket, as Tom Wesley now replaces Ben Allison at the Graham Gooch end, and this will be the 30th over of the innings. I always say to calculate how many you'll get in 50 overs, take the score at the end of 30 and double it. Well, Warwickshire handsomely placed on that front as well.
Essex didn't quite manage that though. 167 for 3 they were after 30 overs. They came, what would that be, 3-3-4, so they came close-ish, but
yeah,
quite managed it.
Added 158 in the second, or that last 20 overs, this ball will produce at least 1 run. They're going to come back for 2, and I don't think they're in any trouble doing so. And that's his 100. Well played to Ed Barnard there. A fine knock, as you can hear his colleagues enthusiastically and justifiably applauding a splendid effort. Never really looked like being out.
Yeah, very well batted Ed Barnard, say continuing his form from last season. 89 balls for 11 fours and 2 sixes from Barnard, and he's certainly got Warwickshire into a very strong position here.
He has. He played it very cannily. He didn't look to score for his first 4 overs at the crease, but then once he got going, he's moved very quickly. He knows that he can score very quickly. He also knows he's in tremendous form, and that's a single played by Barnard into the onside. 101 to him now, and score up to 173 for 1, and we're in the 30th over. Well, Rhodes just marking out his spot on the crease again, chiefly because the last time he faced bowling from the ground gooch end, it was the pace of Ben Allison, but now it's the spin of Tom Wesley. Whether it is spinning much, I very much doubt, as this ball is cross-batted to Nick Brown along the ground at mid-wicket, no run. Light quite good now. Did have a period where you felt perhaps the floodlights ought to come on. Oh, and he's gone for it here as Rhodes, and hit the ball away. 1 bounce into the fence at mid-wicket for 4, and 177 for 1, and Rhodes has 29.
Yeah, hit that well, Nick Brown there at mid-wicket, but he hit it, although it was in the air, he hit it hard enough, Rhodes, to minimise the risk of him being caught there.
Wesley again. Bowls to Rhodes, and that's on the sweep. 4 runs, 2 long leg. There is a deep backward square leg, but too wide to have any chance of stopping that one. It was very well timed as well, and scored to 181 for 1, and Rhodes on to 33.
So far, very good run chase from Warwickshire, and it will be a boost for them if they can get it over the line, because it's the one way they haven't won a game in the T20 Blast this season, and they didn't win a game this way really either last season.
Wesley bowls down leg side, wide, nicely taken by Fernandez there, but there is the run onto the board for the wide, taking it to 182 for 1 in the 30th. Been rather an expensive return to the attack for Tom Wesley. 13 off the first 5, plus the wide, and this one is a dot ball, and played back to the bowler. But very good progress in the over overall. 182 for 1 in 30 overs.
Yeah. So that completes the 3rd set of 10 overs, and they scored, it's actually the most productive 10 overs so far, 67 in those 10 overs, compared to 59 scored by Essex in the overs, 21 to 30. So Warwickshire staying ahead of the game. Noah Thane to bowl. Bowling to Ed Barnard. Right arm over. Barnard chops down on that one, down to 3rd. He'll get a single. Sure, he'd love to bat through the innings here, Ed Barnard. Now.
Well, yes, I think only a lapse in concentration from what we've seen so far would suggest that he might do that. Because it's really looked a completely chanceless 100 that he's got. Very much power to add.
Thane to Will Rhodes. Round the wicket. Rhodes pitching short. Rhodes pulls it out onto the leg side. The fielder must feel a bit solitary out there. He's a long way from the from his teammates in the action, but he gets the throw in, and there's 1 run.
Yes, he probably a little bit got away with that one, Thane. It was short and could easily be hit into the leg side.
He's in now to the right-handed Ed Barnard has a swing and misses. It's a no ball. And that's the first of those in the game, and that will be a free hit.
Yes, what an irony it would have been, because Barnard had a rather weary swish at that. Wasn't his best shot by a long, long way. Missed, it might just have bowled him, and of course it wouldn't have been a dismissal, because it's a no ball.
I mentioned this is his third Lissay 100, of course. The game getting the minor counties don't officially count as Lissay, because he did score a big score in that warm-up game against Staffordshire. He made about 168. So he brought that form in here. I think it started running in, but Ed Barnard was put off by something, and he's just looking around. Maybe he's making the point the field can't move, because it is a free hit, so they have to be in the positions they were at the end of the last ball, since it's the same batter on strike anyway. So he can't be out from this ball, except I've been run out. And he's launched it high, and that's going to go all the way. It's in for 6. Well, that's an expensive no ball, I'm afraid, from Noah Thane. I mean, the original delivery didn't cost anything more than the 2 for overstepping, but that becomes 8 as Ed Barnard launches out over long off for 6.
Yes, and I don't think Tom Wesley really has anyone he can turn to. You know, if he had a Sam Cook in the side, for example, well, he is someone who really can take wickets rapidly, but he doesn't have a bowler of that quality.
192 for 1. Barnard now opens the face of the bat and runs that down to third for another single. He's on 109. And Warwickshire in control at the moment. 193 for 1. 31st over. And I've already taken 11 off this over, having taken 12 off the previous one. So they're motoring at the moment. The Bears. And in comes Thane, and he tries to turn that round as Pads Rose doesn't manage to succeed. Warwickshire having a very good white ball season again so far. Not so much in the red ball. Haven't managed to win a county championship match yet. They've come close. We've talked plenty about how they should have won here, but without taking anything away from an excellent last couple of days by Essex. I think that Warwickshire rather threw it away.
Yeah, I think they certainly did.
There have been a couple of other championship matches where they come close and might have been beaten by the weather at Old Trafford. Haven't yet managed to win in the county championship. Whereas on the white ball they're dominating. Thane bowls, and that's played to point. It's a good stop by Wesley. No, not by Wesley, I beg your pardon, by Kushi. And that is the end of the over. I think, are we getting to a Thane? Was he walking off or just walking into position? Anyway, the end of the over sees Warwickshire on 193 for 1, having got 11 off that over.
Yep, Warwickshire making every post a winning one at the moment, and only quite a cascade of wickets can come to Essex's rescue from this position, with 31 overs now bowled, so still 19 remain and just another 132 needed.
The batters are certainly having a drinks break. The bowling team are ready to go. There is like in the T20, there is a cut-off point. If you don't bowl the overs by that time, you get penalised. But actually, in this competition, the time allowed is pretty generous, so you rarely get anywhere near a situation where a bowling team falls foul of that. They've got 3.5 hours to bowl their 50 overs.
Wesley, who certainly won't fail on the account of getting his overs in quickly, concedes a single from the first ball, just tapped into the onside, no more than 10 yards, and another run for the skipper takes him to 100 and just checking 110. Rhodes on 34, and Warwickshire approaching a second consecutive century partnership. Wesley's in,
They actually just missed out the first partnership. It was halted on 97.
Oh, yeah, I've got it down as 100. I've written it down wrongly.
I haven't got it wrong, have I? It was 97, the first wicket, yeah.
Single into the onside here. Takes Rhodes to 35, 195 for one. Wesley in and bowls, and this ball is nudged away to long on for a single by Ed Barnard, playing very sensibly as well as very acquisitively here, and he moves on to Nelson, 111.
Yeah, Will Rose has supported him well. They're on the verge of that century partnership.
As they are indeed, just want a couple more. As attempted sweep here, not a wide. It was wide of leg, so must just have brushed the pad. Wesley with the sun not fully out, but it is very much in evidence here. It's trying to come through. Wesley bowls. Rhodes goes on the pull shot here. Just be the single in the end. At first I thought it would probably be going to the boundary, but no.
For the over ends, I better bring Glenn back in here.
Okie doke. Thank you, Clive Eakin. Paul Newton here with Glenn Speller. And that is the century partnership, 197 for one. 36 now to Rhodes, and here's Ed Barnard. Won't actually score off this next ball. Maybe he could have done. He pushed it back past the bowler, and they thought of the single, decided against it, but they don't need to worry about whether the old run has slipped through the net. 111 to Barnard, 36 to Rhodes, 100 exactly so far added for the second wicket, following the only wicket to fall. Rob Yates, LBW, to Wesley for 42. And I did actually enter it up correctly. I just must have been dreaming that they put on 100. It felt as if they had for the first wicket. Welcome back to Glenn.
Thank you, Paul. And the Essex bowling unfortunately looks very non-threatening, doesn't it? And Warwickshire have played well, but they've not had to do anything outlandish. They've played within themselves, and the bowling just, I mean, can't remember too many that have gone past the outside edge or gone off the straight and narrow. And just the one wicket so far, which is not going to be enough. And at the moment, Warwickshire are cantering towards a victory target of 325.
Yes, good performance, I thought, from the batting. But I think they urgently need Messrs Harmer and Snater to be snuck into the side, because they need a few more wily bowlers than they've actually got.
Thane in and bowls. Worked into the onside by Rhodes, who's got himself to 36, make that 38 now as they come back for the second run. Takes the score up to 199 for one.
Yeah, lovely bit of fielding from Charlie Ellison from out in the deep there, getting to the ball very quickly. Superb one bounce throw from 60 yards to the bowler's end, but it was 2 runs were always there, provided they didn't hang around and dither, which they didn't. 199 for one.
Yeah, too easy, too comfortable, and ponder Tom Wesley can go through the changes, but as you say, he doesn't have that one real weapon that he feels that can open Warwickshire up. Thane in again, pushed into the onside for no run. Short mid wicket there. It's Aaron Beard. A flying helicopter somewhere around.
Yeah, the growl of the chopper.
More blue sky around now. That earlier threatening cloud has long gone. I'm surprised they didn't put the lights on at one point.
Yeah, very much so.
Devilishly dark at one point, but umpires seemed happy. Noah Thane still striving for a breakthrough around the wicket, outside off stump to the left-handed Rhodes, who opens the face on that one, guides it down to deep third. They'll come back for a second as there's a diving stop out there. Brings up the Warwickshire 200. 201 for one in the 33rd over, which means they require just a further 124 runs for victory.
Well, they're still keeping up their standards in the field, Essex. A good stop out in the distance there, preventing 2 of the 4 potential runs up for grabs. But I think that's Allison down there, but nothing more he could have done.
Thane again into Rhodes. A bit straighter this time, but Rhodes can have time just to break the wrists and push it into the onside and come through for another single. 202 for 2 coming towards the end of this, the 33rd over, just past 5 o'clock on the BBC Sport website and app. Myself, Glenn Speller, Paul Newton and Clive Eakin with you. At the moment, it's all Warwickshire. As you say, Paul, it's a good performance with the bat from Essex. Everyone contributing, but no one went on to make the big score like Ed Barnard has here so far for Warwickshire. He's facing up to the right arm over of Noah Thane, comes down the wicket and swipes that one away for a 1-bounce 4 into the wall just in front of the pavilion. And there's a man who's seeing it like a football and feels he's got all the time on this Chelmsford track to pick his place. 4 runs.
Well, Barnard advanced down the track. Thane saw him coming. But I'm afraid I can understand why he then dug it in short. But anything short on a pitch as true as this is likely to end up where it in fact did. I think he'd be better off trying to york the batsman and pitch it up more.
Thane in again. Barnard this time drives into the onside where Aaron Beard deals with the bobbling ball. It almost jumps up and smacks him in the teeth, but it doesn't. It's the end of the over. 9 runs from it. And Warwickshire continue on their merry way at 206 for 1, just a further 119 runs required for victory.
Yes, I mean, I think the moral on this pitch is wherever you bowl it, don't bowl it short. We've seen too many long hops basically from the various Essex bowlers, and the Warwickshire batsmen, who are highly accomplished players, the 3 that we've seen so far, have been quite merciless in their execution of the free gifts that have come their way. I'm afraid there have been rather a lot of free gifts, and that's why I said a moment or two ago that really Essex have to look to Harmer, who's had a lot of cricket this season, hasn't quite been at his best, but he's entitled to being given a little bit of a rest. Last year he entered this competition round about halfway through the group stage, and of course Snater has also played a lot of T20 as well as Championship and deserves a rest, but the sooner those 2 can come back for Essex, the better. Here is Jamal Richards back into the attack from the Graham Gooch end, and he's bowled pretty well actually so far. He's played up to mid-off, there's no run, and Richards is none for 21 in 4.1, which are tidy figures, without being able to say that he's come close to getting a breakthrough. Ben Allison 0 for 42 off 7. Beard has been pretty expensive, none for 47 in 7, and can't seem to reliably bowl one side of the wicket as the next ball is played to mid-on for no run by Will Rhodes. So score 206 for 1 in the 34th, target 325.
Yeah, very comfortable. We thought around about 330 might be about par for Essex, and just 5 runs short of it in the end, and mainly helped by some late order hitting from Ben Allison, who went 4-6-4 off the final 3 balls of the innings to get them up in the ballpark of 330. But the way things are going at the moment, they look like they might be well short of something challenging.
Richards in again, bowls to Rhodes. Rhodes goes on the big hit here, and it's gone miles up in the air, should be caught, and is caught by Fernandez. Cushy was after it, and I'm sure would have held it, but the wicket-keeper takes precedence in that situation with his enlarged hands, as it were, backed into the gauntlets, and well, that wicket goes down. A little bit reckless, I thought, of Rhodes there. He went on the big hit. To be fair to him, he's pulled it off a couple of times, but this time he's just got a thick leading edge that went a long way up in the air, and in the end was pretty easily, comfortably caught by Fernandez, who hasn't really done anything wrong with the gloves, especially engaged by Essex because of an emergency brought about by all the other wicket keepers being otherwise engaged, in some cases injured in others. 206 for 2. Is there just a glimmer of hope for Essex, Glenn?
Well, Will Rose has chucked that away, hasn't he?
Well, he has.
It was rather unnecessary, and credit to Fernandez as well, because Cushy actually got quite close to him there, and in the end the wicketkeeper I think just gave another shout just for him to get out of the way, because he could easily have taken his eye off that. Might be a glimmer, but I think they need another couple, Paul, just to set Warwickshire thinking, because at the moment that's just a bump in the road and no more than that, especially when Barnard is still out there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think happened there, Glenn. I think because Fernandez is new, has not played in the Essex first team before, he was a bit reluctant to actually say get out my way to Cushy, but in the end Cushy did back off, and the wicketkeeper made no mistake. But further 119 needed, plenty of overs left for Warwickshire, but that was the only way Warwickshire could lose this game, is if there was a sort of that sort of recklessness from Rhodes was to be replicated further down the order, because I think if you don't throw your wicket away on this pitch, there's no particular reason why you should be out. So we've got Hamza Sheikh to the crease, and he will be facing Jamal Richards. I'm pleased for Jamal to get a wicket there. He has bowled, I think, the best of the Essex pace bowlers. Comes in now, bowls to the new batsman, who plays it out to mid-wicket. There's no run there, 206 for 2.
Yes, the impressive Hamza Sheikh is the new batter for Warwickshire. He can name for himself with England's under-19s, and a man who's been earmarked and talked up by no less a man than Michael Vaughan as well.
Yes, I've enjoyed Michael Vaughan on the Test match during the week, as here is the next delivery. Oh, I thought that was edged actually, but I'm wrong. But a play and a miss, and we haven't been able to say that very often in this innings. That's at best the second time there's been a genuine play and a miss, to my eye anyway. 206 for 2. Yes, Michael Vaughan had one of those Test matches where every time he built someone up, they promptly got out. But it doesn't alter the fact he's a mighty fine reader of the game, and of course was without doubt, to my mind, one of England's best ever captains. Here is Jamal Richards in again. Bowls, and this ball's played back to the bowler. No run. Applause for good over from Jamal Richards. Ironically, it wasn't the best ball in it that got the wicket, but 206 for 2 in 34 overs.
Yeah, wicket maiden as well. I mean, we haven't seen many maidens in this match, let alone anything more than that. And that's what it was, a roar of almost a victory-taking wicket.
It was, yes, that's right. And I think that is, check with David Jackman, the first maiden of the match. Yeah. It is pretty difficult to bowl maidens in this sort of competitions, particularly on a pitch like this. But yeah, well done to Jamal Richards, and as I say, he has been the best of Essex's quicker bowlers and deserved his wicket. Going to be Luke Benkenstein back into the attack. Just gone for 11 in only 2 overs he's bowled so far, the second of which was a good over and only went for 3 singles.
So Benkenstein then bowls, pushed out to the offside by Barnard. He'll pick up a single nice and comfortably. 207 for 2 just at the start of this, the 35th over. Let's look at the required run rate is 7.5, but wickets in hand.
And such a sublime pitch to bat on would be the other big factor. As I say, the only way Essex could possibly win is not by, I think, Warwickshire not reaching the target, but just losing wickets.
Benkenstein in again, and that's swept up in the air and gone, and Sheikh is out now, just thinking I'm going to help that one around the corner and I'll pick up 4 runs here, and he hasn't got enough on it, and it's gone straight into the hands of the man at short fine leg, just on the edge of the circle. Robin Dassett is who's pouched the catch, and 2 go down in quick succession. And has the door just opened slightly ajar, Paul?
Well, even as the arch pessimist, I would have to say yes. I've got to concede, although I welcome your phraseology there with the word ajar. It's not wide open or anything like that, and Warwickshire will have to continue to bleed wickets unnecessary, and you would have to say that both those dismissals were actually completely unnecessary, and I don't think either of them would have dismissed the batsman had he not hit the ball in the air. And that one, for a man who'd just come in, it was turning away and could have been left, might even have been a wide if he'd left it, and it just looped up, and Robin Das took a fairly regulation catch, though I never like to say that all that much, because even regulation catches can be dropped from time to time. So well done to Robin for pouching it and looking like he knew exactly what he was doing in doing so. But yep, the door just slightly ajar now. It is the only way Essex could possibly win, and they've managed to smuggle, I think is a reasonable verb to use. They've managed to smuggle a couple of the Warwickshire batsmen out of harm's way from their point of view. 207 for 3, 118 more needed, but there is a man there on 116 who's played quite excellently for Warwickshire. As long as he holds the fort, I still think Warwickshire are long odds on to win this game.
Yeah, he's the one that Essex want. Benkenstein has his first wicket, and he's bowling to the new man. Burgess, a play and a miss there, and Fernandez whips the bails off just for good measure. And Michael Burgess is such a good player, but just playing him. He's had a long time to sit and think about it, Burgess, hasn't he? Watch the other batters.
Good ball, I mean, nearly bowled him. A good bit of wicket keeping as well.
Benkenstein into Burgess once again. That's down the leg side, and Burgess just pushes it into the onside and picks up a single. 208 for 3. But those who might have been drifting off, maybe for a little afternoon nap, might just have woken up a little bit more now. Feel that Essex are at least in the game now, whereas before they weren't. Benkenstein into Barnard. Barnard on the drive will pick up a single out to the man at the square cover boundary. 208 for 3. A bit more chatter in the outfield now amongst the Essex players. Benkenstein gives that plenty of flight. Burgess drives out through the offside, picks up a single. So 4 runs from the over, but more importantly for Luke Benkenstein, his first wicket and a wicket for Essex, 2 in quick succession. The required run rate creeps over 7.5, and Warwickshire, with 15 overs remaining, require another 115 runs.
Well, the 2 bowlers who've picked up the 2 recent wickets have been the pick of the Essex attack here, with 3 overs, 1 for 15 to Benkenstein, and Richards has 1 for 21 in 5, so they've actually got a further 12 overs between them that they could bowl out of the 15 that remain, and therein possibly lies a little bit of a potential cause for optimism for Essex. I think, Glenn, you know, the fact that they can bowl most of the overs that remain, and they have been bowling well. Richards is in to bowl to... Oh, in fact, Burgess has edged that. That's gone down to third man, just be the single man down there, who is Benkenstein. Scored to 211 for 3.
It's a relatively free shot because he knows there's no slip there, but nevertheless, waft outside off stump. He'll feel that I can play that free and easy outside there with no slips in. Barnard is the man Essex would dearly like.
He certainly is, and quite superbly he's played. Richards is in, bowls to Barnard. Oh, he didn't know much about that. It's turned him right round, and it goes off a leading edge down to Benkenstein at third man. They get a single, but that was very much one up to the bowler. And all of a sudden, things are happening out there. There's a little bit of movement that didn't seem to be there before, and score is at 212 for 3 in the 36th.
Yeah, Barnard just examining his bat there. I think it's almost turned him around so much so that it's maybe come off the back of the bat.
Yeah, could well be.
But yeah, just a little bit of doubt maybe being put into the Warwickshire batters' minds.
Richards again. Bowls, and a rather ungainly single is accrued here by Burgess. It was a cross-batted slog which came from anywhere but the middle of his bat, and nevertheless perfectly safe along the ground to mid-wicket. Single, 213 for 3. Burgess now moves up to 3, but he was so nearly out to the first ball he received from Benkenstein, and he's good record against Essex and very decent batsman, wicket-keeper batsman Burgess, and had Essex managed to remove him straight away, they really would have been back in the game. As here the next ball's deliberately, deftly run down to Benkenstein on the third man boundary for a single. Good thing about this over, Glenn, from Richards is that so far every ball has been pretty much consistently on the same line and length, and that you know, it's a good line and length, and that's how to keep the runs down.
Yeah, he's challenging the batters now, isn't he?
Yep.
But Barnard remains there, 119 not out from 103 balls. If he's there at the end, Warwickshire win.
214 for 3, Richards bowls, and Burgess will get 1, maybe 2 runs out into covers. It's going to be 1, 215 for 3. But yeah, certainly Richards, since he came back on at the Graham Gooch end, and Benkenstein coming back on at the Sir Alistair Cook end, have rather not turned the match round or anything as dramatic as that, but they've certainly got Essex back into a position that's a lot better than they looked like being in 10 minutes ago. Richards bowls again and played a shade uncomfortably, if anything, by Barnard, whose judgment's been impeccable out there, knows just what he's doing, but even he is making batting look rather more precarious than at any other point of his innings of 119 not out. Magnificent batting, and 5 to Burgess, 215 for 3, 35 overs, 36 overs have been completed, 14 remain, 110 more needed, and what's that, round about 8.5 an over, something like that.
Just short of 8 on the board, according right at the bottom of the bowler's figures. Just says required 7.9, current run rate is 6. So it's creeping up, but wickets in hand for Warwickshire. It just shows you how important that stand was between Rhodes and Barnard. Did the bulk of the work. Benkenstein bowling now. Oh, that's hooked away by Burgess, pulled away for 6. I'm mentioning earlier on that a couple of batters just got caught trying to help the ball on its way. Well, Burgess did no more than that, just flick it and picks up 6 runs from a pull down from Benkenstein, and just relieves any pressure which might have been building. 221 for 3. Benkenstein back into Burgess. Burgess drives, picks up a single out into the deep on the offside, picks up 2 runs out into the deep as Charlie Allison has to come round a long way from square cover to do the fielding. 223 for 3.
Yeah, Benkenstein's recently signed a new 3-year deal to remain with Essex. Just does pull the odd ball down.
Here he is to Burgess once again, who gets an under edge on that, and it flies past Fernandez, and they come through for a single. 224 for 3.
Well, he completely did the batsman in the flight there, and it shows you how good he can be if he pitches it up more. But every now and then he bowls a half tracker, but he'll get better. You know, he's a young prospect.
Benkenstein into the Centurion Barnard, who sweeps that away to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Beautifully bisects 2 fielders there. 228 for 3, and the runs are now coming.
They are, and no sooner did Essex just open that door ajar than this pair in this over have taken advantage of some less good deliveries.
This next one is swept away to the deep backward square leg boundary. 4 more, and Benkenstein coughing up runs in this over. 232 for 3.
Yeah, afraid it's well, he did so well in his previous over, and he has beaten the batsman on one occasion in this, but trouble is, in between all that, he's really proved very expensive.
This next one is cut away into the offside for another single, and things just calmed down now for Warwickshire with that rash of boundaries, and 37 overs have gone now. 233 for 3, so 92 required from 13 overs, and 15 runs ahead of the DLS as well, so everything in Warwickshire's favour at the moment.
Just checking with our scorer David Jackman how many came off that over. It must be about 18, I think. 18 off the over, and well, that means that Warwickshire have taken an enormous stride in one single over, enormous chunk out of the required 110, I think we said at the beginning, now only 92. Richards to continue from the Graham Gooch end, and the first ball is run down skillfully to the third man boundary, and now even he's proving expensive. 237 for 3.
Yeah, and suddenly runs are coming in a rash for Warwickshire, and coming easily as well. It's just almost, if it's to say, it was just a bump in the road for Warwickshire. Nothing's changed in the pitch, nothing's changed in the game, and they should get the job done the way things stand. Essex need another couple of wickets.
Both these two would help, as Richards is in, bowls to Barnard, who flicks this one away down to fine leg, and they're going to come back for a comfortable second. 239 for 3. Barnard 134 not out, and as I was saying earlier in the day, if you were sort of looking around for one of the best signings made by any county around the circuit, you'd have to say that Warwickshire's acquisition of Ed Barnard has been right up near the top of the list, if not actually at the top. Superb performance from him as Richards bowls to him, and he just deliberately runs the ball down very calmly and slowly to Benkenstein on the third man boundary. A single. Barnard will go up to 135 from just 110 deliveries, and Burgess has 14, nearly out first ball, and if he had been, well then Essex really might have been onto something. But one thing we can say for Michael Burgess, he won't be hanging around here. He will take risks, but he'll probably pull them off as Richards is in. Bowls to Burgess, works it away to square leg for a single. 241 for 3.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything too full from Richards today. It's just sort of back of a length where batter's been able to sort of get him away behind square, both sides of the wicket. I haven't seen anything too full from him so far. I wonder whether something Yorker length, full and quick, might look to challenge the batters, but I mean, it's already 8 runs off this over, still 2 balls to come.
Yes, Essex typically today have bowled too short as Richards bowls, and good delivery, played to mid-wicket for no run. Ben Allison fields, 241 for 3 in the 38th.
Richards is the only out-and-out pace they've got in the team, and the experience in the bowling attack. Aaron Beard's played a fair few games. Ben Allison still, you would say, at the start of his career in terms of playing regular first team cricket. No Porter, no Cook. Now Essex might look to Snater for the next game.
Richards bowls. Barnard again, that shot he plays, that when you first see it you think, oh, he was a bit uncertain there, but it's deliberate. He just runs the ball gently down to third man for a regulation single, and the over ends with Warwickshire needing 325, 83 runs away at 242 for 3, a magnificent 135 not out to the skipper, Ed Barnard, and 15 to the dangerous Mike Burgess.
Yeah, they're going to have to get rid of Barnard if they're going to have any chance whatsoever here, Essex, but as you said a few moments ago, Paul, they probably need to get rid of both of these two, because Burgess has the capacity just to take hold of a game and take the game completely away from a team, because he scores so quickly with his risk-taking approach to the game. Aaron Beard is back on from the Sir Alistair Cook end, none for 47 from his 7 overs. Allison none for 42 from his 7. Richards 1 for 35 from his 7. Thane none for 48 from 7, Wesley 1 for 36 from 6, and Benkenstein 1 for 33 from 4. It's all been comfortable for Warwickshire as Beard in and bowls to the Centurion Barnard, who just, well, works it away behind square on the offside. It should have been stopped by Feroz Kuchi, and instead it's cost Essex 2 runs. He just dived over the ball. 244 for 3.
And as I can't remember if it was you or Clive said at the very early stage of the Warwickshire innings, a lot of Essex batsmen had got a start, made a decent contribution. Nobody had made a big one. Can Warwickshire produce someone who does? And Ed Barnard has answered that question. Yes, they most certainly can. 138 not out is a match-winning innings, I suspect.
Thane to Barnard, Beard to Barnard rather. Barnard drives up to mid-off where Robin Das picks up, but not before Barnard collects his 139th run from 114 deliveries. Burgess, meanwhile, has very quickly got himself to 15, striking at 150.
Yes, and Barnard really was just that one little moment around when the 2 wickets fell where it looks as the ball was doing a little bit for Jamal Richards, and apart from that there's been no uncertainty at all, and excellent shot selection from Barnard throughout. It's you know, he scored very quickly without really taking significant risks.
Burgess not quite ready, he is now. Beard bowls to him. Burgess on the drive, out into the vast acreage on the offside. Only the single taken though.
I think Barnard had a word with Mike Burgess before that delivery, and I think he may have said to him, you know, if we play our cards right here, we're going to be home and dried easily. Don't do anything too rash. And just 80 more runs are needed now with more than 11 overs to get them in.
Yeah, there might be a nice tidy little knot out there for you as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Here's Beard bowling to Barnard. Again, just a late cut from Barnard down to deep third, where Jamal Richards comes off the fence, hurls the ball in on the bounce. They pick a single up though. 140 not out to Barnard now. 247 for 3.
But good thing about this is it looks as if the weather is not going to have the last word, and a very, very good crowd here for the first of the group games has had their money's worth.
Beard to Burgess. Burgess comes down the wicket on the walk, drives the ball away. So in the air off the ground momentarily. Westley makes the sprawling stop. There's no run.
Yeah, good stop that, and good to see Essex still keeping their standards up in the field. But bowling wise, there've just been too many 4 balls, I'm afraid. Warwickshire, to their credit, when they were in the field, obviously not every ball was a good one, but there were far fewer absolute gifts.
Beard bowls. Burgess drives, gets an under edge though, and it bounces out to the onside, and they're able to come through for a single. That's the end of the over. 39 gone now, and the run rate exactly 7. Even my poor maths can do that. To win 77, overs remaining 11.
So, well, Barnard's contribution has been absolutely immense here. 140 out of 247 for 3 speaks for itself. The man is just in tremendous form. It looks as if Noah Thane is going to replace Jamal Richards at the Graham Gooch end, and Warwickshire just need to keep their heads here to get over the line, bag a couple of points. We'll bring Clive in at the end of this over to join Glenn, and Mike Burgess just wanting to retake his guard. Thane, I think this is the first time he's bowled from the Graham Gooch end today, and in his 8th over is on his way now. Ball's forced through the covers for a single. Burgess moves along to 18, the score to 249 for 3. And just looking, Benkenstein, after that expensive over, has gone for 33 off his 4 overs. Wesley 1 for 36 off 6. Got the initial breakthrough, but there's just been that one breakthrough, a century stand. 249 for 3 on the borders. Thane comes in, bowls, and Barnard pulls it to deep square leg for a sort of ambled single, and 250 comes up. 250 for 3, 141 to the skipper.
Yeah, and he's played a lone hand in any way, shape or form, because there have been good partnerships all the way down, apart from the short one with Hamza Sheikh, but he's allowed others to play with confidence because he's not looked like getting out, Barnard.
Thane in, bowls to Burgess, and Burgess slightly turned round here, but drives it well enough down to mid-off. No run, 250 for 3. Essex, who travel down the M4 to Bristol on Sunday, probably go down there on Saturday in actual fact, but the game's on Sunday. Not a place where Essex have had a great deal of joy in recent times, be it T20 or 50 over cricket. As Thane comes in again, and bowls to Burgess, who steps outside off stump and scoops that one round down to fine leg. And just waiting to see the comeback for the second. 2 runs are taken. Out of my sight that, but evidently there was a good bit of fielding out near the boundary. And 252 for 3, with Burgess up to 20. Yes, it's Aaron Beard doing good work down there on the fine leg boundary.
Other scores elsewhere: Leicestershire 369 for 6 against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire had reached 50 without loss just at the start of the 11th over, but it's raining there now in the Midlands.
Fane in, bowls, and this ball's belted away by Burgess to deep mid wicket. Only be a single. And Charlie Allison, who's patrolled that area all afternoon, does another good bit of fielding. 253 for 3, 21 to Burgess.
Derbyshire pursuing 236 to beat Northamptonshire. They're struggling though, 168 for 7. They need a further 68 from 12.5 overs. And Worcestershire have hammered Middlesex by 183 runs. 371 for 3, Middlesex 188 all out.
Fane to complete the over. Bowls, it's driven firmly for 4 through extra cover, and that's a fine shot from Barnard, who continues on his merry way. 145 not out, 257 for 3, and that means that just another 68 are needed for a Warwickshire win, and it looks increasingly as though that's exactly what's going to be. We're bringing Clive to join Glenn.
Thank you, Paul. Paul Newton departs, so the run rate required is exactly 6.8 for Warwickshire, and the way they're going about things, they're going to get there pretty comfortably. Just to round off the scores for you, Lancashire chasing 345 to beat Durham, are struggling. 226 for 8. Keaton Jennings made 44 there. Josh Bohannon's unbeaten on 100, but that's pretty much all there is there. And Baz de Leader has taken 3 wickets for Durham there, and 3 for Colin Ackerman as well. The slow bowlers, it seems, are doing the job for Durham in their opening one-day cup match as well. Now there's a discussion between 4 at this Sir Alistair Cook end. Aaron Beard's going to continue bowling. Nick Brown, Tom Wesley and Robin Dass are all involved. And Beard it is who's going to bowl to Burgess. Bowls, Burgess comes down the wicket and lofts that one for 6 into the River Can behind us. And that was very comfortably done with no problems whatsoever for Michael Burgess, as he just came strolling down the wicket and smashed it for 6, launched it, lofted it miles into the river just behind us here, and the score moves up to 263 for 3, and we are going to have to get a new ball there as well. And eventually Paul Newton has untangled himself from various cables that he seems to have wound around his leg, and that means that Clive can join us, but it's a pause in play at the moment as Michael Burgess found his range, and Warwickshire have very much found their range throughout the day with the bat. 263 for 3. They require a further 62 runs, Clive.
You had a good view of that one. Went straight through the trees, I would imagine, into the river. So yeah, well, 2 quick loss of wickets, just a bit of jeopardy into the occasion, but Warwickshire seem to have wrested control back again.
Look a little bit dejected now, Essex.
Yeah.
Those couple of wickets just got them not on top of the game or back in the game, but it got them in the game.
Yeah.
And gave them a little bit of hope. Beard to Burgess. Burgess has gone to 27 with that 6. Beard bowls, short outside off stump, and no ball is signalled.
Yeah, about a tennis ball bounce really overhead. It's not a free hit, that's the only consolation, but I think that had to be a no ball.
Yeah. Well, that sums up the way things have gone for Essex and for Aaron Beard today. So you can add 2 more to the total there, 265 for 3, so exactly 60 required. As Beard turns, bowls to Burgess. Burgess pulls that one away for 4 runs, will it be? No, there's a good stop out there on the fence, and prevents any more than a single accruing. 266 for 3.
Yeah, looking at those other scores you gave, I'm impressed with Derbyshire's fight back. I mean, they look to be Dead and buried, but I did say to Paul, I think this team, Derbyshire team on the white ball this season does look, certainly in the T20, it looks a little bit stronger than it has done in some past years. Signed a few players. I mean, they've got a decent pair at the crease now in Zach Chappell and Ross Whiteley.
Beard to Barnard. Barnard works that one up to mid-on. Nick Brown does the fielding. Single added. He goes to 146, does Barnard. The score to 267 for 3.
A great performance from Ed Barnard. Terrific to see him really grasping his opportunity in this competition again, as he did last season. Captain this season, as we've been saying, so. And he'll fancy his chances of taking this team a long way. I think Warwickshire do feel they've got a squad that's strong enough to do very well in this competition.
Beard bowls. Burgess ferociously cuts that one away behind square on the offside. It won't go to the boundary, but there's enough on it for him to turn and pick up the second run. 269 for 3. 12 off the over so far, including the no ball. The required run rate is down to 6. And it's all been very comfortable but very well paced by Warwickshire today with the bat. Beard. And Burgess just stands on the crease and drives out to deep cover. Comes through for the single. 270 for 3. Just another 55 runs required then.
So England captain Heather Knight is leading London Spirit to quite a high-scoring victory over Southern Brave. They're not quite there yet, but they need 5 more runs with 5 balls left and 6 wickets in hand in the Women's 100.
Here's Beard. In and bowls. Pulled away ferociously into the onside, but one bounce into the hands of deep mid-wicket. So again, no more than a single. End of the over, and Warwickshire requiring 325 for victory, or 271 for 3 after 41 overs.
And looking very comfortable again. It's been a really good batting performance. Even in the modern game, 325 looks a pretty testing run chase, but Warwickshire appear to be passing the test with a bit to spare. Benkenstein returns to the attack. Got 75 runs in the 10 overs between 31 and 40. Again, slight acceleration on before. Now they need 54 more for victory and 9 overs to get them in. Which, when I was at school, was exactly a run a ball. 271 for 3. Benkenstein comes in to bowl to Barnard. Who'd love to, oh, he's come down the pitch, launched that in the air. There is a fielder out there, but he's beaten him, and that's, I think, cleared the rope for 6.
I think he has.
Umpire's just checking with the fielder down there. The Warwickshire players are all applauding. It is a 6, and it brings up Ed Barnard's 150. It also takes him close to his career best, which was the 161 he scored in the ultimately unsuccessful run chase against Durham last season. Just a slight concern there. He's started to feel in the back of his leg. Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep slap and missed it. It's taken by the wicket keeper. Throws his head back in frustration. And he remains on 153. 324. Oh, sorry, no, 277 for 3. I'm looking at the Essex score there. Barnard, leading edge, that one. There's suddenly a couple of false shots from him, but he might be tiring a little bit. Slightly concerned. He's in the old stretching exercise and feeling the back of his right leg there. That's all Warwickshire needs. Injury to their captain and top run scorer in this competition. He's going to get just the 1 there onto the leg side to move on to 154. Who've Essex got next?
Gloucestershire on Sunday.
Warwickshire away to the 50 over Kings, Leicestershire. That's a day-nighter. Leicester. So that's on Friday night, so that'll be a good test for them, but Well, looks like they're going to get a nice win to take in. Oh, not there yet. That's a wide by Benkenstein. Offside wide. Essex need a couple of things to happen very quickly to lift their mood a little bit. That one's played into the deep by Burgess for a single. He's on to 32. Gets a bit frustrated that he doesn't get into the T20 side, Michael Burgess. This next one, Barnard plays out to the onside for one. He might have actually got him when Alex Davis injured his hand and missed a game, but unfortunately Burgess was injured himself at the time. And Chris Benjamin kept wicket and has sort of grabbed that responsibility since. 280 for 3. 281 for 3, Warwickshire at the end of the 42nd over. So 12 off that over. And they are steadily getting there.
Yeah, 44 to win from 8, 5.5 and over. They're going to get there, aren't they? It's just a matter of how quickly they get there. And, Noah Thane is back on from the Sir Alistair Cook end. None for 57 from his 8 so far. And Withers must have done anything today from an Essex perspective that makes you think they're suddenly going to rip out 2 or 3 in quick succession.
I mean, in fairness, Warwickshire Seamers didn't get a huge amount out of the pitch. Ed Barnard got a few to nip back. Ollie Dolby, with all his experience, got some wickets right at the end, but it's looked a pretty good batting surface.
So Noah Thane then gets a little clap from a couple of players. So come on, see if you can pick up a wicket here. Just to keep Warwickshire honest when he's bowling to a man who's got 155 runs to his name, and his back cut out to the offside means he can come through for a single. Ed Barnard goes on to 156, the score to 282 for 3.
He's had good support as well, Barnard. Rob Yates for the first wicket, Will Rose for the second. Now Burgess, what Warwickshire have prevented is sort of the bang-bang scenario. Apart from when Hamza Sheikh was out, of course.
Thane to Burgess. Burgess drives uppishly, but well wide of any fielders. Comes through for another single, 283 for 3.
So I've contradicted myself there immediately. But what they didn't know is a bang, bang, bang. Yeah. 2 wickets in quick succession at one point, but never looked like they were on a collapse, really.
There's just not been enough in the wicket, as there, and it's been a comfortable chase for Warwickshire. Thane bowls. Barnard just turns that one down to long leg for a single. 284 for 3, so a further 41 runs required for Warwickshire to get their campaign off and running with a victory. And Essex having had the disappointment of losing out on a T20 Blast quarter-final place on the last game of the group stages. Look like they're going to back that up with an opening one-day cup defeat as well. Thane tosses himself a catch. The youngster sets himself away. Bowls to Burgess. Strong breeze blowing now. Burgess drives out into the vast pastures of the offside. They come round for 2, not 1 for the throw. It's a good throw actually out from the deep out there. And they come through for a couple. 286 for 3. Charlie Allison out there doing the tidying up.
Breeze has picked up as the day has gone on, hasn't it? It's quite blowy out there now. But batting conditions have remained good.
Thane to Burgess. Burgess 35 not out. It's got there relatively quickly, and well, it's an ugly looking pull. No timing at all. It ends up going up to long on, where Ben Allison comes and does the fielding this time. 287 for 3. Further 38 runs required for Warwickshire. And there was one threatening period. We thought we might get some substantial rain. There was the odd spot in the air, but no more than that. And we're going to get through unscathed. And even if we didn't, Warwickshire are well ahead of the game and would go home with the win. Thane bowls. Barnard again just angles that one away behind square on the offside, and knows he can turn for the second because it's such a long way out there, although it does just have to get shifting a little bit in the closing stages as a good throw comes in from the deep from Allison again, but they come through for 288 for 3 at the end of the 43rd over.
So, physio come on here for Ed Barnard.
Yeah, you see he was just feeling the back of his thigh, wasn't he?
Pop a pill. Maybe just give him a drink, maybe it's a bit of cramp, maybe a bit of salt. Anyway, coming towards the end of my 5th day at Chelmsford this year. Again, I was trying to work it out. I don't think there's any chance of me getting any more. The only way it could happen would be if Essex win the group, Warwickshire get into the quarter-finals and win them and find themselves away in a semi-final here. It's the only way I think I could be at Chelmsford again this season. I think they'll be fed up of me already. I won't book the hotel room just yet.
Well, you went away disappointed after the championship game. What was a good game of championship
It was, I say, it's a
cricket.
good match, yeah, it was a good match, enjoyed it.
I think you might be heading back with a win under your belt today.
Looking that way, Benkenstein comes in to bowl. Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep slap. Burgess, he misses it. Beckinson's appealing. Says, is it LBW? And if not, is it caught? And the answer is no and no. 289 for 3. Again, it's a compulsory appeal when a batter misses a shot like that. Sometimes umpires give them out because they're fed up with the shot. This time he tries it again. It's gone through everything. And I don't know whether it's hit his pads. There was an appeal by the wicket-keeper. And in fact, it's come off the bat. So it's 4 runs to Burgess, who moves on to 40, trying the reverse sweep slap. It's not quite gone the way he intended, but he gets 4 runs there. Uh, 293 for 3. Next one he makes run, plays it more orthodox fashion to the sweeper on the offside for a single. 294. Warwickshire need 31 to win. 7 group wins out of 8 last season. Looks like they're going to start with a win this season. Ed Barnard comes down the pitch and plays that towards long off. There's Richards out there, fumbles it slightly but does the job, keeps them down to 1, which is what it was always going to be. Barnard feels he misses out. He'll be getting a little bit twitchy at the moment because he's tantalisingly close to a career best now. He's on 160, which leaves him 1 short of his career best. As Rose defends that, and the ball comes up inside edge to long on for a single. She'll run them up. 296 for 3. 39 more required for a victory here at Chelmsford for Warwickshire. Benkenstein into Barnard, plays that to a long on. That will take him to what is equals his career best of 161. 297 for 3 at the end. Oh, the attendance has just gone up. 2,462, which is pretty decent. Weekday game.
Yeah, we've had good attendances here all season. The championship games have been pretty much up every day as well for Essex, so it just proves the thirst for cricket in this part of the world remains, and county cricket in particular, remains very much unquenched. And obviously we're right at the start of the school holidays as well, so an opportunity for parents, or indeed, because it's the school holidays, grandparents to bring children, and as you say, yeah, teachers getting out to watch a bit of cricket. Ben Allison is coming on from the Sir Alistair Cook end. 942 from his 7 so far. Just a further 28 runs required for Warwickshire.
Welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra, by the way, with the news that Warwickshire appear to be on the verge of victory, chasing 325 to win. They're 297 for 3, with Ed Barnard on 161 and Michael Burgess on 42, and we're about to start the 45th over.
Yep, Barnard is 1 short of his career best. He just equalled it with that single off the last ball of Benkenstein's previous over. Essex made 324 for 7, 75 for Nick Brown. Charlie Allison made a half century. Everybody got starts, but no one went on to make the big innings, which is what Ed Barnard has done for his side, leading from the front, the skipper. And here's Ben Allison bowling to Barnard. 161 not out, right arm over. He comes in and he bowls, and Barnard uppishly works that one into the onside. And he goes on to 162, and he goes on to a List A career best, and the score up to 298 for 3.
Not a ripple anywhere, so clearly no one knows.
Even
his teammates.
Yeah, so even the Warwickshire coaching staff and teammates who are deep in conversation in front of us.
Picking the team for Friday, I expect. You get a place in for Tarek Ali, the spinner.
Ben Allison with a black wristband on that left wrist. Kicks up his heels again. Bowls to Burgess, full toss. Burgess drives up to long off, where Feroz Kouchi, who's one of those who got a start, comes in and fields. 299 for 3. Kouchi got himself to 22, crashed 1-6 and then was promptly bowled.
Well, she may want to look after one or two of the senior players in this competition. I know Alihan Dobby didn't play in the T20 Blast, but he's bowled a lot of overs in the Championship, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just rested him for in one or two games.
Allison bowls. Oh, it's a full toss. It's well above waist height. That'll be a no ball. And Barnard doesn't really react too much and just puts the bat in the way of it. Up to long on and picks up a single. Brings up the Warwickshire 300 for 3. There's the score in the 45th over. And it's a free hit as well. And we know what happened to the last free hit that Essex conceded. Disappeared over long off for 6. So free hit then, and a further 23 runs required. Allison comes in, bowls, and Burgess gets right under that one, but he's got enough distance on it as well, and it goes into the front row of the Tom Pearce stand just away to our right hand side, and it goes for 6. So Warwickshire twice now, 2 free hits, have taken full advantage of them, and they are speeding towards the winning line.
Yeah. A terrific shot from Burgess. So both free hits in the innings have been hit for 6. I think what happened there, by the way, there Barnard's career best, is the scoreboard of the Warwickshire players who are seated out in front of us. I'll explain that in a minute for those who are just listening. The scoreboard was slightly behind, and they applauded that last run as being Barnard's career best. Well, in fact, he'd already got there.
Allison comes in, bowls wide of off stump, and Burgess tries to dab it away and settle for the single, but they both agree that it's not there. 308 for 3.
Saying 163 now, but it only went up to 162 a moment ago after he scored that last single, and that's when his teammates started cheering and applauding. We are in the usual commentary position here at Essex, a terrific commentary position, but the pitches were right in line with the pitch, which means the area in front of us has been closed to the public. So Warwickshire set up camp here. All the coaching staff and the players who aren't batting have all parked themselves in seats directly in front of us.
Ben Allison bowls. Burgess plays that into the onside, and the second cheer you can hear is for a half century for Michael Burgess, and he's made it in relatively quick time. 3 6s and 1 4 involved in that as well, and there have been good partnerships all the way down the Warwickshire innings, apart from the one where Hamza Sheikh was dismissed relatively quickly, but other than that, it's all been very good from this Warwickshire batting lineup.
Some sort of in-joke there. He made some sort of gesture which had the Warwickshire players and staff guffawing.
So 16 more required as Allison bowls a slower ball outside the off stump, which Barnard drives away just for the single. 310 for 3, with 45 overs now having elapsed.
So the windows are open, the players are right, and the coaching staff are right in front of us. There's absolutely no truth in any suggestion that I've been particularly nice about them today.
They weren't very nice to us when they made the round of teas, were they? Because there wasn't one for us. They didn't share the bourbon biscuits.
No. 310 for 3 then, so Warwickshire need another 16 runs to win. It's been a good game. Essex batted pretty well. Perhaps what they lacked was one batter to really go on. Nick Brown did well, one of the more experienced players at the top of the innings, was 75. Charlie Allison, good innings from him, 69. Exciting innings from the England 19 player Luke Benkenstein, 44 in very quick order. But they got held up a little bit towards the end of the innings. Alihan Dobby took 3 late wickets and slowed them down. Still looked a decent total, 324, but Warwickshire have looked in pretty much in control throughout. Only at one point did they lose 2 wickets in quick succession. They lost Robbie Yates of 42 after an opening stand of 97. The second partnership was 109. It was then where they did lose 2 wickets in fairly quick succession. Will Rose 41, and alas, a very talented, and we're very excited to see him, England's 19 red ball captain Hamza Sheikh missed out. He was out for a duck. But since then, these two have taken Warwickshire to, I think we can say, the verge of victory now. They need 15 more to win. Could they even get them this over? Well, Richards has 1 for 35, so he's bowled pretty well. He's going to bowl this over from the... I'll get my players right. It's a Graham Gooch end at the far side, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, splendid. The Graham Gooch end, as opposed to the Sir Alistair Cook end that we're sitting at. Good crowd of just under 2,500 here. Don't think there's that many here now, but a few probably headed home. But they've certainly seen a run feast. Good innings. But in the end, it hasn't been as close as they might have hoped for. Or at least not yet, anyway, unless something spectacular happens here. Richards bowls to Ed Barnard, who was the country's top scorer in this competition last season, and he started in the same vein this season. He's on 165. And it's 311 for 3. I've mentioned it already before you did. You all clapped a run late. Just pointing that out to Will Rhodes. Just giving us some...
Sorry, you're going to row with the Warwickshire non-batters in front of us now.
Anyway, 310 for 3.
Someone wasn't watching. Someone wasn't concentrating on their beloved teammates.
Richards comes in to bowl, and that's launched away by Michael Burgess. It's fielded inside the boundary. He's coming back for the second, and he's on to 52. 313 for 3. So 22 required for Warwickshire.
You see, they tried a bit of one-upmanship on you there, didn't you? And you already knew you had the answer. So you had to, they should know better.
It is a career best for Ed Barnard, 165. And Burgess leans back, plays out into the deep for a single. It's a career best, which beats record he set. There must have been only, I think, 3 matches ago. Just towards the end of the group stage last season against Durham. So he is on a roll. Warwickshire 50 over captain this season. 11 required. Richards in. Holding right arm over, and Barnard just nudges it onto the onside. He's on to 166. Oh, but maybe that's his career best now. I thought it was 161 previously, but anyway.
I think there may be a little bit of ribbing going on.
He's on to 166. It's 315 for 3. And in comes Richards. Right arm over the bowl, and that's short and pulled by Burgess. He hasn't got hold of it, and he's just going to get 1. He's on to 54. And Warwickshire just steadily getting there. Richards may have the satisfaction of making sure the winning runs don't come in his over.
You see the 6 off this over already, which just shows those Sports Extra listeners who've just joined. It shows you what this Chelmsford pitch has been like today. It has been very easy for run scoring. You can get yourself up and running pretty quickly and trust the surface.
Yeah. And both captains wanted to bat second. I think with that in mind, I felt chasing, knowing what you had to chase was going to be significant. Slower ball there from Richards, which actually did for Ed Barnard. He nudged at it and missed it. So not a bad over from Jamal Richards there, but Warwickshire still heading towards their victory target rapidly. They need 9 more to win. They have got, should they need them, 4 overs to get them in.
Yeah, something tells me they won't either. They've controlled this run chase expertly and they've never looked in any trouble whatsoever. Even though when they did lose those couple of wickets just in quick succession, you always felt they had plenty in the bank and plenty of time to get the job done. They've done just that, and in the end you're probably going to look at it. Essex 25-30 runs short really in the end. We thought about 330 might be around about par, especially with the short boundary in front of the pavilion. So Ben Allison then to bowl the 47th over, could be the last one. Just 9 runs required. That's driven away by Burgess. There'll be at least 2 here out into the vast acreage of the offside, and they'll just settle on the 2 as well. 318 for 3. Burgess goes to 56 now. Flying light aircraft buzzing around the ground. And the breeze has picked up again, and the grey cloud has returned too.
The weather's held for us, which has been good.
Ben Allison runs away from us, bowls to Burgess. Slower ball, just held that back slightly, Allison. Burgess spotted it, but can't pick anything up. And there's no run there, 318 for 3. There's the score, so just another 7 needed. Warwickshire can get back on the bus very pleased with their day's work.
Yes, I brought a bus here today. Don't always. I think they are on a team bus. I think I did see it earlier.
Allison just make sure he's got the ball exactly in the grip, just examines it before setting off again. Bowls to Burgess, slower ball again. Burgess this time rocks back, cuts it away in front of square on the offside. Comes through for a single, 319 for 3, 6 more required. A few people have left their seats, headed down the stairs of the Tom Pearce stand, going to make their exit, get home a little bit earlier maybe.
Ed Barnard on the verge of batting through the entire innings. Really brilliant effort from Barnard.
Allison, a little shuffle before he starts his approach once again under leaden skies. And Barnard waits, just drops that one into the onside, sprints the first run, but Michael Burgess is doing no more than a shuffle, so there won't be a second there. 320 for 3.
Bet against Burgess trying to win this with 1 shot now.
Right. He's hit 3 sixes so far in this innings.
There are a group of Warwickshire supporters who have been quite on the vocal side throughout the day. They've just broken into another song.
5 needed then. Allison bowls to Burgess. That's a full toss. That could well be a no ball as well. That may well be above waist height. It's worked into the onside. They pick up a single, and no, they're happy that that wasn't overly high. 321 for 3. Might take another look at that one, to be honest.
Possibly the situation the match is in might have persuaded the umpires to give the bowler the benefit of the doubt.
Right. 1 ball left to go of this, the 47th over. 4 runs required. It's Allison to Barnard. Bowls. Barnard waits for it, drops it into the onside. Comes through for the single. 322 for 3. 3 more runs required and 3 overs in which to get them.
Yeah. So Essex prolonging the game a bit, but Warwickshire remain in control. And you would think can wrap it up this over. Off to Leicester on Friday to take on the holders in this competition, the Leicestershire Foxes. Remember, it's 8 group games. You play each team once in your group of 9. Only the top 3 progress. Group winners straight into the semi-final. Second and thirds go through to playoffs. Richards comes into bowl, and that's played too long off for a single by Barnard. So Warwickshire have been very professional about the way they move towards their target.
Any reason why Essex haven't brought the field in?
No, perhaps feeling there's not much point, that they're going to lose anyway, I don't know. 2 required. Warwickshire happy to take them in singles. Richards comes into bowl. That's short, and it's pulled down by Burgess. He's run the first one quickly, thinking he might be able to run 2 and finish the match off, but he had to run around the bowler a bit. So the scores are tied. Warwickshire can't lose. A tie is a tie on the group stage, but rather excitingly, they have now introduced the super over for any tie in the knockout stages. So we may see a super over at some point in this year's competition. It won't happen in the group stage, though. They have brought all the fielders in now, with Warwickshire needing one to win. Richard comes into bowl, and Barnard does not hit the winning run there as he plays that to mid-wicket, and it's fielded, and there is no run.
I wonder why they do that now and didn't do it when there were 3 or 4 required and try and make them hit over the top.
Perhaps I didn't think of it, I don't know. It's a
bit of tokenism, I know, but
15 more dot balls to get a tie for Essex. In comes Richard to bowl. And that is play down to backward point for 4. Ed Barnard punches the air. The Warwickshire captain has batted through the entire innings to finish 173 not out and take Warwickshire home by 7 wickets. A big run chase from them. And they start the season with a victory. The players and coaching staff in front of me are all shaking each other's hands, they're patting each other on the back. A job well done by Warwickshire. Good contributions in the top order. Michael Burgess finishes 59 not out, but no doubt about the headline maker today, Ed Barnard. Top scorer in the competition last season, and well, he's probably currently top scorer in this year's competition, I shouldn't wonder. 173 not out he made. It's been a good game, but one that Warwickshire have won in the end with a bit to spare. They win by 7 wickets here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, with a bit to spare and nice, comfortably paced run chase in the end from Warwickshire. Obviously, Barnard is the standout, but partnerships right at the top of the order with Yates and Rhodes really got them that base from which they could go on, and then a nice hand played by Michael Burgess at the end of 59. The Essex bowling on a surface that wasn't offering too much, to be perfectly honest with you. It all just looked a little bit samey. Rich is the only one with any real true pace. Tom Wesley and Luke Benkenstein bowled okay, but there wasn't a great deal of turn. And as for the Essex batting, as we mentioned earlier on, unlike Ed Barnard for Warwickshire, no one in the Essex side. A lot of them got starts. 75 for Nick Brown, half century for Charlie Allison. Wesley, Cushy and Das all got themselves starts as well, but no one able to go on and make that really outstanding big contribution, which would have set Warwickshire something a little bit more challenging. A little bit more thought for Essex to do. They've got Shane Snater and Simon Harmer, who they can still call on into their squad, but a good start for Warwickshire.
Absolutely, and they continue to do really well in this competition, so they do have real hope of being able to do well in it. They do look to have a strong enough squad if these players stay fit and don't get too many more call-ups, late call-ups to the 100. They do have a squad that looks capable of doing well in the competition, and they've certainly started well. And they've won a game in a manner which they haven't done so much with the white ball recently, so that will give them particular satisfaction. Well, thank you very much indeed again to Chelmsford for the hospitality. That is probably it from me for the season. Hopefully I'll be back here again sometime next season.
Thanks to Clive Eakin, thanks to Paul Newton and our scorer David Jackman, from myself, Glenn Speller, and the rest of the team here at Chelmsford. Do enjoy the rest of your evening.